with working with agencies on forest planning is that oftentimes when we try to make a model for them, they don't have the information that they need to make a model. And so part of modeling is learning, well, what information do we really need? Let me just give you a quick example working with the Bureau of Forestry in the state of Pennsylvania. When we tried to make a model for them, we needed to know how many acres do you have, hectares do you have that need shelterwood, for example? How many hectares are ready to harvest now without any additional treatment? How many hectares need fence? They didn't know. So we just had to guess. I said, well, we have to have that information to model this problem. And so what's your best guess? They weren't very comfortable with that, but without that information, we couldn't model their problem. So that at least informed them, you know, you need to have information about this. So modeling forces you to think about your problem and to formulate your problem quantitative, explicitly, and organize your information. And with large real-world problems these days, just organizing your information management systems, all that is really important. So a lot of my publications have been really about how do you formulate your problem. And how you formulate your problem is really important. Sometimes just changing the way you write a constraint can make the problem more tractable. It can be solved in less time, or you can get to a better solution faster, depending on how you formulate it, even though it's the same problem, but different ways of writing constraints, for example. But more importantly, you need to actually accurately model the situation that you're trying to solve. And every model is imperfect, right? Because by definition, it's a model. You can't model everything. And so it's a simplification of the real world. But you can't simplify away the things that matter. And so you have to know what matters and what doesn't matter. So I'm going to cite a couple papers from the 1980s. Partly that's a reflection of my age, but there are a lot of important insights from papers that are old that in some cases we really still haven't learned those lessons. So really quickly, this paper by McQuillan, they looked at Forest Service planning, U.S. Forest Service plans for national forests, and you plan for 100 years, and the national forests have a non-declining flow constraint, and you've got some stands that are really high quality and some stands that are very poor, maybe cost you more to harvest than what you will get from them. But when you have a non-declining flow constraint, what the model will do is it'll harvest all the good stuff early, and it will schedule the bad stuff later so it can maintain that non-declining flow. Then 10 years later, let's just say nothing has changed. That's never true, but let's just say nothing has changed. You've implemented 10 years. You've harvested a lot of your good stuff. Now you go back, you've got a larger ratio of bad stuff to good stuff. You plan again, you put in a non-declining flow constraint, and now your non-declining flow has declined. So this is what I call time consistency. And to some degree, time consistency can be solved with longer planning horizons. So people ask me, well, how long does my planning horizon have to be? So for me, if you add one more period to your planning horizon, if it changes your solution, then your planning horizon's not long enough. Because a modeling decision shouldn't be driving your decisions. So that said, we don't want to have super long planning horizons because that makes your problem much bigger, harder to solve, all those kinds of things. And so we really need to focus more on how we model the end of the planning horizon. And too many papers don't even really think a whole lot about modeling the end of your planning horizon. So Bruno's here, I'm citing your paper, Da Silva. So it has a nice paper about how you model your ending conditions. Frankly, if you model your ending conditions perfectly, you only need a one-period model. But of course, that's not possible. But the better you model how your forest, the value of your forest at the end of your planning horizon, the shorter your planning horizon can be. So that's what I call time consistency. And that's an important property of our models, but not all models that are published even in the literature are time consistent. So I don't want to say too much about this, but when I first started all this, our big constraint was computing power. But another constraint was we didn't have really good information about the inventory, that sort of thing. So today we have vastly better computing power. We have big data for plantations, frankly, we can count almost every tree and measure almost every tree. Now, we can't really do that in the forests of Pennsylvania, which are hardwood, mixed species, not as complex as the ones you have here. We maybe have 20 or 30 species per hectare. I know here you have an order of magnitude more than that. But still, that's a little bit harder, and hardwood trees don't grow in nice straight. They don't have nice conical cones at the top of the tree, so that's harder to identify individual trees, that sort of thing. But we're getting there. In 15 years, we'll be able to do it with hardwood forests too. And we'll be able to do species identification. We've seen some talks about hyperspectral imagery. So what's coming is we will know every tree out there. We will know every tree. In Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania, we'll know every tree that's out there. So, and then there's also the time dimension. We also have the capacity for real-time information today. Constantly new information coming in. So just like the airline industry, we constantly have new information, we constantly have to adapt. So speaking of the airline industry, think about what they have to do. They have to track aircraft, they have to track passengers, their bags, air crews, ground crews, gates, fuel supplies, all of that. They have many legal restrictions to follow, and they have to deal with people, and they can't kill anyone. So the situation they face is also constantly changing. Weather patterns, crew members who are sick maybe don't make it there, passengers who have to be rerouted constantly. They have to have planes, crews, and other resources at the right place at the right time, all the time. So they have to constantly adapt to the management situation and respond as competently and as efficiently as they possibly can. And they have to be efficient because they face competition. And if they're not good, nobody's going to. I mean, they do compete on price, but if a company's not good, people will figure it out and they won't fly on that company, no matter what price they offer. So, of course, we're upset when we're a victim of, some kind of problem with the airline industry. But when you think about it, it's really amazing what they do. And they have to be efficient. They have to use efficient data systems. They have to have up-to-date data. Immediately, I can check on my phone and know where my bag is today. So they have to have very sophisticated information management systems, and they have to have very sophisticated decision-making tools, because they literally have people's lives in their hands. Okay, so let's switch back to an integrated forest products company. So they've got a bunch of forest parcels with all of their attributes, stands, whatever you want to call them, inventory, site, management history, all that. They've got mills that they have to supply. They've got harvesting and transportation logistics that they have to work out. And then they have nurseries that they need to have the nursery growing the planting stock that they need for 2 or 3 years from now. And they have to have the right stock, the right volume available at the right time. And so it all needs to be planned together. And then on top of that, there's a complex policy environment, many legal and environmental constraints as well, constantly changing markets, new technologies coming out all the time, technologies I didn't even realize how automated they are here in Brazil. It's amazing, really, what you do here in Brazil. And then, of course, there's still people. We still have to, at least for a while, we still have to work with people, employees, contractors, all those kinds of things. So when I think about that problem, I think about it from a forest management point of view. So the center of the problem is deciding what, where, and when to harvest. But you have to do that in a way that satisfies all the mill requirements, and you have to plan your harvesting and transportation logistics. You have to satisfy environmental legal constraints. You have to plan your nursery operations. For eucalyptus, you have to decide, am I going to replant so I can take advantage of new clones that I have available, or am I going to coppice? So there's many, many decisions. And then, should we manage for carbon? How do we plan for a changing climate? All of those kinds of things. And this is a really large, complex problem, to be sure. But I would argue that it's not nearly as complex as the problem that the airlines solve every minute, almost every day. So there's a lot we can learn from other industries, and it's possible to solve these kinds of problems. If the airline industry can do it as well as they do it, the forest products industry can do it as well. So in my brain, this is a large integer programming model with many 0, 1 variables where 0 means you don't do something in a certain place at a certain time. 1 means you do that thing. And potentially hundreds of thousands of these variables. Some of them not integer, some of them integer. Of course, these problems are very hard to solve, no question about it. But a lot of research has been done on solving these kinds of problems, usually employing heuristics for real-world problems. I'm going to switch gears now and talk a little bit about heuristics versus exact solution algorithms. So I think those of us who know something about this know that you cannot solve large mixed integer programming problems to optimality. So we have to use heuristics, right? But really, does it have to be either heuristics or exact solution algorithms? Or can we use some kind of hybrid of the two? And the fact is, it's not a one choice or the other. And I'll talk about why. So I want to talk a little bit first about exact solution algorithms, just really scratching the surface here. First of all, you solve what's called a relaxed problem, where you relax all of your integer constraints. So that gives you a linear programming problem. And these days, we can solve huge linear programming problems fairly efficiently. And solving that linear programming relaxed solution gives you a dual bound for your problem. This is your optimal solution here. It's going to be too optimistic because you've relaxed some of your constraints. But it gives you an upper bound on your solution. Then you start branching by fixing some variables, forcing them to be integers, those kinds of things. And when you fix a variable, that's adding a constraint, so the objective function is going to go down a little bit. And so that's going to bring down this dual bound. And you keep going until you get a feasible solution. Once you get a feasible solution, that gives you a primal bound. That says, I know I can do at least this well. But maybe I can do better, because at this point there are many, many feasible solutions that you haven't explored. And so the difference between the dual bound and the primal bound is what's called your optimality gap. It tells you, for this solution that you have right now, how close am I? This is like a worst case scenario for how close you are to the true optimal solution. So we get a bound. We know how close we are to the true optimal solution. That's the key about exact solution methods. We might solve for a long time, and we bring this dual bound down, we bring this primal bound up, and we might stop because it's good enough. So that's not that different from a heuristic solution algorithm. We may never actually get to the optimal solution, but we know how we have a worst case bound on how close we are to the optimal solution. So problem that I've always had with heuristic solution algorithms is you generally don't know how good your solution is. I've seen so many papers where they talk about the solution to a heuristic algorithm where they call it the optimal solution. It's not the optimal solution. You haven't proven that it's optimal. But embedding heuristics within a branch and bound type of approach lets you can use the heuristics to improve your primal bound, and you always still have a dual bound on it, so you know how good it is. But you need some other methods to try to bring down the dual bound in order to tighten that optimality gap. But maybe more important is with exact solutions. When you solve that relaxed or partially relaxed linear programming problem, you get shadow prices. And shadow prices are so important. They tell you a lot about your model. And so again, heuristics, one of my problems with heuristics is just focusing on getting a solution. It doesn't help you learn as much about your optimal solution as with exact solutions that give you shadow prices. So shadow prices are really important. They help you provide insight about your problem. But maybe more importantly is the shadow prices can be used to solve your problem as well. And this hasn't really, in my opinion, been sufficiently explored in the literature for forest management optimization models. Interestingly, Howard Hoganson was the person who introduced me to optimization models and that sort of thing. And he wrote a paper with Dietmar Rose in 1984, so 41 years ago. So don't forget about these old papers. And basically, to put it simply, there are a set of constraints that tie the problem together, and you just estimate the shadow prices for those constraints that tie the problem together, and then you can solve all your individual stand level problems using those shadow prices. And then you do an iterative search on the shadow prices for a small number of constraints that tie your problem together. And it was a brilliant idea. So I went to work for Howard in 1989, and I said, Howard, you just reinvented Lagrangian relaxation. And he didn't like that, because he thought, you know, I invented this. But really, it's just Lagrangian relaxation. There's another thing you can do with shadow prices called column generation and reduction. So when you have tens of thousands of management units and you've got dozens of management alternatives for every management unit, you've got potentially millions of variables. So you simulate all those millions of variables. So you have this set of variables over here, but you don't put them all in your model. You just put a subset of those variables into your model, you solve your model, and then you use the shadow prices from that model to go back to your scratch list, pick out the best ones, and the ones that you've included, you also discard ones that are bad. And so you keep your problem small by only including the variables that are promising based on the shadow prices that you have right now. And then you do this iteratively until you get better shadow prices. And you're always working with a smaller model because you're not including all of your variables. So I'm giving all of these ideas to you. Hopefully some of you are taking notes. And hopefully somebody will follow up on these things. But these algorithms have been well known for decades. And they have been applied in the forest management literature, but not very much. I think we've overemphasized heuristics. So let me switch gears. I think I'm still on time. Talk about carbon. Okay, so carbon stocks. It's really fairly easy to model carbon stocks. You just put accounting. I mean, of course, it's not easy, but that's a biometrician's problem, how we add it all up and come up with carbon. So we put some accounting constraints in our model that add up the carbon, and we have these variables, these accounting variables that say, here's our carbon stock at one particular point in time. But that's not where we should stop. The next thing, what we really need to model is carbon accumulation, not carbon stocks. So if carbon accumulation is CA, and then we also need to account, there was a nice talk yesterday about accounting for carbon in harvested wood products. And so this is very simplified, of course. It's more complicated than that. But this is the basic idea. Your carbon accumulation is your carbon in period T minus your carbon in period T minus 1, plus your carbon from your harvested wood products. That's what we really need to manage for. So I actually threw this into a model. I know you can't see the numbers, but what matters is the line. I threw this into a very simple model, and on the y-axis here, I know you can't read those. I can't even read them. I just know what's there. So this is your harvest over the whole planning horizon, and down here is your carbon accumulation over the planning horizon. And I started with a price of 0, and so that gives me a point actually right here. With a price of 0, I increased the price to $1 per ton CO2 equivalent, and then I kept increasing the price until I got to 7, and the solution didn't change very much. But interestingly, the total harvest over the planning horizon increases slightly because you're moving to longer rotations, and so instead of managing on rotations that maximize the LEV, you're moving towards rotations that maximize your mean annual increment. So your harvest level over the whole planning horizon increases. But to do that, you've got to harvest less initially so you can increase your rotations. So you get less initially, but more in the long run. But you do get more, but you can see it's almost imperceptible. And then at some point, what happens, around $8, this is $8 per ton, and as we increase it down to $18 per ton, I kept the price of wood products fixed. But what happens, so there's a period as the carbon price goes up where wood production and carbon sequestration are complementary. But at some point, instead of managing on longer rotations, you just harvest less. And as that price goes up, and at least in this model, it doesn't take a very big price. And this isn't necessarily a good thing. This should scare people a little bit. But it's not a good thing for the environment either, because wood products are actually one of our more environmentally friendly materials. And if we stop producing wood products and we start using more concrete and steel for building buildings, or just more electrons for storing information and that sort of thing, then that's probably going to actually make the climate situation worse. So this is actually leakage here. This is a form of leakage, because as you focus more on carbon, then it shifts to other materials, and those other materials may not be as environmentally friendly as wood products. Anyway, going back to carbon stocks versus carbon accumulation, when you just, and I've seen papers do both of these things and do some other things as well, but really these are the two ways to think about it, in my opinion. If you think about, if you're modeling carbon stocks and you're basically putting a shadow price on carbon stocks, then you're assuming that the world, that society is paying you a rental fee for your carbon. And that might make sense, but it would be really, really expensive if we paid every forest landowner a rental fee for their carbon. That would be a pretty expensive way to get more carbon in our forests. Accounting for carbon accumulation assumes you get paid for your net sequestration. And by the way, none of the carbon offset markets actually work this way. To some degree, many of them do pay for your carbon accumulation, but you get like a payment right up front, because carbon accumulation is pretty small, frankly. How much you can add over time is relatively small. So in order to make them work, they pay for the whole thing. So that takes me to the concept of additionality. And additionality is really important. It's really important. It's also, in a way, not important. We should just completely change how we think about carbon and not think about carbon offset credits and that. I mean, there are cases where additionality is pretty obvious. So for example, if you've got some land and you've never had any trees there, or you haven't had trees there in a long time, you never had any intention of planting, and now you're planting trees there, that's pretty sure that's additional. But in many cases, it's very hard to prove additionality. So additionality means you have to compare what you're doing with what you would have done. And philosophically, it's impossible to prove what you would have done in most cases, not all cases. So I Googled, well, actually, I've been doing a lot of research on this, on proving the counterfactual. Basically, that's what you have to do, is prove the counterfactual. And you get into a lot of philosophy and that sort of thing, but the bottom line is you can't prove the counterfactual. You can't prove what you would have done. If your kid says, oh, I would have taken the dog for a walk, you know, but, you know, sure, right, you believe them? Anyway, so additionality is impossible to measure. There's no way to get around that, and that's the problem with carbon markets, is they all assume what you're doing is additional. So sometimes people ask me, well, even if we get some additional sequestration, isn't that good? But in order to get that additional sequestration, if you sold this many credits, so I like to think of a carbon credit, it's a ticket for somebody else to pollute. You're giving them permission to pollute because you're saying, I will take responsibility for that pollution. So, okay, you take responsibility, you do, some things are additional, some things aren't additional, and so you get some additional sequestration. But you gave people permission to pollute that much. And the difference, I don't know if you can see that, but the difference is the net negative effect on the atmosphere. And so carbon credits aren't helping us solve the problem. They're letting people who pollute off the hook. I hate to bring bad news to you. So, how am I doing? I got time. So uncertainty. Uncertainty is the really hard problem in optimization. So nothing is as difficult to model as fire. So just thinking about fire, managing forests for fire for a little while. There's really, I think there are 4 basic kinds of of fire models in the forest management literature. There are pre-suppression. Pre-suppression is before you have a fire, what can you do? You can make your landscape less flammable. You can minimize the expected loss from fire, the expected net loss from fire. Or you can also think about where you're going to put your firefighting equipment, those kinds of things, so that they're close to where the fires might occur, and try to plan ahead so that when fires start, your equipment is as close as possible to where it's going to be. Those are two kinds of pre-suppression models. Whoops. And then there's suppression. And there's basically two things with suppression. There are multiple fire models where you're trying to decide, okay, what do I send to this fire? What do I send to that fire? What do I keep in reserve because a new fire might start? Okay? And then there's a single fire problem where you're thinking you've got a fire model, how this fire is going to behave, and so you use the models to help you decide what's the best way to fight this fire. So there's basically four kinds of fire management problems. Somebody, if there's others, let me know. But I think that covers the landscape pretty well. So I want to talk a little bit about designing landscapes, because I'm always focused on forest management. And forest management, over time through forest management, we design the landscape whether we like it or not. So to design a landscape to minimize the expected net loss from fire, you first of all have to understand how is fire likely to occur on the landscape. So you have to have a model that says, here's where fires start, here's how they spread, that sort of thing. Then based on that, you run thousands of simulations of random fires on the landscape, and you generate a probability of burn map. And the problem with that is, of course, there are boundary issues, right? Because you're not accounting for fires that might start outside of your region that might spread into. That's the least of your problems. But the most complicating thing about this is that you can't look at any cell independently, because the probability that an individual cell burns depends on everything around it. So I might be very flammable, but if all my neighbors are not flammable, I'm pretty safe. I'm not likely to burn. But if I'm even somewhat flammable and my neighbors are all very flammable, I'm at great risk. So, and really, even something up here in this part of the landscape could potentially affect something down there, the butterfly effect. Okay, so you have to look at the whole landscape all at once, and that's what makes it a really difficult problem. So then you can multiply the probability of burning map times the value map. So every cell has a value. It might be from timber, might be from ecological values, might be from ecosystem services. You might have a building there or something like that, some homes that you need to protect. So every cell has a value. So you multiply your probability of burning map times your value map, and that gives you your expected net loss from fire. And then, so that's your baseline based on the status quo. Then you can apply some treatments to the landscape. But you can't just do it one treatment at a time. Because again, whatever treatment you do up here affects what's going to happen down there. So you have to have a plan for the whole landscape, implement that whole plan, and then do it all again. Generate a map of the probability of burning, multiply it by the value matrix, and that gives you the net loss given how you did the treatments on the land. And so this is an extremely highly computational problem to do this just for one iteration, right? And so you can't really look at a lot of possible plans, because each time you look at it, it's going to be a lot of simulating fires and all that kind of thing. So it's a difficult problem. Furthermore, there's no time dimension, really. All you can do is, if you want to plan for multiple periods, you have to assume that actually nothing burns. Because if something burns, and you don't know what, it's going to change everything, and you're going to have to replan anyway. So it's very hard to actually plan multiple periods in advance, because again, if anything burns, it changes everything, and your solution, you have to throw your solution out and start all over again. So what are the keys to actually working with this very difficult problem? One is just to find computationally tractable ways, instead of having to run a complicated fire simulator over the landscape. Maybe we can have some other models that make it much faster to calculate that probability of burn map. It's probably not going to be as good as running a really sophisticated fire simulator over the landscape many, many times, but maybe we can come up with an approximation that lets us quickly calculate that probability of burn map. And then the other thing is to just try to identify really good landscape solutions, because you can't try very many because it takes too long. So hopefully you can use some heuristic approaches to come up with a handful of good things, and then you can try those and run lots of simulations and evaluate those. So those are my thoughts on managing landscapes for fire. So that's it. How'd I do? I still got time. That's amazing. First time I practiced this, it was an hour. So anyway, just in summary, decision science has to be about more than just getting good solutions. It has to be better understanding your problem. And there's still a huge amount of room for improving our models and making better decisions. And every year we get more information, we get faster, more sophisticated computers, we get better algorithms, all that. So there's a whole world of opportunity for any of you young people who are in the room who are interested in this kind of thing. There are lots of opportunities. Don't forget to learn from other industries. So I used to go to a meeting called Informs, where all of the different industries that do optimization go there. And I would go to all of the other industries and I would learn from their models and see what can I learn from somebody else's model that I can bring back and apply to forest management problems. So don't just think about forestry. In fact, if you own a company, hire some people from the airline industry who are really good if you can afford them. I'll bet you can. Anyway, the other thing is don't forget about exact solution algorithms. There doesn't mean you have to give up heuristics. Heuristics can be put inside of a branch and bound type of approach, as I discussed. So it doesn't mean, oh, heuristic solution algorithms are bad. But there's some real disadvantages to heuristic solution algorithms alone. Landscape design problem's a whole different animal. I'm not sure there's any other analog in any other industry that's the same as designing landscapes to make them less susceptible to fire. But if so, you know, go out and see if you can find them, because maybe we can learn something from them. Anyway, carbon's also really important. By the way, I had to throw out a slide because I didn't have time, but even if we manage all the forests in the United States just for carbon, one study found we can only offset 12% of our emissions in the United States. So globally, if we really manage our forests for carbon, but don't forget about the other values associated with forests as well. We can't just manage our forests for carbon. But even if we manage them more for carbon, if we add that into the mix in a multi-objective problem, best case scenario is we'll maybe offset 10, 15% of our global emissions. We're never going to plant trees to solve the climate change problem, but that doesn't mean it can't be part of the solution. But let's make sure that we're actually part of the solution and not part of the problem. And in my opinion, carbon offsets are part of the problem, not part of the solution. So I'll leave it there. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much for this inspiring talk. Gonna check if we have like questions from the audience. Any question? For one question here.
Thank you very much, Mark, by your very, very interesting talk. I enjoyed particularly the carbon part because I totally agree with you. And I would add a problem because in Portugal, a large percentage of our forests are what we call garbage forests. They have no management at all. They have a lot of shrubs. They have a lot of invasive species. They are very high in carbon. So in an optimization problem, if you use carbon as an objective, you have to keep them as they are. And this is completely wrong. We have to cut them and to substitute them by good forests. So thank you. It's just an additional comment.
Thank you.
Another question here. Could you please tell your name before you?
Shandor
I don't think we should let him ask any questions.
I used to be his student. So you mentioned these counterfactuals, right? in the context of additionality, or there is also the substitution effect as to what kind of other methods would we use in order to build a building if we didn't use wood, right? What would the carbon costs of that method be? So you said it is very hard to assess these counterfactuals, but ignoring them is also a problem, right? So do you have any insight as to how to approach this dilemma?
Well, I think that we should actually include in our models. We need good models, so I don't remember the name of the person who gave the talk, but the last talk yesterday was about life cycle accounting for wood, for carbon and harvested wood products. We need really good analyses of that, and we need to include that in the model. There's a boundary problem, so at what point do you know, so when you look at the industry as a whole, it's a net carbon emitter because even if you're accumulating carbon in your forest and you're accumulating carbon in your harvested wood products, your mill is using a lot of energy and your harvesting is using a lot of energy. So it's important to have a full life cycle analysis of all of those things. But what I'm really getting at is we need something different than carbon offset markets. And trying to actually pay a rental for all the carbon you store, I don't think that's ever going to happen because it's too expensive to pay every forest landowner. And if we did it, it would be such a small amount it wouldn't make any difference because it would just be too expensive. I think you have to sort of take where people are at right now and then pay them for their carbon accumulation using basically that model. And so that would be the way that I would do it. You forget about additionality, forget about leakage, just pay for their carbon accumulation, but make sure you're accounting for the carbon that's stored in harvested wood products, that sort of thing. So we do need to encourage more. I know in tropical regions it's hard to use wood because termites and all of that, and decomposition rates, that sort of thing, but we do need to actually figure out how to use more wood products, not less. And we need to be careful that when we subsidize carbon, that we don't actually make it more expensive to grow wood and to use wood. So we need to carefully think about the whole system and not just one little part of the system.
Mark, I don't know if this will be the last question, but I think you have been a professor for many decades now, and it might be a right moment to send also a message. You pointed to and hinted to interesting subjects or issues that young, especially most of us here, or some of us here are young professors or young researchers, and you
like yourself.
Yeah. Well, we started together, you remember that. But my question is, we have talked a little bit about it, but I would like you to publicize your ideas about it. We are facing now this moment where natural intelligence tends to be replaced by artificial intelligence. And in education, when some of us start thinking about planning and dealing with this very complex, which, by the way, in one side we will have much more information, much more power to process all that. But what do you think about, we will be replaced for some sort of artificial thing that will be replacing us, natural intelligences, dealing with all this information? What do you see in the future? How we will educate future planners and managers?
How much time do we have? I'll try to just give a short answer, and maybe we can have that conversation over coffee or something stronger. I teach my students to use AI. You know, when it first came out, professors said, oh, we've got to stop our students from using AI. That's impossible. The horse is out of the barn. And it's not even a good idea. This is a new technology. We have to think about how to use it productively. And for my students, I teach them to use it as a tutor, not as a substitute for their own thinking, but for them, to give them ideas. I use it myself. When I'm writing a sensitive email, I might put it into ChatGPT and say, can you make this very more polite and that sort of thing. So, and I use it for programming. If you're programming, you're not using AI, you're really missing the boat. But you don't want to just let it write the programs for you. You need to, when I use it for programming, I use it one step at a time. I already have the whole flowchart in my brain, and I use it one step at a time, and maybe it'll help me format the syntax of the lines exactly correctly, and then I'll look at what it did, and I'll test what it did, and make sure that it works. So if you're using it as a partner, or really as a tutor, for me, it's helping me be a better programmer. It's helping me to be I always thought I was a good writer. And then I started putting some things I wrote into ChatGPT and saying, so can you improve and critique this? And it's like, yeah, that's way better. So, you can use it as a tutor. You can use it as an aid. But don't use it as a replacement for your own ability to think.
All right, thank you. We're gonna get one very last question here.
Thank you very much, Professor McGill, for the talk. And I would like to ask you, it's a little bit aligned with the comment of Professor Stravis, but my point is, we are seeing now a lot of digital twins arising, modeling that you try to model the system in the computer and make simulations to understand. I think this is a very interesting tool for uncertainty, for example. And this is my question. How you see those two ways for optimization, the modeling through linear programming, mixed programming, and simulation tools for understand and comprehend how your ecosystem is working?
Yeah, good question. So there's always been this sort of simulation versus optimization thing, but again, just like heuristics versus exacts, it's not one or the other. You can't optimize without simulation. You can't optimize a system unless you can actually predict how that system's going to behave. So, but if you just simulate, then all you're doing is you're predicting how it's going to behave, but that's not a decision tool in and of itself. So simulation is the first layer. Well, having data is the first layer, and then being able to simulate those systems accurately is the next, and that's always a challenge because ecosystems are multidimensional and they're complex, and so that's always going to be a challenge. I had a slide in here about all of the different kinds of expertise that you need to build a model like this, but I took it out because of time. But you have to have the simulation models, but simulation models aren't decision models. And so what I do is say, okay, so what do we do with all of this data? We build models that predict how the system is going to work. And then the next layer is we build models that use our quantitative understanding of how the systems work in order to make better decisions.
Okay, so with that, thank you very much again. Round of applause for Professor McGill.
Agora vai o Caio, tá? É o Caio agora, né? Ele vai ser primeiro, Caio? Você mandou o PowerPoint. Vai o Caio primeiro e depois
Well, so now we're going to have our second keynote speaker. I'd like to invite Caio Eduardo Zanardo. He's the CEO of Veracel Celulose. He was named CEO back in 2021, but before that, he worked for the biggest companies here in Brazil, Votorantim, Fibra, and Suzano. He holds a bachelor degree in forestry from the University of São Paulo, an MBA from Fundação Getúlio Vargas, and also completed an advanced strategy management program at IMD Business School in Switzerland. So welcome, and The floor is
Thank you.
yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you all the professors here, especially my professor Stravis. So 25 years ago, I was in his students, and now I'm as a CEO of Veracel here. So thank you, welcome Bahia. It's a good pleasure to have you here in Bahia also. So what I'm gonna talk to here a little bit about what is Veracel. So many of you may be in at Veracel on the Friday, if I'm not wrong too. So welcome to Veracel. This is our purpose: be responsible, inspire people, and value life. We are who we are right now. So we are a Brazilian company. So we are a joint venture between Suzano and Stora Enso. So a Finnish and Sweden company and a Brazilian one, which is very good for us. So we have like those ability to understand what is Brazil, but also connected with Europe much more. We have a lot of things on that, but we are focused on pulp, bio-eucalyptus pulp. So this is what we are here, 1.1 million tons on that. So we are in those 11 municipality here, which is really complex to be on this part of region. This is a really high biodiversity and spot we have in the region of Brazil. We are between two big rivers, Jequitinhonha rivers and Vale do Rio Doce, and a lot of species we have on these regions, or the biodiversity here is quite connected with Amazon, which is make a sensitive area for work here. So we have around 200,000 hectares, which half of those are planted forests, half of those are preserved native areas, right? And also connected with some of our partnership owners, which is really important. But I'm here also to try to talk to you, if you can move it on. I don't know what's it. Oh, just before that, so we have 4 facilities here. We have one maritime, Belmonte Maritime Terminal, which is of our barges. So all of our pulps come from the barge here in Belmonte down to Aracruz, and then exports to Europe and Asia or United States. We also have our mill, which is on Neonápolis, and our nursery. So it's like 1 hour and 20 minutes from here. It's 75 kilometers from here. It's in Neonápolis. And also nursery, which produce around 18 million seedlings a year. And also have our heritage preserved, our private reserve here, which many of you, we're gonna visit them, right? And all the areas over there. But I'm here to talk, and I like you, Professor, as you said, Mark, about not only what you can put in our model, but what is beyond of the optimizer. How can you work with a lot of things that is not positioned in our model, how we can do? So this is something that is really complex. How can we work with 34, before that, we understand, and this is our map, our macro planning map with everything we need to do. So when we go to optimize, we go there, and then we understand what are the rivers, what are the native area, how we can work with, how many hectares we have, which one we should harvest first on that because it has much MII or carbon stocks or less average distance to the mill. This is not easy, it's complex, but we have been working that for many, many years. And also, now we start to use optimizers to work like this. So, okay, what are the average distance that we can do our transshipping side? So how can we use processor? How can we use information? How can we, a lot of these data, the AI informations to work with? And then you can click in some of those. Okay, then we divide the areas, then we understand how much you have. Then we can see, okay, how many piles I need to do? Please click again. And then, okay, let's see what is the best place to put it, our wood. And then we do it again. So let's find the way we should to get to those piles. And then we, okay, get the average distance to those, understand how we are. And then we put a note. Okay, this is how the costs of each one of those blocks as a wood. Perfect. We have been working this, understanding more and more and more and more. And then we try to understand how can we put 34 indigenous villages connected with those areas? How can we work with 161 communities? how can I work with 20 colonies and association between those models? If they just go there and block, because the problem is not our problems, it's sometimes because the municipality didn't do the road pavement or have some block by energy for their community or any other issues they may have by social issues, and this is something new in your operations. So this is how we deal. I may understand that you deal with that in other places in the world also, so protests against that. So, and I would say that this is something that we try to understand by getting what are our materiality, what are understanding about, for example, support environmental and social programs, creating job, landscape and biodiversity, investment, technology innovations, impacts. So all of those 12 priority topics in the company, it's how we try to understand that we need to get information about this, need to get KPIs about those, to understand if we're good or not, or if they are liking us or not, in a complex world that we are living on that time. And our approach, after we look to those 12 topics, all of that, it's something, looks like simple. It's being responsible. But what does it mean, being responsible, when we have a lot of information on social media and things that happen nowadays? How can we try to understand all this? And this is something that we just talk about AI here, that I don't see that AI can change so far or until now, something that is really, really important on this kind of approach, which is the dialogue. So we must and need to understand how we dialogue with those understanding, what they are thinking about in us, what they are thinking about the society, what is happening with our society, and what is the next issue they want to do. What we did in the past, not to not do in the future. So what is our new approach on those? So this is something that for us works quite well so far, which is having dialogue with them. We go before any operations and we talk about the safety issues to them. How is going to be? Please be our eyes also on safety issues for the operation, for example. Also go and understand and try to bring us what you need to and how can you support. I usually say here in the region that we are part of this big shopping mall. We are a big store here in this shopping mall, but we are not alone. We must need the other department stores here. We need the government. We need the small groceries. We need the other ones here also to work and combine together, because a big company cannot support 100% of educations. And also we cannot afford 100% to the government. We cannot afford 20% for NGO or for university. I mean, we must work together and understand what are the best collaboration we can do together, so that we can put in place and try to avoid and optimize the whole process. If we understand those variables, we can go backward and optimize what we need. So moving forward, just some examples that is really important, and I already said. So ongoing dialogue with local community and respecting traditionals. We are in the region that was supposed that the Portuguese discovered Brazil, but the indigenous people were here before. So for that sense, they were not being discovered. The Portuguese arrived in Brazil, that's right. But was Brazil discovered at the time? It's something that's changed on the mind. So we are here before. So this is really important to understand everyone. And not only work in the community, but we need to work and empower them as a collective. So they must understand that they are also a society, and they need to be connected by them and have one thing in common, because we cannot work with people alone. Is there a community and they have empowerment? Of course, it's a trade-off. They get power on that, but it's really important because we have someone to talk to. Otherwise, we need to talk to one, two other, and we cannot get a final agreement to overcome any issues that we may have. So this was what has been doing. So nowadays, we have benefits more than 16,000 people in the region, which is around more than 1.6 thousand family settlements on the region here. working with agriculture, and we are connected with them, supporting them to be part of this whole chain, which is some important. Not only this kind of person, but if we look over, we also have the beautiful coast we have here, and we have a selfish gathering woman over again. So it's also income and bring women also to connect in society on those things. So the fishermen we usually go stay like 2-3 days outside, abroad, and then when they arrive, they drink a lot. It's part of the social way of living. And those women, what they do where they are away, and when they get back, how we structure a society with those things, giving strength to those associations so they can be also in a community on this. And once there are strengths, they don't come and comply with other problems to the region, for example. Also, those fishermen that I told you, a lot of safety problem, for example. So we also, this is an example, we invest, for example, in communications. So we have around 40 help, how can I say that in English? They call to the marine guys here to help them outside, so had any problems, any rescues over there. So it's around 40 rescues a month on the region, on the coast here, because of engines, the pumps breaks, engines, the boat has some problem, and they need to help them. So we try to understand, to give life-saving kits and all of that. So this is really important. And also understand what is the fish landing. So how much fish are arriving? Is an impact of our systems of barges making any problem of those? Are they getting money on those things? So understanding the community, understanding the social questions here in the region is really important for us to make policies, understanding how Veracel and other company can help on this. The other thing, it's also, and this has been brought up more strong after the COVID, the pandemic, which understand our local community, local program. How can we development local process for all the logistic chain? And we have increased it by 5 to 6% a year, the amount to expand. And this is understanding the questions or the opportunities we have in the regions, and also bring, for example, universities and any other agency that can support education and technology for those local community here also to develop new business, for example. The access of money in Brazil is also expensive, so Veracel has a high financial grade. So we can support them, and they can get money cheaper than if they go directly to the bank, and we can support because they are our suppliers. So anticipate something to facilitate access to credit also, and those are things that we can make a loop, and a good loop to have on the whole system, for example. And I said already, this is also really important. We cannot produce 100% of our wood. We have partners, which is really important. They also are part of this chain, so around 20% of Veracel are those producers, which give us an income of around 95 million reais a year for those guys, which is really important also and make an economy on the region. So going back, when we talk about optimization systems, how we can face all of these other aspects inside of our model to guarantee smooth operations. This is what we focus on. We want to produce much as possible, we want to reduce the cost as much as possible, but we need and we must understand all those social society, right? So value life is a priority, and this is something really important, NASI responsible, and on beside it, we also have other issues, and here I have 2 more slides. One is the biodiversity. So as an example, we have 19 years monitoring all the turtles here in the regions. It's not only for Veracel, but it's also important for the region to understand what is the dynamic. It was an issue in the past, we started, and now we keep monitoring, and we have increased a lot of those. Also with some whales and things that are working in the maritime area, and this has become also really important, even to the carbon credit, carbon markets. How is the biodiversity and credit? We are helping them with increasing the biodiversity. So it's also important to understand, and what is our impact on those things? we are modeling quite well nowadays, I think. And the other one, which is also really important for us, you can move the other one, please. It's about the Estação Veracel. It's our base scenario when we compare our management to all of those. So we're going to visit them on Friday. So it's really important for us to say spot. We have trees there over 600 years. So before the Portuguese arrived in Brazil, so they are there. So we can use that as a comparison to see if we are good or not in our management. So I'd like to bring the last one, which is really impact one, but it's really important to understand. So how we are bringing, how we are in the region. So this was Brazil in this region in 1995. So all the green area was native areas. And of course, guys, on that time, sustainability was not even think about it. So the progress was, okay, let deforest it. That happened in the whole world, in Europe, United States, and even in Brazil. So what happened, and when the companies arrived, this has left. So this was happened here. So since then, 1992, we had the Rio 1992, Eco 992, and we talk about the economic, social, and environmental, at least at the first time as a nation, as a world nation. So since that, a lot of things has been put in place, and it's just only 30 years ago. So I'm really optimistic that with those new technologies, with those new things, we can recover, we can understand better things, and we can go beyond what we are doing right now. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Danilo, for your talk. Yeah, I knew that she would raise her hand, yeah. Well, that was very, very nice talk, and I just wanted to remind everybody that on Friday, there's gonna be, the trip number 3 is gonna visit some farmers that have been working in Veracel with like non-timber forest products, a very interesting like social project that they've been developing around the natural reserve. So with that, I'm gonna, and then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
What do you prefer?
No, it sounds good. So please, could you like keep your question for the end of the session? All right. Okay, so now I'm gonna invite Maria Carolina Zonetti, pardon. She's the executive manager in forest management at Suzano and the member of the forestry committee at Veracel Cellulose. She has a degree in forestry, forestry engineering, and in quantitative methods, as well as a post-graduation in business management and finance from the renowned institutions such as University of São Paulo and Fundação Dom Cabral. We have a lot of things about you here.
That's okay. That's
yeah. But
I think
to
it's
finish up, she's current role is she's responsible for research and innovation aimed at managing 2 plantations in all regions of Suzano that have lands all over the country. So with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. How it works. That's okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone, again. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. And I would like to start some thoughts about the future of industrial forests articulated socially and environmentally. The results come through people. So the first is they care about people. I think that's the point. To start the thoughts here, I would like to share to you about Brazil. I think a lot of people here knows one part of Brazil. But I have to say that in Brazil, we have people in the south that don't know how the things works in the north part. And as people that live in the coast side, the east side of the country, don't know the west part. I would like to say that we have to know that we live in bubbles, and we have to understand that. And when we start a new project or a new research or share new ideas, we have to understand that in that place where we start the new project, there are people in other reality. So that's a good point, just to understand. And in this case, I will start talking how the industrial forests can act. And thank you, Caio, for sharing with us a lot of good examples. We use the word future, but in my perspective, it's not the future, it's right now. And we are doing that. And we have to improve these actions. So, let's see here. Okay. For social and environmental legacy, we have to start with respect for people and the planet. What it means. When we arrived in a place, the first thing that we have to do is, what's happened here? Yesterday we were talking about that, Silvana. When we arrived, for example, here in Bahia, Veracel's place, we have a reality. Suzano has a project in the west part of the country, in the Cerrado place. It's another reality. And implement a new mill there, providing social development there, requires understand how does people live there and how can we act and improve. So the first thing, I know that's a rhetorical question, but the first thing is this. How can I understand the place? That's the point. Okay, moving forward, the rhetorical question for some examples. I would like to share 3 examples with you. The first one started with this question. What happens to the regions where the planted forest industry operate in Brazil? So to answer this question, we have IBA here in Brazil. It's a organization. It's the industry of Brazilian industry of trees. And in the last reported, we have this heat map that I would like to share. In the dark part, we can see where are the commercial plantations in the map. Okay, this is Brazil, so different realities. And the most part is in the south and Minas Gerais state. There's a point here? Yeah, is there a point? Minas Gerais state, Bahia, where we are. Some foreseen Maranhão state, you know, different regions, different climate, different, all different. And here is Mato Grosso do Sul. But in this graph, we can compare sustainable development goals. The data is from 2023, the last one. And in the dark blue, we see Brazilian, and in the clear blue here, we have the cities where the planted forests, the planted industry are. Not just the mill, but the plantations too. Of course, we have challenges in the infrastructure, I'm looking for the gender equality, and we are working on this. But the most part that you can show, we are taking care of people and environmental. There are a lot of things that we have to do, but it's important to see, because the planted forest is understood that people matters and environmental matters. We have in São Paulo State, for example, areas that we are planting since the 50s, I think. And if you go there, you will see the yield productivity improving, yeah, and the stands are producing a lot. So that's really important. In Mato Grosso do Sul, for example, we do believe that the next cycle of plantation will be better, because we will have more organic material in the soil. We are working on the soil protection and improving the breeding area. This one case, okay, that we can share. But there are other things that we can share with society. So, create value through technology. What kind of technology? Technology that all of you working on, so we can have a partnership with university. We're having a good example in the São Paulo University with training people. And I have an example here. What can you see here? Two little bugs, two little ladybugs, okay? That's amazing insect that occurs naturally in our forests, and it's an amazing pest control. This is an example that the researcher that worked in the Suzano's team discovered and developed the method of creation, the creation. And now we are using this, not just the method, but we are share this method with all the companies to create this kind of solution. Here they have the doctor degree of the Maurício Magalhães is the name of the researcher. Teacher Wilke help us, and you can find this thesis in the Botucatu replace. And now we are share this knowledge with all society and other companies too, because forest protection is non-competitive issue. Another example, moving forward, is about the market. IFC case. IFC is a corporation linked to the World Bank, and the market recognizes the value of these actions, and we can access good taxes, not taxes, the good rates to implement new projects. So IFC, why companies like the Suzano or other companies in the plantations market can access this? Because we can ask for linked bonds. What it means? It means, and the Cerrado projects use this financial system, means that we can compromise in the I'm sorry, I lost the word, but we can have some goals to job qualified creation, gas emissions, and diversity with the IFC system, and IFC can check this, and if the company didn't do what they are compromising, they can remove the financial. So, but this is not, we are not doing this because of financial. We are doing this because it's important. This is what we call sustainability. So that's the point. It's good. It's good for company. So what we can do more? I think Caio showed us a lot of examples. And if you go to each company in Brazil, you will see, I'm sure you will see this kind of acts. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carolina. So now I'm going to open for questions. So I got one question right here.
Thank you both for your presentations. And what's your name? Sorry.
Caio.
Caio. Thank you for bringing the social aspect into the table, because forest and business are within socio-ecological systems. They are not just nature, they have people, and people are important in the equation. So my question goes, the social projects are being top-down, or are they being grassroots and co-produced with the people? And if that's the case, have you used participatory methodologies for arriving to co-produce solutions, or has this been just the company including people for having it into the equation, but not in a real horizontal dialogue? I'm sorry for being so direct, but it's something that really matters to me to ask and reflect how should we really effectively include people into these topics and having horizontal governance mechanisms for arriving to decisions and solutions.
Thanks for your question. I think that, first of all, we learn by mistake. We learn by mistake. Everyone here has done some mistake in the world, in our life, and I think at the beginning it was like that. When Veracel arrived here 30 years ago, but the mill arrived here 20 years ago, we thought that the mill will change the world, will change the region, and we are better than the other ones. And I'm not judging. It was the example of the industry. Now the industry is the power. The industry was changing. But there is no success company in a poor territory anymore. There is no success company if your region that you are is poor. We need and you must understand that. And this is what Carol also said that. So the approach of new projects in the pulp sector in Brazil, now it's totally different than it was in the past. It's a top-down, I don't know. But it's a matter of understanding the issues that we have. Different from other places, we still have a lot of gap in infrastructure here in Brazil. A lot of gap. We have just done one bridge here at Veracel, because we have our ERM, which is Enterprise Risk Management, and we saw that we have just one bridge here connected the north part of the Jequitinhonhas River and the south part of the Jequitinhonhas River, which is around 50% of our wood. If that bridge breaks, you know what I'm telling about. It happened right now. We saw how was the infrastructure of that bridge 10 years ago. And then we decide, together with the government, do a new bridge. And we have reduced the radius, every distance for us. We have connected local communities to school. We have decreased 50 kilometers for those small communities. Of course, we gain also the average distance. We have less emission of carbon. I mean, we have a lot of good things on that. And just like 6 months ago, They stopped at those bridge, and everybody now is passing to this detour it's called a detour of Veracel nowadays. So what is that? It's a combination between social, economic, and environmental. So I really think that the pulp sector in Brazil has understood that this is a must to do, and it's important to do. And now we are facing the good way of doing, because our perception in the region, we have more than 75% of favorable in the region of that. So I think that from now on, it's not anymore a matter of how we need to do. We like to do. People are working with purpose, not just for money. And I believe that we are on this way.
Carolina wants to add anything on that?
I think that we can attend all the issues, all the things, but I agree totally with Caio, because we have to hear, listen people, and act as the questions comes. But nowadays we have a different approach that went years ago. Okay, so that's a.
Let me just divide with you one of our chairmen. It's Penido. Penido was a chairman of VCP and Fibra all times ago. And he was from Samarco. Samarco is a mining company in Brazil. And then when they started, he always said that, and he has said it to us in the company. We used to work together, right? So this is why we've done together. So usually you do, when we start a project, you do that to audience, right? So we go there and say, guys, now the project like this is going to bring this money, this. And a priest raised his hand and said, okay, nice, very good understanding, wow, perfect. But how many newborns will come from this construction in the region? What is the company looking to that? And since that, he told us that any social program, it starts when you give the money, don't end. And this is a change, what happened in the past and nowadays. When we have like a new social program, when we give some money to them, we are starting a collaboration. We are not ending a relationship. And this is really important, because in the past, we used to give money and say, okay, it's not nice to you, I want a house, I want this. Sorry, now let's make together a new journey. So it's a different mindset that we have learned beyond those years.
And just complement, that's a very concern, because people, ideally, people have to be trained and understand how they can improve their lives by their selves. So we can provide the training, we can provide the knowledge, we can provide the jobs, we can provide, and we can help in the beginning. Of course we can. But it's important that the people have sustainable lives by the ones, yes.
Thank you very much. Get one question over there, and then I'll give the microphone to you.
Good morning. My name is Natalia. I'm a professor at the University of São Paulo. So I'd like to thank you for your presentations and to bring to us a so important subject, the social aspect of forest in silviculture. Yesterday, I was talking with an Uber driver here in Porto Seguro, and I'm a geographer, so I asked for, how is the main economic activity in the city, etc. It's like a questionnaire. And he said, Veracel is a very important word in the city, because 70% of the activity is the tourism, and another part is for silviculture. So I'm very happy to listen this. And I'd like to know if you have some problems with conflicts with local people in the area where you have the silviculture. such as for territory or the cultural difference to be close to a silviculture, and how your company is deal with the kind of conflicts, because she asked for how is this co-producing happens. And so I wondering, okay, maybe your company have some part or some part of research to deal with these conflicts. So I'd like to listen to from you.
Perfect, and nice that you have heard something important from Veracel. So, and those are the indicators that we like to understand, because it's not any polls that you do, but also what people feel. And of course, we had a lot of problem in 2005, 2006. Just get backwards, right? 2007, the satellite, even, I don't know in the worldwide, but in Brazil, we were starting to use a satellite. We used to do all topography by using a station physically. So, and the land use in the region and the documents here was really fragile. What I mean by fragile, we didn't have GPS and coordination of those documents. It was like, these farms tried on this here and go 100 meters over there, turns 35 degrees and goes there. So it was kind of difficult to prove all the documents that you have, because the documents doesn't connect with the geographic information, right? Nowadays, we are much more. We have mapped the whole world. So we know, we understand, we are going deep, we have LiDAR, we have a lot of information. This is just 20 years ago. So at that time, 20 years ago, of course, was a lot of conflict, because people just go there and say, guy, this is my land. And then our, as a company, need to prove that, no, this is not yours, it's our lands. No, but in the past, someone brought, okay, but, and then start all those conflicts and invasions and all of that. What we did, dialogue. We sat down, we understood what's happening. We said, okay, guys, we lost 30,000 hectares at the time, Veracel. 30,000 hectares. Was a really, really, really a problem. What I would say nowadays, we come from a conflict to a partnership. When I have those slides, that is around 16,000 people nowadays, more than 1,500 settlements, MST, FETAG, and all of those organizations that you have, we are now working together with those. So we came from a conflict to a partnership. You may go to a PRUMVI. Some of you may go to the social program that we have. And those guys was one of that has invaded an area that was supposed to be them. But what we said, okay, guys, let's go backwards, let's divide. We make a huge agreement, because what we did, we got us as Veracel, INCRA, which is the National Institute of Reform Agrarian, together. We got them, MST, we got the state government together, and also the University of São Paulo, in the person of Paulo Kageyama, Professor Paulo Kageyama. So we put everybody on the table, we discuss what is good at, because we just don't want just to give land. This is not a concept of reform agrarian. So okay, and then I'll say, okay, we make the settlements. The government should pay us back. Didn't happen yet, right? Didn't happen yet. So we did our part. The state did our part with lands. They are doing their part. Exalc did their part. Unfortunately, the government didn't do it yet, but we are ongoing too. And some of those guys now are paying from the land. They wanted to get the credits, and now they are paying for the lands, as of course, not a price market, but something that is feasible for them also, and then we are making those corporations. And what is important, we have 5 steps inside of this reform on agrarian. First of all, it's when we have the camps. So we have usually an evasion, this is what's happened. They go there, they complain about the land, and it's the first step, they make the evasions. The second one, okay, we make agreement, now we need to plan the new area. It's a really a tough moment, because they need to divide by them who is gonna be part of those side of those areas. The third one is when they move to the land. Because as a social perspective, they were connected and working as a camp. So now they need to move to their areas inside of those. The other one is start producing, and then we need the university to help them what they need to produce. How does they gonna make money on those things? And the fifth and last one, how they're gonna sell this to the market, how you create value on those things. So nowadays we do here in Porto Seguro, Arraial da Ajuda, Eunápolis, a fair, like a food fair, and they go there to sell by themselves, and we try to connect those productions to the hotels together. Caio, why you did that? Because we reduce the conflict. This is not the model, Professor Mark. We need to understand that, because then we can operate and get better view. And then, of course, the society sees us as a partnership of the problem. This was a different when we started, and now here we are nowadays. Did it make me clear? I mean, so this is what is happening, and how it's come from a problem to a partnership, right? So it's not easy. It's a lot of words. You need to give, because it's not easy to prove to the board that we need to sell land to the people that have invaded you. But I mean, we are not perfect. We need to understand how we are. Otherwise, we're going to have a lot of wars happen, a lot of conflicts happen. So someone need to understand the other ones. Okay, let's make something better to the future.
Okay, so we got 2 more questions on Silvana, and then I'll pass to Bruno.
It's easy. It's an easy question. When we do like a literature review, and when we are preparing,
yeah.
When we are doing a literature review, or when we are preparing a multi-criteria model, historically, let's put it this way, we can see conflicting objectives: economic objectives, social and environmental. And so we usually create a Pareto frontier between these 2 objectives, economic and environmental. Is it true? Is it true for you? How do you see these conflicting objectives?
You can start here. Well, yes, this is true. Yeah, we have conflicting objectives, and the moment of decision, because we can generate different scenarios, okay, and you can choose the better one with good sense. That's good sense. Of course, there are some constraints that we cannot open, you know. For example, the environmental issues. That's it's not a constraint that we can open and say. But the economics, we can change maybe the distance where we are harvesting, depends on the year, depends on the market, depends on a lot of things. Sometimes we have different situation with planning in the beginning of the year, one scenario, and during the year we have a change in the contractors, providers, so we have to change. So that's true. But I would like to pose one thought here. That's the point is people who is in charge of the modeling have to know what happened in the field, what happened, and if the solution is feasible. Because sometimes the math methods generate some models that in the office, yeah, that makes sense, of course, makes sense, but it's not feasible there, because that's, I think, this linked the modeling, the people who is in charge of the modeling, and the reality in the field can improve the models. That's, but it's true. It's true.
I agree with you. I think it's important to have those criteria, and I like what Professor Marx told before, that I like to use relaxed scenarios. All the time I do, I try to do, guys, let's just optimize by money. Now, let's put all the constraint on it. And let's understand what is the big constraint. And those big constraints, then you need to go deep and understand if that is really a constraint or not. Because sometimes what we did in the past, it's not happening anymore. So this is I think this is the question of modeling in the past. When you try to model in the past, so we got like some things that happened in the past, and it doesn't make sense anymore. Or, are you sure that it doesn't make sense? So I think this is the question now. And the world is changing so fast. And let's just get on Instagram. Someone is, a person is like here today like 1,000 followers, tomorrow has 1 million, and then has nothing again. And people are moving so fast. So how can we understand the reality? I don't have the answers, please. And I trust you that you try to bring us also some information about that.
All right, my name is Bruno Silva, University of Georgia, United States. So you have seen the Brazilian companies, they do so much more in social aspect than in US, any company in US, probably any company in Europe. I don't know about Indonesia or South Africa. And at the end of the day, the pulp and paper market is a global market, that the price is a competition market. So, and then you get certified FSC, which the others also get it. So is there any price premium for all this effort, or is just like, oh, this is the way that we do just to survive here and then do business? Is the cost of doing business in Brazil?
Yeah. I don't have the answers. But I give what we think about it. We have never think the price premium on FSC or PFC or something. Every commercial guy tries to get more, but when the markets are tight, I mean, what I feel is that FSC and all of those, it's a differentiation when the market is tight. When the market is booming, I mean, people just buy pulp. When it's tight, they prefer to do that. And nowadays, it's much a matter of value. And I will tell a story that was really important for me. Not was in CEO, but it's Stora Enso. When the Ukraine war started, the other day, they just closed the border, and they lost 3.5 million tons of pulp, of wood, 3.5 millions of cubic meter, because they don't agree at the time. Okay, it's their decisions. So it's the same value of those. I believe the FSC and PFC and certification in Brazil has been part of it. And I had a nice discussion once when a friend of mine, he was doing a master's degree on sustainability, and you were discussing your question about Brazil and United States on investment social things. If we look in Brazil, we still have a huge potential of infrastructure investments, a huge potential. And this is the difference, because when you go in the United States, you go in Europe, you go in China nowadays, you see how much infrastructure they have invested for so many decades. So what is the model that we find out? I don't know if I'm correct or not, but United States, they prefer to get all the profits, Bill Gates profits, Microsoft profits, go to Bill Gates, and then Bill Gates make the foundation, and then he do what he wants, and he believes what's important as sustainability or any other issues. Here in Brazil, the company must do to have a social license to operate. And then we give what is the end by the profit. Who is correct? It's the way of the local things we need to understand. So it's really important because, as I said, there is no success company in a poor territory. If the territory is rich, it's easier to make a deal. If it's not rich, we need to understand the territory before we try to do deal over there. So this is what I think, Bruno, about it.
Oh yeah.
1 minute, because I know we are running time. It's very difficult, the market reward FSC or PFC pulp. But we do understand in Brazil industry is that having people in a social, good social aspect and environmental, take care of the environmental, this improve productivity. So sustainability, as we call, is a business case. This is important. So we don't sell with different price, but we produce better because these aspects, we just understood this in Brazil. That's it.
Well, excellent. Thank you very much, Caio and Carolina. Thank you all for your questions. We're gonna break for 15 minutes. It's gonna be a short break because we're a bit like late, but so I'll see you guys in 15 minutes. Coffee's over there, right? Dois, três. So let's get started. So please grab your coffee. No snacks in the morning, just in the afternoon. So grab your coffee, a cup of water, coffee, and please sit down. So we're gonna get started with the first session of presentations. So we're gonna get started with Silvana Ribeiro Nobre. Welcome, Silvana, again. She's gonna talk about defining adequately the decision space for maximizing carbon removals in eucalyptus industrial plantations. Your microphone is here. You need a microphone.
It's not easy to talk something important after Mark, Caroline, and Caio, but you try. There is nothing left to say. But okay, I try to do something. Okay, actually, I will use our symposium is about, you can pass the next one. Our symposium is about decision making, and it's about ecosystem services. And I have to confess that I will use these two things as an excuse to tell something that I think it's important. When we grow old, we usually want to tell the youngs what really matters. This is a problem of old people, so I'm sorry about that. And so I will use this presentation just an excuse to tell you what I really think it's important about modeling, okay? And so, who is older than 50 here? Don't know how many. Who is older than 50? Probably sometime, probably you should have watched a movie. We translated the movie like Immediate Contact with the Aliens. I don't know if you remember. And so the aliens were arriving here in our planet, and then we were trying to communicate to them. And so it was a kind of, we don't know how to talk to them, and they don't know how to talk to us. And then we discovered, this is in that movie, and then we discovered that the music was the language. And so we start to decode what they were talking about, and so they say, tang, 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 and then we say, tang, 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 and then they say, tang, 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 and then we say, tang, 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 and then we establish a way to communicate to the aliens using music. And so this is one good example of trying to communicate to something that we don't know how. And then there's another example that I don't know if when we are trying to communicate to an isolated community, isolated indigenous community, it's the same. The linguistic people go there, live there for decades, and then they start understanding how they think, how they say, and then they try to write a language. And then they create a language to communicate to that people using our tools, which are words, letters, and then they establish this communication. And we do the same about the forests for centuries. And the language that we use to communicate to the forest is math. And so we are there, Margarida is not here, no God. We are there measuring and try to translate these measurements into equations and understand how the forest grows, how it grows, and then we manage and understand the impact of our manage, and then the forests again grow, and then we measure, and translate it into equations. And then this language of communication we are trying to learn. And then as a professor, we teach our students this language, how to understand the behavior of the forest. And so this is modeling, okay? Modeling is a way to communicate and to understand what the forest is trying to tell us. And so, if we don't feel the forest through a model, we didn't get the point. Do you know that? And so Mark told that it's not about find the solution, because there is no solution. Find the solution. It's about insight, understand what's going on. And so this is modeling. Understand what the forest is going. So when I am working with young people, trying to do this kind of model, and so I say, take your hands off the computer and try to understand what the numbers are trying to tell you. And this is the point. If you understand what the numbers are trying to tell us, we can model. We are modelers, okay? We are analysts. Okay, and so I'm going to use this case as an excuse to tell this thing. Okay, and so the question is, how can we design a mathematical model to guide forest management decision to maximize carbon sequestration? And so carbon is a long story, so let's forget all about it. Let's think what we can manage, what we can, as a forest, what we can do. What we can do about that is let the forest grow and let the forest do photosynthesis, because the photosynthesis will capture the carbon. And so let's keep it simple and just maximize the photosynthesis, okay? Just to do just one thing with our numbers, because I need this example to prove my thesis that we have to understand the numbers. We have to feel the numbers. And the hypothesis, of course, the more accurately our set of alternatives reflects the reality, like Carolina said, and like the closer we get to the true option. And so the true option, it's a theoretical point. We will never get there because we are not able to understand, to do a perfect model. And so, of course, the true option is a theoretical point. But a model is just a representation of the reality, and the better we do the model, the closer will be the optimum. Okay, so let's go. Oh, I use Homero software, which is with two models, iGen and iMath. And it's just an example of 500 hectares, only 6 management units from 1 to 6 years old. And regular costs and price and discount rate it's not a problem here because I not use prices, costs, but just to be simple. Okay, and so our forest grows like this, okay? And depending on the species, if it's Eucalyptus grandis or Eucalyptus saligna, we have this equation a little bit different. And depending on the site index, it's 24, 28, 30, 32, or 34. And then we use these forests to understand this, how to model, okay, how to improve the decision space, okay. Okay, so I did 3 scenarios. I call them growth 1, growth 2, and growth 3. And we are varying decision space density. What is the decision space? Decision space is the amount of alternatives we have. And so first, before doing our optimization, before selecting the best option, we have to have many options, and then the model will choose the best one. And so this is decision space. And so a decision space can be sparse with less alternatives, or a decision space can be dense with many alternatives. And so the hypothesis that if we have a dense decision space, the optimal will be better. Okay, and so the objective will be maximize the current annual increment. And so it's, here in Brazil, it's common, this concept, current annual increment is different from mean annual increment. And so it's the amount the forests grow each year. And so what we are going to maximize is the sum of these increments of our forest, which means how much the forest is growing, or which means the photosynthesis, okay? This is what we can control. We foresters can control. And so, okay, and so we are going to use this as a proxy of carbon sequestration, okay? I know that it's not exactly the carbon sequestration, but we're going to use it as a proxy. And we will use 3 interventions, because what we're going to do in our forest, we are going to cut, let it grow, cut again, let it grow, cut again, let it grow, okay? And then we will use 2 types of interventions, a clear cut and renewal. Here in Brazil we say cortar e reformar, or clear cut and sprouting from stems, which is cortar e conduzir. We use these 2 types of interventions. We will intervene, and so the forest will grow again, we intervene, and the forest will grow again. And of course, there are no intervention between 2 interventions. Okay, can pass. Okay, our first scenario will think that after a clear cut and renewal, we can have a clear cut and sprout from stump. And after a clear cut and sprouting, you can have only a clear cut and renewal. And so it means that we have 1 cycle with 2 rotations. It's just this, only cycles with 2 rotations. And the rule will be this. We are going to intervene when the age is 6 or 7. Okay, easy. And then when we calculate all the alternatives, the density of our decision space is 954, which means we have 954 nodes in our tree graph alternatives. And we have 100 interventions, possible interventions, and we have 112 alternatives. This is our first scenario. So, pass. And this is a tree graph of one of the 3 management units. And so I did this, I created this software, developed this software, because I would like to see the forest growing. So pass there is a, okay. When the forest is growing, we can see what is going on. And then the blue dots are the clear cut and sprouting from stems, and the green ones are clear cut and renewal. And so I really would like to see this, to see the forest growing. And when the forest is growing, we can see the impacts of our interventions. And so we need to understand if it's correct, if the forest is growing like we think it is growing. And then we are calculating the growth. I know that you can see because we are calculating many things, and the last one is the growth, is the annual increment. And so we are maximizing this annual increment, how much it's growing in each year. We are summing all of this, and we will maximize that. Okay. And this is the result. And then when we have this tree graph of all management units, we run an optimization model, and then we find the best solution. And I did 2 scenarios, one with no constraints, let the forest grow and do the photosynthesis wherever, and let's see what happens. And so this is the red one. And I did one scenario with a flow constraint, because if you want to let the forest grow, you have to cut, and then let it grow and have to cut, and someone has to use this forest. Okay. And then I did this growth scenario. Let's do another one. And the second scenario. Oh, okay. let's see if we can improve this thing. Now, after a clear cut, we can do another clear cut and renewal. Okay? In the previous one, it was just one option after clear cut and renewal. And so we have, now we can have cycles with one rotation or cycles with two rotations. And so we improve our alternatives. And then, but the rule is the same one, we will cut with 6 or 7 years. And now we improved our decision space. We have a double number of nodes. We improve our interventions, possible interventions, and we improve, now we have much more alternatives. Right? And then, let's see what happens when we, oops, okay. And now it's dense, it's more dense than the last one, and so we have a denser decision space. And now we can have, I don't know, I don't have a pointer. Give me a pointer. Okay. What's that? Do meio, tá. And so now we can have two options. After a green one, we can have a green or a blue. I have a green or a blue, 6 years old or 7 years old. And so it's denser. And then the result. And now, when we improved our decision space, of course, we had a better solution. Because now, but in the future, but it's logical, okay? It's obvious because we have more. Now we can have another renewal, 2 renewals, and of course the renewals in terms of photosynthesis will be more, and so of course we have this thing here. But you see that here is the same, and then the forest is preparing itself to, in the future, do more photosynthesis. You can pass. And the third scenario, now we changed it here. We have the same thing here, cycles with 1 or 2 rotations, but we have 6 to 7 alternatives. But you can say, but we don't need this because the mean annual increment is around, it's from 6 to 7, so it's better if you cut 6 to 7, from 6 to 7. But let's try 8 to see what's going on. And then we have the decision space is denser, the possible interventions, of course, more, and the alternatives much more, and then let's see the answer. And it's much denser now, okay, because we have many alternatives, much more alternatives, and then let's see what happens. Okay, and so the third scenario, of course, is much more, because 8 years old, it's obvious, I know that. But what I would like to show you is that we have to understand what's going on behind the numbers. We are creating more alternatives, and then if you test other ages, 5 to 8 or 9, we had never, and we, of course, we have other methodologies to do this. We can have other methodologies and study shadow prices or whatever we can study to improve our decision space. But what we have to understand is that it will worth it. Let's see. And so now we can see. Oops. Now você tem que voltar para mim. I will not use this anymore. Okay. And so, acho que volta mais para mim. Okay. No, you can. Pode voltar. Let's see the results. We have. No. Volta. We have 500 hectares. And the scenario 1, from the scenario 1 to the scenario 2, we need 15 hectares to, we need 15 hectares to sequestrate the same amount of carbon, okay? From the scenario 2 to the scenario 3, we need 100 hectares to sequestrate, okay, to sequestrate, to sequestrate the same amount of carbon. If we have 500 hectares, and to buy this land, to sequestrate this same amount of carbon, to buy this land, we will need 500,000 reais, or 4 million reais to sequestrate the same amount of carbon. And so, depending on what we are doing, imagine, oh, I want to maximize my carbon sequestration, but I don't want time to calculate, or I don't have a computer, or I don't have a better software, or I don't have time to anything. And so, let's think about it. To do the very same thing, you need more money. So if the point is not carbon sequestration, if the point is net present value, for example, it will be the same. So the more, if you have more alternatives, you need to compute, okay. And then, but if you had like 10,000 hectares, we would need almost 100 million reais to buy the land to sequestrate the same amount of carbon, just because we are calculating better. Okay? The conclusions. Increasing the density of the decision spacing by generating new alternatives lead to better solutions, always in a simple example like this or in a very complicated one. And I think advancing modeling capabilities brings tangible benefits, whatever the model is, a simple one like this or a complex one. And I think math, models and mathematics deserve our trust. I think we can understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about
Hello, hello. Thank you, Silvana. We have time for one question. Yeah, it's still like, yeah, we got time. So, is there any question? Well, so thank you again, Silvana, for your presentation. And now, I'm going to invite Bruna Mendes Dias. Welcome, Bruna. Bruna is going to be talking about economic analysis of the pulp value chain in Mato Grosso do Sul, value generation, employment, and regional sustainability. All yours.
O negocinho tá funcionando?
Pointer is... Oh, where's the pointer? Aqui o laser, pra frente e pra trás. Você tem que apontar pra cá.
Deixa eu vou ver se funciona dali.
Se não funcionar, a gente passa pra você.
Deixa eu... Hello, everyone. So my name is Bruna, and I'm a PG student at the Federal University at Mato Grosso do Sul. And I also work for the government state at the Secretary of Environment, Development, Science, Technology, and Innovation of Mato Grosso do Sul. Carolina has talked about bubbles that we lived in Brazil. So my intent here is to talk about my bubble to you, what is happening in my state because of the forest planted. So what I did here was an analytical approach. I bought some data, statistics about what is happening in my state in a perspective of the economy. So Mato Grosso do Sul is a central western state in Brazil. We've been living and experiencing a leading hub for eucalyptus-based pulp production in Brazil. We have the second largest planted area of eucalyptus, and we are responsible for the 25% of the pulp production in the country. And so I brought here some data about that, what is happening in my state. So in Mato Grosso do Sul, we have 3 main biomes. One of them is Pantanal, that is the largest wetland in the world. Most of the area of my state is Cerrado, whereas we have the main frontier, agricultural frontier, and we have Atlantic Forest as well, and 38% of the state still has native vegetation. But we are one of the lowest population density of the country. We have a big land and a few people. So I brought here a map where we can see what has happened in my state, the way we are using the land for agriculture and for the forests. By more than a decade ago, we were a state that basically only produce soybeans and corn. As you can see here, yellow and the purple ones. And the most of this area was destination to pasture with low intensity cattle farms. You really don't need people here because cattle farms only need a few workers. So we have changed a lot in the last few years. Nowadays, we have been grow the grains a lot. So has our sugarcane, cotton, and other cultures. And for the planted forest, we have been expressive growth and population as well. We don't, by this time here, we didn't have so much people. Nowadays, it's most likely we have new cities in our states. Here I brought the data that shows us what has changed in my state. Cheese, we believe that cheese is going to be continue growing and on the future. So we are here planning how we gonna deal with this growth. So the state has improved a law state that declared cheese area has the cellulose valley, where we are trying to make a potential corridor to forest-based industries. So cheeses will be like a lead to promote and bring more investments in the state. Nowadays, we have 5 big companies operating in Mato Grosso do Sul. The total installed capacity nowadays is 7 million tons per year. We are projecting that over 2032, it's going to be over, or estimated 20 million tons per year. Is an impressive growth. The production, nowadays, Mato Grosso do Sul is the leader of export of pulp productions. The main production is going to China, half of that, and some is going to Netherlands, the USA as well. What has happened in the state? We are seeing a really extremely growth of the industrial jobs. That jobs is they pay really more, so that impact in the economy. GPG, we have experienced cheese growth to another sectors in the economy as well. And this has been part of the development of my state. But we have some challenge that I have talked to you guys, that we don't have really people there. And but the growth will happen. We are preparing ourselves to the growth to be 2 or 3 million hectares planted forests. And we're gonna need not only people, but skilled people as well. So, and for the production to go away from our state nowadays is from road. So you need drivers, truck, and in Brazil is to take a driver license is like an investment. It's really expensive. So the state is going to give to people that are able to take the driver license for free. We are giving as well technical courses in the sector of the forest by free. I know that the companies as giving like scholarships as well, and to try to promote this kind of jobs that is in the countryside. And besides all this growth in the economy, we are that expansion is not only in economy assets, but it's also a climate mitigation strategy for the state. We are planning to be a carbon neutral state in the future. We have some new technology that is happening, like in Mato Grosso do Sul, we have the first officially certificated carbon neutral beef cattle farm in Brazil. That is a kind of innovation. And it is happening to help us to deal with the climate change as well. Well, to conclude that, the forest planted has changed a lot, and is being part of the development of the economy in my state. And for us, we don't see that only just like more one commodity. It's playing an essential role to advance our bioeconomy, support our carbon markets, and enable sustainable industrial future. So thank you so much for your attention. If you guys want to contact me, please feel free.
Well, thank you, Bruno, for your talk. So now I'm opening for questions. Got a question here, Bruno.
Thank you, Bruno. It was a very good talk. So there will be one more mill in Mato Grosso do Sul. Arauco is going to start this operation already. And since you are a specialist in the area, is there enough timber for one more mill? And how are they going to handle that?
There is more what?
Timber for that mill, for wood.
We do think so. We are, I don't know, we are become like a specialized. We are in operation and work with the private sector as well. And IBA has come to our state and give us the, like a homework to do, to be prepared for the growth. So we are trying to expand, and we are aiming to expand that as well. And we think it is going to happen.
Bruno, thank you very much. As an official, I would say from the state, as an economist, the impact is huge, has been really huge in the state. As all we have followed and know, it has impressed everybody. But I mean, it's a straight question, and probably a straight answer will be impossible. But do you think the government of Mato Grosso do Sul is ready to invest in the rest of the things that will be needed, like education, safety, railroads or roads and infrastructure, logistics? I mean, what is the plan? What is behind it? The amount of income, taxes, and so forth will be sufficient, will be enough, because a lot of people is arriving there, and they will need schools, and they will need you know, you know better than me. So, do you think the state is ready?
To be honest, the state is more ready than the cities. The city is not ready because the city doesn't have people, and skilled people not having. So we are trying, we are doing our best. One of the, I think, public policies is the name of the secretary that I work. We are a secretary of environment. We put that first because economic overcome the environment, and development and science, technology, and innovation. And we are thinking our strategic way of growth and be ready for this kind of challenges is united just kind of skilled people to work together and promote the growth of our state. There is a lot of problems, a lot of issues because of the, people that work in the government like to say that is the, dores do crescimento, como que eu falo?
Pains of growth.
The pains of growth. And so we are trying our best.
Okay, got one more question? Okay, I got a question too, but I'm gonna leave my question for the very end.
Some years ago, I was doing a research about degraded pasture. And then I saw, I was using map biomas to do this research, and then I saw that in Mato Grosso do Sul, you had improved your pasture from degraded to better ones, and of course you transformed degraded into forest, but degraded into better pasture. And I got impressed about that, and I'd like to ask if it's related to forests or it's related to what? How did you do this?
Kind of because of the price of the land, right? So to become agricultural in Cerrado, we need more technology, more investment. It's easier, but not so easier. No. So if it's to be a cost of opportunity to be a cattle farm or be a forest, you need time, investment, because the circle of the farm or the soybeans is totally different from the forest that it takes years to overcome the investment. So it's related. It's related, and the improve of agribusiness as well. We become more specialized. We become more predictive. So by over the time, there is an impressive growth in all the scenarios, and we've become like more specialized. So, and you're gonna stay in the market only if you become more professional.
So I have one question from. I mean, we heard this morning Caio from Veracel saying that they have their forest land and half is on production and half is on conservation or restoration. And I've been following the news from Mato Grosso, and I hear that most of the projects will follow the same path. So they're gonna have half of the land on production and half of the land on restoration, pretty much. There's lots of degraded lands there. So I see that the state government is getting ready, like to plant eucalyptus. So what's going on related to the restoration side? We're talking about like millions of hectares that should be restored because you're gonna be planting millions of hectares of eucalyptus. So that's it.
We have Pantanal, né? This part of a big part of our state, and we have created a state law to protect Pantanal, and this year, I think last month, we started the first PSA. Yes, and in Pantanal to preserve and for the projects of reforestations. I don't know. So there is, we are starting. No, it's not consolidate project or policy of public policy.
All right, so thank you very much, Bruna. So with that, I'm gonna invite our last speaker of this session. So I'm gonna invite Bruno Silva, professor at Georgia University, right? University of Georgia. And Bruno is gonna be talking about a very interesting study here that's 1 year harvest deferrals can produce forest carbon additionality. So please. Put it up. It is up. There you go.
All right, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, back in my home country. My name is Bruno Silva, Caniesta Silva, but Bruno Silva short. I'm assistant professor at the University of Georgia. In this work here, we are gonna talk a tale about the 1 year harvest deferral and how it plays with additionality. So just for context, this 1 year harvest idea is not new. It's actually relatively old. First papers starting in the 90s, and the discussion move on and move on. But 2 years ago, a lot of money was put in this type of program. So instead of just publishing paper, people decided, let's do it, and we're gonna capture carbon, and then we're gonna benefit the landowners. There are some challenges, and this idea of this research was to look at in a world, in a model where we can test this hypothesis. If this 1 year harvest deferral can actually capture additional carbon, and what is the cost of that? What is the cost of doing that? And you're gonna notice that this is pretty much a game where we have a cat and mouse, and a cat would be the carbon deferral scheme, where observes the mills and observe the landowners' harvest pattern, and look at the landowners that have high risk of harvesting. At these landowners, they say, well, if you don't harvest today, harvest just next year, your forest is gonna grow, this growth is gonna be capture carbon, and then we pay you for that. But you have to look at this as a cat, as a carbon scheme. You're chasing the mouse, which are the landowners. And the landowners, they're very nice. They're some profit maximizers, some not. But also there's some nuances in this program. So here, carbon program and the harvest risk. All right, just for context a little bit. So University of Georgia, we are located in Athens, nearby Atlanta, in the south of the US. We are always looking for bright students, so keep in mind when you apply for your PhD, US South is a land of college football is more important than professional football, so to have some idea. We are a land of REM, so I lose my regions for the new ones. And what I really like that, as a Brazilian, I really like there, is a very nice combination between plantations, pine plantations, and also we have natural hardwood in the Appalachian Mountains. So it's a very nice combination of that, somehow similar to Brazil in some scales. So And also for a context, it's a very different market. The mills, most of the mills, they don't own the land, so they buy timber in the market. So they go and negotiate it with the landowners, how much is the price, how much is the delivery cost, and etc. It is a very important sector for the South. Most of the states in the US South, the forestry, if it is not the most important economy, is the second one. So it brings a lot of resources to local states as well. And this is the projection pretty much of the forest inventory in the US South. So this is a mix between pine and different uses. So we see that if we project for the future, we're gonna have more forests. So we are in a world where we have competition. So landowners, they do compete between them and with the mills, generate a price. And you are in the world that we are expecting a surplus of timber. So a surplus of timber will also change prices, right? So this is where we are. So we have the volunteer carbons. There are several. NCX, they are not in the business anymore, but they were the one, not in the carbon business. They were leading the initiative on carbon in 1 year deferral, but we also have the land yield, which is a partnership between the TNC and local landowners, and finite carbons as well. So all this is volunteer carbon without any or very small interference from the government. So it's a volunteer. You do if you want it. You're not, it's not mandatory. And as any carbon scheme that you have, private or public, you have to follow pretty much this important requirement, right? Which is additionality. Mark mentioned that. You cannot go there, you're planning to plant these trees and then just say, well, pay me money for the carbon. Not really, because you were supposed to plant that. That's very difficult to estimate it. That's very difficult to guess what the landowner is thinking in an environment where you have hundreds and thousands of landowners. And once you have this additionality, let's say you can prove it somehow, you're also going to have the problem of leakage. You're not harvesting. The mills they do have a demand. If you're not harvesting, well, landowner, my neighbor is going to harvest. So you not really capture much carbon as you want, as you wish, and also the permanence. So how is going to be this interaction in the long term? All right, so carbon is the new oil. It has come very strongly. We have seen a few presentations here. If you go to any conference in US, there will be a section with carbon. But also remember when I did my undergrad, I started in 2004. There was the week when the freshmen started, and there was a section with carbon. So this is more than 20, maybe 30, maybe 40 years old. So it's a new oil, maybe for some sectors, maybe for forests. But people are spending money on that. People are putting money in that, and they're believing that you are offsetting, or they really want to offset that. And is there any impact in the forest sector, so in the timber market? Well, in the US, let's say you have a 30 years old pine plantation. So more or less, that would be 580 cubic meters per hectare. So this is the amount that you're going to have per hectare. So let's say in one area, you have 20,000 hectares that landowners that are 30 years old, ready to harvest. If that is the case, we have, if these landowners really sign up for a 1 year deferral, they will postpone harvesting of 11 million cubic meter that are not going to the market. This one is signed up to be captured. Let's say 30% of this wood is a pulpwood, so it's 3.4 million of pulpwood not going to the market. In US, the proportion of the pulpwoods are a little smaller than here, but a large one is a 6 million cubic meter per year. So you're telling that more than half of a wood basket, if these landowners are located nearby a mill, more than half are not going to the market in 1 year. So if more than half of your supply are not going to the market in a competitive market, that will affect prices, just the way that it is. And thinking about that, back to guessing how landowners maximizing the return. So we have the land expectation value, profit maximizer landowner will harvest when the land expectation value is maximum. So to convince this landowner to harvest earlier, you have to somehow compensate that. So you have to pay this landowner a little bit more for the prices if you're harvesting earlier because you're not in the peak of this mountain when you're maximizing. But also a few landowners, they don't harvest for any reason. And for them, if they're on the other side of the mountain, you don't need to compensate it as much. You compensate just the market prices because they are past the peak of the optimum. So this is where we are as landowner. And the compensation is not only timber, right? Because once you harvest, you have the chance to convert your land, or you have the chance to sell your land, or do whatever you want to do for your land. So this also, there's opportunity cost of the land, of the future rotations. There's a huge literature on that. Multiple strategies, the US South, looking at different carbon offset programs that financially compensated landowners, but not really many looking at additionality and leakage effect of carbon program and how it interacts with the timber market. So the goal here is to create a model or a world where we can see, and I really like what Mark said here, we are not predicting anything. We are not silly enough to say that in a world that we cannot control anything, we can predict anything. But we can understand how things are going to react. So we are building up kind of a model that can say, well, what if we implement this 1-year deferral in a really large scale, and how it would affect the timber price and the forest inventory. And once we build up that, we assess if there is any additionality on the harvest deferral market, and also if there is any leakage effect, either in prices or in the inventory. All right, so we use agent-based model, which is just a different name for a different model. It is a little bit more flexible. We do use some optimization on that, but we don't really care much about the market. No, we care, but not. We are more flexible imposing the market equilibrium. We accept some deviation from the equilibrium in the model. We build up with multiple agents, which are landowners. To simplify our world, we select just one mill that consume any size of the log, any log size, one carbon program, and we have a sequential decision model. So it's just sequentials of decisions. If you are familiar with dynamic programming, it's more or less like this, a little bit more robust maybe. So here's an example. We have one mill, and in the ratio of, I think it's 300 kilometers, we have several landowners there, so each point would be a landowner. Here's the distance to the mill. So here's how the landowners are far from the mill. We got the inventory data from FIA, which is the Forest Inventory Analysis from the USDA Forest Service. So they estimated the forest inventory for the United States, follow certain methods, and then we can have the age class distribution of a certain region. So here, for instance, is the age class distribution of pine plantation of private landowners in Georgia. So we can have that information. And we build up a yield curve that we varies later on, also based on FIA data. So we want to control some things. We control the demand for timber. It is static, so it's constant over the years. And also, we want to control a little bit of the demand for the carbon. So for the carbon, we have 25% of the timber market. That would be one scenario. 50% of the timber market, scenario 2. And a high carbon demand, which would be the same size of the timber market. So it's as if we put it a mill that is competing for the same resource in this market, but the resource now is carbon. And then we have different prices for the carbon, 50 cents, 5, 10, and 20 per ton. So here's the model pretty much. I go over the idea. I didn't put any formulas. It's just what's going on. We start with the initial inventory. We sample these landowners because it's 1,500 landowners that we have to select it. And then we go over calculated what is the optimal rotation, so when the land expectation value is at peak, and if this landowner is at peak, we offer one price. If it is not, we have to compensate it later on. So here are how it works. So we started, we procured the landowners that are nearby the mill. We offer a price. If the landowner doesn't accept or there is no such a landowner nearby the mill, we expand it, procure again, expand it, and procure again until we satisfy the demand. And this, doesn't come from nowhere. This is more or less what happens. A lot of foresters in the US, they graduated and they work for the mills and they procure timber like that. All right, so here's a simplification of the formula that creates a bid for the landowner. So remember, when you are climbing the mountain to the maximum land expectation value, if you are being paid not to climb that, you have to compensate it, right? And this is more or less the way that we build up to compensate it, and we have a bid process there. When we have this bid, we have the distance to the mill, and then we calculated the transportation and transaction costs, and we calculated the delivery prices. So the mill pays at the gauge, right? Oh, here's how much we're gonna pay. And here's the value. Well, you cannot see anything, but if you are a more or less young age forest, you have to be compensated a little bit more than others. It's just because you are starting to climb for the optimal rotation. All right, some special effects here. So the mill selects the landowners, all right? So this is the heuristic there, at uncertain prices. The Carver scheme observes that and pays an extra and say, yeah, I can pay that. And convince a few landowners, say, yeah, forget about the mill, I will sell to this carbon guy. The mill observes that. Well, should I offset this offer or should I jump into another landowner? Well, some you accept, some not. And the carbon scheme observes that and just say, well, let me select a landowner to hold this. You can see already a problem, right? The carbon scheme already select a landowner that was not in as high risk as the others. So this is just thinking about the model, you already say, oh, there will be a problem. But how much that will be? This is the idea here. All right, some assumptions, which is assumption, can change. The majority of the landowners are profit maximizers, so they do maximize the expectation value. 10 to 20% harvest randomly. We select these numbers randomly by simulation. The discount rate is stochastic. We vary between 3 to 5. Establishment costs and yield curves are also stochastic. They do vary according to the landowner randomly. This is they call now reinforcement learning, but it's really a dynamic programming approximation problem. We use the Monte Carlo method, where we randomly select a decision. In the decision trees that Silvana showed, we select one path, calculate the returns, and go randomly, and then select. So, mathematically you can prove that eventually this will converge to an average. So if you have everything randomly, there's multiple decisions, and then you just randomly pick this method, these decisions. Eventually, it's going to converge to average. And the dynamic programming approximation is just better than classical. The dynamic programming is just because of the size of the problem. And also, we don't know the future, right? So we approximate the future. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. So this is the idea of this method. So we have some other special effects here. We have two kind of results. So remember, the blue one is the landowner is not selected. The red one is the timber market. So we play kind of, oh, this is business as usual. We don't have any carbon scheme. So here's the distance to the mill. As you would expect, the procurement changed over time. It starts selecting the ones that are nearby the mills, then goes down again, because it's just a cycle of the forest, right? The forest is coming available over and over again. And then we run that for 100 years. And some landowners, they are never selected, because they are just too far. And now we add the carbon market here with a combination of low carbon, average, and high carbon, and then price is 50 cents, 5, 10, and 20. And now, in the distance to the mill, things start to get a little bit different. If you pay 50 cents for a carbon, the mill is going to look at that and say, that's fine, I offset it, I will select my landowners, they are better for me. But then you start to increase these values, the carbon curve tries to get closer and closer to the mill. As you see here in the $10 per ton, they're really competing for the same landowners, but there will be a point where we're paying $20 per ton, where the mills just say, go ahead, these landowners, they are very close to the mill, they can capture carbon, but I will select other landowners that are also available. Remember, go back to our first graph, it's a surplus world. There is options for the mills. It's not like there's restriction. All right, and then we have age classes. So here's age class selected by the mill in red, and in blue is the age class not selected. The forest is going to grow old as we don't select any landowners, and as we select, we have this variance in these ups and downs as well. And then here's a problem for the carbon scheme. So when we pay very low value in the carbon, we are pretty much selecting landowners that are very old forests that there might not be selected anyway. So they're old and far away from the mill. As you improve that, you do have some competition in terms of age, but pretty quickly, as you increase the prices, you start selecting landowners where are not the same age or getting older and older than a regular landowner of high risk. And when you put it 20, you do select the same landowners, but the same age at least, but you know that these landowners are very close to the mill, at least on average. All right, and then here's one of the inspiration of this topic. Here's how we change prices. So in the first graph, we have timber prices, no carbon, and then we have different scenarios. They really overlap, but a high carbon volume is the purple one, the green one is average, and the low one is blue. And as you see, the prices really increase when you put a 5 and 10 $10 per ton, and when it's 20, it does impact timber prices really because they're not in the same competition. It's delivery prices. And here's the final results in terms of additionality. So okay, that's fine. We have this forest that is growing, and then we are paying these landowners to postpone it over and over again. We do have, this graph shows the difference between the business as usual, so when we don't have any carbon. And here we have the three scenarios, low, average, and high carbon markets volumes, and different prices. So the further you are distance from zero, positive, you are capturing more carbon, and the closer you are, you're not really capture carbon. So for 50 cents, there in 100 years, you might get some carbon accumulated, but you start really to see this effect on the 5 and 10, and if you pay a lot to landowners, you ended up not really capturing any carbon. This, of course, in the overall scheme here. So how much does that cost? This is how much you're captured by scenario. I select just a few scenarios. The other ones is all in between, not really a much difference. But when you have 50 tons and low carbon demand, you are capturing 25 million tons. And then 60 when it's 10 in average. And then when you pay more, you're not really capturing much more carbon than the business as usual. What is the price of that? So the cost for the mills in billions, here's in around 6 in all scenarios with lower costs at the average. But as you can see here, $6 billion, you build a new mill for $2 billion. And so you're asking for the mills to pay more, almost 3 times their really cost it seems like unfeasible. And when it costs per unit is really way more expensive to implement this kind of policies. So we have around 254 when you have a 0 discount rate. This, of course, 100 years, this drops to 40 when there's a 6%. But to have an idea about prices, in Georgia, the highest price for timber is 25, so saw timber. So then you are paying 40 for carbon. It doesn't look like it's a feasible project in long term. All right, but there's a positive. As economists, there's no yes or no. There's a depend, and there's a trade-off during our actions. Yes, there is some areas that you can have some additionality, but some of them there be ages or distance that are not being harvested anyways. It will not add much for the total inventory that is growing. Remember, the total harvest in the U.S. South is just 3% of the total volume available. So it's just 3% that is really harvested every year, and that would be a very expensive program to fill. We are not familiar with the U.S. South, but in the last 5 years, 5 pulp mills shut down, so close their operation, no more harvested. So then how would you justify harvest risk in a market there is a zero demand for timber? And then it's pretty tough to do that. Well, the next steps, adding multiple mills, multiple products, multiple strategies, we're gonna go, is already a sort of a game theory, kind of Stockelberg game theory, but we're gonna add more landowners and mills. And as Eric mentioned, actually, we plan to build a digital mill for research and education and jump into a deep reinforcement learning, which is next step for this kind of problems, and just to speed up the solution a little bit more. Thank you very much again. We are open for business, hire good students, inviting collaborators to visit us. Warnell is a well-known school in the US. We have the Center for Forest Business, which is, we are working a little bit more in the advertisement, but it's a center that is quite old, from the 90s, and we do hire students to work there in the forest business, forest economics. This project was financed by the Forest Service and also an international paper.
Well, thank you, Bruno, for your talk. So now I'm gonna get some questions here.
Did you compare the additionality to the number of credits that were actually issued?
Yeah, so the credits that were issued is the demand for carbon. So like, for instance, in the scenario of 25, when I say 25% of the current demand for timber is the size of the carbon. So this was the credit. Say, okay, this is my demand that is being estimated. So yeah, I did that. So when you go for the heuristic that is solving the problem, the carbon will select the landowners until it reaches this demand, and then stop it. Yeah.
So, but you're calculating the additional carbon. Did you compare then the additional carbon against the number of credits that were sold?
Compare?
Yeah, so was the additionality equal to the number of credits that was that were issued?
Yeah, very, very similar, yes, yeah. When you, in the last graph, I think, yeah, I understood off, sorry. Yeah, in the last graph here, yes, it's very similar number, yeah. Some errors, because it's not a perfect solution, so it's always go up and down, but yeah.
So Bruno, just for us to understand it a little bit better, keep that table so the net carbon, for example, the 60.63, the one in the middle, so that's 60.63 million tons of equivalent carbon, right?
Yeah.
Just for us to understand, that is what would be, what would grow due to the deferral?
Yeah.
In what area?
Area?
Yeah.
Well, in the circle.
The circle. What
Yes.
is the size of that circle?
Well, it's a circle. Well, I cannot calculate the size, but the ratio is 250 kilometers, so and then do around the mill. Then you do.
Okay, yeah.
The procurement ratio.
It would be interesting for us to see what that represents on a per hectare or per acre, to see if that's realistic to have. That's just a suggestion. Yeah, on any of the scenario, just to see what is behind the scenes there. You see, that would be interesting at least for me. It would be interesting to know.
Okay. Yeah. It's just divided by the number. Yeah.
More questions? Well,
good.
Thank you very much.
Have a good lunch.
Yeah, so thank you. I have like a announcement regarding the field trip on Friday. So please select the field trip you want to go. There are like many people that haven't selected the field trip, so please do it, because we're gonna need like some like gators for the people. So we need to know how many people are gonna join each trip, so then we can organize it accordingly. So please do it. They're waiting for you at that table over there. So before you go to lunch, stop there and choose your destination for Friday. And sure, and then we're gonna help. So we're gonna Luis is gonna give another announcement, and then lunch is gonna start at 12:30, and then we're gonna be back here at 2 p.m. Have a great lunch, Professor Luis.
Many of you probably, I have to choose between 3 trips, and I don't know exactly what the trips are, so I'm going to give you a glimpse of what are the 3 options that you have, okay? So Danielle is just projection, are you opening it? Yeah, just click on field trips. That, you can go to that page. It's decisiones.github.io, right? So this is the main web page of this event. If you want to go straight to the program, field trips and venue and all the stuff. So if you click on field trip, you will find 3 options. The first one is Restoring Forests, Challenges and Successes. That is the one that you will be heading towards Symbiosis. Symbiosis is a very interesting project, and this is the one that will have one stop in the RPPN, which is the Veracel Station Private Natural Heritage Reserve. It's a very famous reserve in Brazil. It's a private reserve. It's a company owned. Like Caio said, there are trees that are more than 500-year-old trees there. It's a very original forest. It's interesting, very diverse. So this kind of, for people that want to be on the side of restoration, understand what, know more about the silviculture of native species, the challenges that are behind this, is a very interesting trip for people that are interested in this kind of visit. Second trip is silviculture meets protection on a mosaic landscape. It's an interesting visit because you will see the contrast between one of the most productive fiber forests in the world, the place where trees grow the fastest. The eucalyptus growing. We make jokes. We say that if you hug the tree, you can feel it growing. You know, but at the same, this is a plantation. It's basically a plantation of trees. Very clonal forest. If people that like to this kind of environment is, but it's in the middle of preservation, of conservation. You see a lot of diversity around it, because you have preserved the permanently preserved areas, plus the legal reserves. So like was said many times, these companies, they have to own double the amount of land, because they will only be producing in half of it. The other half will be protected. Most of these companies, they are the largest managers of complex forests as well. So they not only plant clonal forests and manage those forests, they also have to manage very complex systems which are managed on these reserves, legal reserves, or permanently preserved. So this one, it will take like 2 hours to get to the place that you will be visiting. So you'll see a lot of landscape on your trip. And when you get there, you will see a real-time harvesting operation. You will see some of the most modern and advanced harvesting tools being used. you will see the operation going on, and there will be members of the planning team, the crew from Veracel, explaining how they decide to choose, and they will be talking about a little bit about the planning. The third, so this is silviculture, but industrial forests, okay? Industrial forests, the focus of trip 2. Trip 3 is social environmental concerns, mainly social. So in here you'll be visiting Aprumvi. Aprumvi is an association of small, not only farmers, but it's difficult to describe. A partnership, it was sponsored and also helped by Veracel to become an association. And you'll see how they, it was mentioned, and I think it was Natalia that asked the question about how they managed to overcome the conflicts. It's an interesting, very interesting place to visit and listening from them what they think about this. Arrangements and conflict solving problems. So these are, do you get a picture? So you have silviculture, planting and industrial forests, and then you have the restoration, native silviculture, the silviculture of native species, and people that are interested on social issues. Please choose and go. But go, choose one. It's kind of a first until we get like 30 in a group. We will try to make it not larger than 30 people per trip, because otherwise they will not be capable of handling it. Buses can maybe take up to 40 people, but I think 30 is a very safer number. So if you lose, or if you don't go fast, you might lose your spot. So please, and this has been sponsored by Veracel, so they have been very kind on paying for all the expenses of buses have been paid by them, the food that will be distributed, and some of the hosts will also be helping us. So yeah, thank you for doing that for us. It will help us as organizers to have the things running smooth on Friday, okay? Daniel, yeah.
All right, thank you. And then we're gonna have the conference dinner tonight, and then there will be a bus here at 6:30 p.m. But I'll give that announcement again in the afternoon. So let's get lunch.
Isso eu ia falar, espera a menina sentar aqui pra abrir a imagem.
Quem vai direto, né? Ele vai chamar e...
É, porque aí abrindo eu já vou só dar boa tarde e já vou começar a chamar. Deixa eu só confirmar também se a pessoa já tá. Good afternoon. Let's start our afternoon section of the second day of symposium. We have scheduled for this afternoon 3 oral presentation sections and the conference dinner in the end of the day. No. Okay, we have 4, but in my schedule is 3, but we have 4. I will know that later. But anyway, so let's start. I would like to invite Maria Paulina Fernandes to give us a talk about the role of forest plantations on soil protection using RUSLE, the case of Chile. Welcome, Maria, please.
And this is para adelante. Hello? Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon. So I'm Paulina from Chile, and I will present you a work on the role of forest plantations on soils protection using RUSLE, focused on a case in Chile. And this work was done between the Pontificia Universidad Católica de Chile and the Bioforest Research Group that is part of the Arauco group. So, para allá. So let's say that we all agree that vegetation, forests, particularly forests, are very important for soil protection. They are cover, they are roots, really protect the soil, and particularly in Chile, which is a very hilly country, with the Andes Mountain in the east and a very long coastal range in the west. The matter of erosion is quite important. And to illustrate it, you see here a very eroded soil by laminar erosion in the central north part of Chile after cutting the native forests probably 300 years ago and being used the rest of the time as an agricultural land. So after that, and marking this point, let me tell you a short story about the Chilean forest and the Chilean soils. But the story will not begin with the Spaniards, so my Spaniard friends, don't worry. But will begin when we got rid of the Spaniards in 1810. Now, but at the beginning of the Republic in the 19th century, we were a small country, but we had a very fast growth during the century. We wanted to be important, we began to produce more, the population began to grow. And let's say that at the beginning we had 24 million hectares of native forests. But this growth had a cost. And during the century, there was a high pressure on forest resources. The mining sector began to develop more and more, but the technique at this time means that we had to cut native forests to smelt the copper, particularly the copper. But the copper is in a Mediterranean region with very low rainfall. So as soon as we began to cut the native forests, it was impossible for the forest to recover. So only during this period, we lost 4 to 7 million hectares of native forest in the mining industry. The agriculture was also produced a lot of pressure on our native forest. We began to grow, and there were some events very important in our history, like the gold fever in California and Australia, for example. That means that in these countries, people were not focused on producing food, but looking for gold. And Chile saw a big economical opportunity, and we began to export wheat. But for this wheat export, we had to cut the native forests to open more land. So only in this century, for example, the wheat export rises 27-fold just for this export. Cattle rising also was an important and increasing production system. And of course, that was also the wood, a traditional wood, and full production for construction and so on. So it was a very intense century that produced serious forest and soils loss, loss of productivity, loss of biodiversity, loss of hydrological system. So Schneider tells us that toward 19,000, 6 million hectares of forest were replaced just with wheat, 6 million hectares. And in 1979, a study of the FAO showed that we had already 11 million of hectares with severe erosion. And a North American group that came to study our forests at the beginning of the last century concluded that we had lost already 60 million hectares of native forest. So that was our reality, and the testimonies are terrible. I let them in Spanish because it's beautiful to read it in Spanish, but basically, Benjamin Vicuña Maquena, a politician, and Gustave Vernier said that there was a catastrophe, and particularly Benoit, that was a young engineer from Belgium that came to help to construct the railroads between Temuco and Valdivia, full of virgin forest. After 10 years working there, he said when he was going back to Belgium, "I cry looking at the virgin jungles of Saco, because they have proceeded to cut them everywhere. And this is a devastation, a deadly devastation that is converting this region somehow in a desert." And why? Because the railroad means that people could cut the forest, put the wood in the rail, in the train, and bring it to Santiago, Valparaiso, export. So also it was a very high pressure system on the forest. And you see that for 1940, for example, these photos show already that that was the reality in Chile, in South America. And as Schneider said, the hills were nude, being all the vegetal soil destroyed and dragged by the rain, getting dry most of the streams that used to come down their ravines. So this is the reality at the beginning of the 20th century in our country. And what happened? At the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, the alarms began to be very high, and the Chilean government hired a German guy, Friedrich Albert, a zoologist that as soon as he arrived to Chile, was in charge to the plan against erosion. And as a very German focused and woodworker guy, he realized that we had no nurseries, we had no species that could be planted, we had nothing, and he began to build a whole system of nurseries, began to import seeds, and the focus was to test and to try species, fast-growing tree species, to protect the soil. But also he said, oh, okay, and if it is profitable, it's better, because then the people will be eager to plant the trees and to cover the soils. In the meanwhile, the government also began to do some actions, to do some plantations efforts and so on. And also, for example, there is another German, Konrad Peters, that came from the Göttingen University, first engineer, that also began really to do silviculture on plantations, putting the first eucalyptus plantations in 1906. To give wood for the coal mining because we had no more native forest. This is the story. And so, after that, if you see our challenge at the beginning of the 20th centuries were soil protection and dune control, natural resources conservation, fast-growing plantations for erosion control and wood production, sustainable management of native forests, development of a silviculture for the plantations, and the rest of the story is well known. During the century, Chile could build a very strong forestry sector. Now we have almost 3 million hectares of plantations with radiata pine, eucalyptus, Douglas fir, poplar. We export pulp and paper and lumber and boards and so on. So the message here, which is quite important, and that is what I try to teach also my young students, is that in summary, the Chilean forestry sector was born as a major soil restoration effort. Nobody tells you that really, if today Friedrich Albert would be here and would see the 3 million hectares covered by forests, by plantations, would be very satisfied. So what we tried to do, we wanted to quantify the potential soil loss under different covers, soil classes, rainfall regime in the south of Chile, to illustrate the contribution of forest plantations to soil protection versus the alternative of maintaining those soils with their historical trajectory of agricultural use or as bare soils. Why? Because normally when people do research, they contrast it with the native forest. And this is unfair, because there was the native forest, then there was the agriculture, and then came the plantations. So for that, we use the RUSLE, the Revised Universal Soil Loss Equation, which is a multiplicative equation that combine different factors of rainfall and runoff factor, a soil erodibility factor, a topographic factor that combines slope effect and slope length effect, a cover and management factor, and a support practice factor that we are not using in this case, and that produce the estimation of average soil loss by erosion. Sorry. For that, and that's why we work together with Arauco Group. Arauco Group has an incredible and beautiful database of almost 10,000 soil test pits. This is a treasure. Who has 10,000 soil test pits? Maybe the North American, sure. But, and that covers all the range of the plantations here, and particularly is important because most of them are located in this coastal range that was where more of this transformation of native forest to agricultural system was done. So using the Scorpan modeling, we built a digital soil mapping, estimating sand, silt, and clay percentage, bulk density, organic matter. Also with different data, we modeled and built the annual and monthly rainfall map. And having those maps and using different models like the ones proposed by Wang, we could estimate the R factor, that is the rainfall and runoff factor, the K factor, the erodibility factor, the topographic factor, and so on, and make the map of erosion. But for the cover and management factor, here is the key point. We choose two main resources, sources of information. One is from Bonilla and his group. He's a very good engineer, expert on soils, and he studied several situations of soil erosion under different covers in Chile, so they are really Chilean data, like, for example, bush replaced by Pinus radiata plantations, or reforested bushes, or dense native forests, and so on. And also we use the information from the group of Panagos and collaborators, which is an European paper that collected a lot of C factors. And why it was important for us? Because Europe has a lot of Mediterranean ecosystem close to our ones, so it was more close. So we chose 12 random places. We took from them all the factors from the maps, and those 12 random sites were in silty clay and clay soil textures, because those are the textures that we have there, and also in a very different range of rainfall. And we rescue all the RKLS factors, and finally what we got is this. We divided it into two kind of soils, but what we have here is a graph with the factors, and we grouped them in 7 groups, depending on the kind of cover. And we use the classification of erosion level proposed by FAO. So from 0 to 5 tons per hectare per year, we are in a range of very low erosion, from 5 to 10 in low, from 10 to 20 medium, and from above 20 we have a very high erosion level. And if you see, group number 1 are native forests and plantations, 2 is semi-dense forest, meadows, sclerophyllous vegetation, 3 agroforestry system, grassland for cattle raising, 4 mixed crops, and 5 is already agriculture, and so on. And if you see, of course, plantations and native forests are the best one defending the soil, and agriculture, and of course after fires is the worst condition. But you can say, okay, everybody knows that, yeah, everybody knows that, but what if we put it now in the discussion on a perspective of time? Because most of the research in Chile about erosion in the forestry sector is concentrated during clear cutting. So they make measurements after clear cutting and then say, okay, whoa, clear cutting is a disaster. Yes, we know it's not good. But what if we put it in a perspective of the time? So we choose 60 years, and I am showing you just one example, where we estimated what happened if we are doing agriculture and what happened if we are doing forestry with plantations. And we extreme the values using for 4 years between clear cut and the closure of the crown, we use the worst C value, the one of bare soil after a wildfire, which is not true. So we got here an average number of 18 tons per hectare per year during those 4 years, and of course the slope is much more than in the agriculture system. But in real data from 6 different sources in Chilean studies, they show that normally you have a range between 0.5 to 21.1 ton per hectares per year after a clear cut, depending on the kind of slash, if it is remaining or no, etc. So if you see, we did a very extreme example. And even so, if you look at in the perspective of history, the plantation has a much better result with more than 400 tons per hectare of less soil loss. So this is important because there is no perfect system. We would adore to have plantations with a lot of biodiversity, native forests. Okay, but if you go 1 century ago, that was a good response to the problem at this moment, that was soil erosion. And also we have to remember that if we have soil, we have hopes. If there is no more soil, we can't do anything. Even the companies today, they are reconverting some of their plantations to native forests. But why? Because they have soil. So just in a flash view, you see the trajectory or the trajectory of the system. This is Cauquenes. This is in 1940, production of wheat. In the same area, this is a clear cut, but the difference is that it is for 4 years probably a bare soil. And then you see the trajectory of this kind of system, and these photographs is from some local newspaper talking about the disaster of the agriculture in the area because the soils are absolutely gone. There is no soil fertility, water retention, and so on, versus in the same area, the plantations that are still building and protecting the soil. Because which is also beautiful is that we are measuring now soils under agriculture and under plantations. And for example, this is a free rotations site already. And the radiata pines growing in ex-agriculture soils already had begun to build more soil. So finishing, it's important to put the discussion on a long-term perspective instead of going and focus only in certain points. It's important to tell the true history or to put more light into the history. And it's important also to consider that native forests or plantations or whatever that protect the soil is quite important. We still are doing the same mistakes, so that's why for us as university it's important to talk about it. And well, you see here, there is still a lot of work to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have now time for questions.
Good afternoon. I would like to ask you, why don't you use the p-value for the Rosely equation?
Okay, because the p-value, you can use it or not, but that means that we should go to a more concrete management systems, and we have a lot of different management options, and that's why to be more, to have a ceteris paribus, so to see more clear, we haven't used it, yeah.
Somebody else would like?
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I think it's two questions. One is, what is the discussion about there was improvement in soil condition with pine plantations in Chile, which is all good, but is there any discussion about returning to the natural forest that once was there? And also in just curiosity, so in agriculture, it seems like the soil is being eroded year after year because of the intensity. Is there any alternative for the landowners? Is there any other landowners that are not doing the practice that are causing that?
Sure, there are some practices in agriculture to avoid the extreme soil loss, but Chile is still a country that has a lot of small owners, agriculture, basic agriculture. So big companies, agriculture companies can improve their management, but normally small owners still produce in a very basic way, eroding the soil and so on. Regarding the plantations, today there are researchers that are really reconsidering the plantations as an option for restoration, because having radiata pine, for example, they are beginning to put native forests between the radiata pines. And there is a German guy in the south of Chile, Dr. Müller-Hüsing, that is already planting native forests with radiata pine because he's turning the system, you see. So, and there is a lot of bad press about the plantations and the soil, like radiata pine, for example, diminish the pH and rises the acidity of the soil, but it's not true. There are studies that show that it's not the problem. The problem is, for example, that at the beginning, the radiata pine plantations almost 80 years ago were done with a stand density of 2,500 trees per hectare. It was so high that in a few years, it was a kind of absolutely dark forest where, because of the light, there was no regrowth of other species. But nowadays, with the modern silviculture, we have radiata pine plantations that ends at the end of the rotation with a lot of native regrowth of species that are somewhere there. So it's not that bad. And we have soil still. Yeah. Ready?
Okay. Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Maria Paulina. Let's go. And now let's invite Samir Holim to talk for us, Advancing Sustainable Forestry, the Role of Research Sites in Native Species Silviculture, and the case of Hyotera Studies Center and Symbiosis.
tarde, pessoal. Me desculpe, eu vou fazer a apresentação em português. Qualquer coisa, depois vocês me ajudam a traduzir, tá bom? A gente vai fazer aqui uma apresentação em 3 partes. Eu vou fazer uma apresentação de um programa de silvicultura de espécies nativas brasileiras, né? Na verdade, a primeira parte, que é como foi construído esse projeto, o Miguel vai apresentar mais no final da tarde. E aí eu vou apresentar uma parte do projeto e o Daniel depois vai apresentar outra parte desse projeto. É um programa para escala nacional, a nível de Brasil, tá? Então, o que é esse programa? Nós temos um programa de pesquisa e desenvolvimento em silvicultura de espécies nativas. Isso não existe ainda no Brasil? Não, não existe ainda no Brasil, da forma que a gente vai apresentar. Claro que existem iniciativas isoladas, mas não do jeito que a gente está apresentando agora. Então, nós temos alguns objetivos principais, que é fortalecer a silvicultura de espécies nativas, que ela não existe ainda em escala no Brasil, estabelecer uma nova rede de estudos de longo prazo em parcelas permanentes. Essa rede ainda, em rede não existe, existem iniciativas isoladas. Esperamos trazer inovação, mostrar viabilidade econômica e atingir objetivos de conservação também. Enfim, são os objetivos que todos nós aqui queremos com qualquer prática florestal. E o que é essa rede de pesquisa? Nós temos por objetivo colocar 20 novos sítios de pesquisa na Mata Atlântica e na Amazônia, com 30 espécies nativas já selecionadas e mais algumas que podem ser escolhidas localmente pelos seus coordenadores locais. Em cada um desses sítios são 8 espécies plantadas de forma mista, 2 espécies. Nós não temos recursos para implantar vários espaçamentos, várias combinações de espécies. Então, a gente tentou simplificar pela limitação de recursos, mas a gente tem 8 espécies para cada um desses 20 sítios aqui, na Amazônia e na Mata Atlântica. É permitida espécie exótica? Se for necessário, é permitida espécie exótica, mogno africano, cedro australiano, até eucalipto seria permitido se fosse necessário. Qual que é o tamanho dessa área, desses sítios de pesquisa? São 5 hectares para manejo florestal experimental e 8 hectares para melhoramento genético. Nós estamos muito atrasados em práticas de manejo florestal e em práticas de e material genético selecionado. E nós precisamos, teremos a possibilidade, dentro do delineamento experimental proposto, de testar mudanças na fertilização do solo, crescimento, produtividade, qualidade da madeira, ciclagem de nutrientes, modelos de competição, modelos de ecofisiologia e também a questão do melhoramento genético, obviamente. Olha que lindo. Não é lindo, Luiz? A foto aqui, o plantio. Não, não sou eu, não, a foto. Esse aqui, pessoal, é para dar uma ideia do potencial das nossas espécies. Isso aqui é um IP amarelo, Androanthus serratifolius. Hoje, a espécie mais valiosa em comercialização, já que o mogno tem um embargo, o mogno brasileiro, ou amazônico, né? Essa espécie aqui está com 1 ano e 8 meses, esse IP. Uma espécie de madeira dura, mas crescendo nessa condição, com essa qualidade. E olha o que tem do lado dele aqui. É um mogno africano. Então, isso aqui é um material sem melhoramento. Então, esse aqui é o potencial das nossas espécies. E aqui, como exemplo, é a melhor delas, a mais valiosa delas. Isso aqui é na Bahia, na Simbioses. Então, nós temos, como falei para vocês, 30 espécies selecionadas, 15 para a Amazônia e 15 para a Mata Atlântica. Eu não vou me estender nelas aqui, tem um folder aí em cima da mesa que tem a lista de espécies para vocês, tá? Então, não preciso me estender sobre elas. Elas foram selecionadas, o Miguel vai contar mais ou menos a história de como elas foram selecionadas, mas elas não foram selecionadas aleatoriamente. Foi feito um grupo de trabalho para fazer essa seleção. Mas aí vem a pergunta, né? Para quem é mais novo ou para quem é de fora do Brasil, existe uma silvicultura antiga no Brasil, de espécies nativas? Ela já existiu. Ela já existiu. Existiam muitos sítios de silvicultura de espécies nativas no Brasil. Os anais desse congresso resumem, esse é um congresso de 1982, há mais de 40 anos atrás. Nessa época, a silvicultura de espécies nativas, ela florescia muito no Brasil. Existiam centenas de pesquisadores, muitos sítios implantados, muitas pesquisas em parcelas permanentes. E o que aconteceu com essas parcelas? Falta de recursos, foram abandonadas, pararam as medições, muitas delas foram cortadas, a grandíssima maioria nem existe mais, né? Mas existia uma silvicultura de espécies nativas no Brasil. Eu vou correr o risco aqui, sem querer ser deselegante, mas é importante reconhecer que existiam pesquisadores nesses anos 70, nesses anos 80, que faziam isso. Centenas deles dedicados exclusivamente à silvicultura de espécies nativas. Eu estou colocando aqui o nome de apenas 4, para não deixar faltar a memória, apenas 4, e para não ter briga, 2 da Embrapa e 2 do Instituto Florestal de São Paulo. Então, aqui, ó, a Leda Garrido, o Jorge Arede, o Paulo Hernani e o Otávio Gurgel Filho, né? O primeiro e o último, pai e filha, né, do Instituto Florestal, e os 2 do meio são da Embrapa. Então, pessoal, por que não foi para frente a silvicultura de espécies nativas no Brasil? É uma discussão a ser colocada, né? Mas provavelmente a madeira, assim, entre aspas, estava muito disponível, o valor talvez baixo. Muita gente achava que não ia acabar as madeiras, né? Mas o boom colapso que ocorre hoje na Amazônia ocorreu na Mata Atlântica também. Então a madeira foi acabando, foi ficando mais longe, o preço foi aumentando, e hoje a gente precisa de madeira. E madeira plantada ganhou valor. Então hoje, talvez, seja economicamente mais viável também, né? Interessante, né? A gente precisou desmatar, acabar com tudo, para ver que agora a gente precisa plantar para colher madeira, né? Mas é isso. Então, eu só queria deixar essa mensagem que nós não estamos começando do zero. E para quem que é esse projeto? Esse projeto não é para esse grupo que está fazendo esse trabalho. Tá? Esses projetos são para as universidades brasileiras, principalmente. Então, esses 20 sítios de pesquisa, nós queremos implantar nas universidades brasileiras, em parceria com instituições de pesquisa, como a própria Embrapa, né? Tem várias Embrapas aqui. Esses em verde escuro aqui são sítios, alguns sítios que mostraram interesse na região amazônica. Esses verde claro aqui são sítios que mostraram interesse, universidades que mostraram interesse na Mata Atlântica. E algumas empresas privadas já começaram a colaborar também, implantando alguns sítios, ou em parceria com universidades, todas elas em parceria com universidades, aliás. A Regrin na UFRA de Paragominas, a Simbiótica Federal do Sul da Bahia e a Corajosland na Estadual de Roraima. A Corajosland é uma empresa que está plantando muita área de silvicultura e SAF em Roraima. Então, eles vão implantar um sítio, por conta deles, em Roraima, no sul de Roraima. E tem espaço para mais aqui, ó. Tem espaço para mais. Então, esse outro verde aqui, o Daniel vai falar dele depois. Esses são alguns sítios antigos, remanescentes, que nós podemos ainda continuar aprendendo com eles. E o Daniel vai falar sobre isso mais depois da minha apresentação. Tá? Então, esses sítios são para as universidades, para que a gente crie novos estudantes e uma nova geração de pesquisadores. E qual que é o status do nosso programa? Nós elaboramos, para poder implantar esses sítios, elaboramos protocolos para ser uma rede de sítios padronizada, tanto do ponto de vista do delineamento experimental, como das operações de silvicultura propriamente ditas, né? E aqui é um capítulo desses protocolos, né? É só para mostrar um modelo de protocolo. Cada modelo foi elaborado por 2 ou 3 pesquisadores e depois foi validado por mais 6 ou 7 pesquisadores. Então, todos eles têm uma boa validação científica aí. E nós implantamos um primeiro sítio com recursos da Fundação Jeff Bezos. Um primeiro sítio implantamos em Rondônia, em 2023. Também colocamos um primeiro sítio da Mata Atlântica, que é o segundo do projeto, né? Aqui na Bahia. Foi agora em dezembro de 2024. E, em paralelo, é importante deixar isso claro. Nós sabemos que a silvicultura é economicamente viável e nós não precisamos esperar pelos resultados dessas pesquisas para a gente avançar. Precisamos esperar 20, 30 anos para começar a plantar floresta com espécies nativas, para a produção de madeira? Não, não precisamos. A gente tem essa experiência já. O que a gente precisa é testar mais hipóteses, testar mais, aprender e para otimizar os nossos plantios. Então, existem muitos desenhos de plantio. Também não vou ficar aqui querendo mostrar quais são os desenhos possíveis, quais são os desenhos que estão sendo feitos. Existe literatura para isso, né? Eu vou citar duas aqui. Esse aqui é do nosso amigo o Lauri. Ele tem alguns desenhos de silvicultura aí nesse trabalho. E tem esse outro trabalho aqui também publicado pelo WRI, coordenado pelo Miguel Calmon. Tem vários modelos com viabilidade econômica, para modelos com uma espécie, modelos com 2 espécies, modelo com SAF, modelo sem SAF. Tem um cardápio enorme de silvicultura de espécies nativas que vocês podem ver nessa publicação. Mas, embora exista um cardápio enorme, eu quero ressaltar aqui um modelo que a gente defende bastante, que é um modelo principalmente para a reserva legal, onde você precisa ter diversidade de espécies. A gente sabe fazer silvicultura com alta diversidade? Embora a gente tenha pouca experiência com isso, a gente já fez isso, né? Aqui eu tenho um exemplo de uma área que já foi monocultivo e foi, ao longo do tempo, sendo transformada. É uma área que tem mais de 30 espécies. Esse aqui é no Espírito Santo. Tem mais de 30 espécies e uma área que pode ser manejada sem corte raso, com alta diversidade, como já mostra uma literatura farta que existe aí na Europa, nos Estados Unidos. Tá? Então, a gente tem possibilidade de também ter uma silvicultura com alta diversidade de espécies. E, em paralelo, para também ajudar a escalar a silvicultura, nós estamos trabalhando com nossos colegas também da Embrapa, com métodos para zonear áreas prioritárias, áreas de maior potencial para plantio de algumas espécies. Então, aquelas 15 espécies da Amazônia, já foi desenvolvida uma metodologia, já foi feito o zoneamento para 3 espécies desse artigo, daquelas 15, e depois para 12 espécies. Então, todas as 15 espécies da Amazônia, nós já fizemos o zoneamento para saber as áreas prioritárias. E para todas elas, as publicações estão nesses artigos, para todas elas, nós temos um mapa como esse. Esse aqui é o mapa para castanha do Brasil. Ou, desculpa, castanha do Pará. Não, castanha da Amazônia. O mapa da castanha, né, com as áreas prioritárias de maior potencial de crescimento, médio potencial e baixo potencial em toda a Amazônia brasileira. Tá? Então, a gente tem já esse mapa para 15 espécies. Então, nós estamos trabalhando com isso em paralelo também. O Miguel vai apresentar outros trabalhos em paralelo que a gente tem feito, o Daniel mais alguma coisa. Então, como eu falei no começo, o que a gente espera é o que todo mundo aqui quer, em termos de silvicultura, mudar a produção madeireira, né? Eu sei, com certeza que não vamos... A silvicultura de espécies plantadas não vai substituir 100% a silvicultura de florestas naturais, mas a gente quer ajudar a mudar um pouco essa produção, né? Principalmente aqui na região sudeste, né? Também na Amazônia, mas na região sudeste, a madeira vem aqui de 3.000 quilômetros, 4.000 quilômetros para chegar, para ser vendida aqui na região sudeste. Então, a gente precisa produzir madeira mais próxima também. Alinhar os objetivos da biodiversidade e da conservação, e encorajar, como a gente mostrou ali, encorajar as relações públicas, privadas e acadêmicas, né? E, com certeza, como todo mundo falou aqui, nesses 2 dias aqui até agora, né, tentar contribuir também para a sustentabilidade e um melhor papel das florestas nas mudanças climáticas, né? Por fim, eu já terminei, mas eu queria fazer uma apresentação aqui, um slide apenas, de um livro de um amigo nosso, aluno do Luiz também aí há um tempo atrás, hoje professor no UFSCar. Então, é um livro, As Árvores e a Música Brasileira. É um livro editado e publicado no IPEF, inclusive. O PDF dele eu tenho disponível, vou deixar gratuitamente para quem quiser o PDF, e quem quiser a cópia física, pode entrar em contato com o autor aí. É um livro maravilhoso sobre árvores e a música popular brasileira. Tá bom? Era isso. Muito obrigado.
So we have two presentations very connected, so I will invite now Daniel Piotto to give the next one, and then the questions will be guided to both speakers at the same time, okay? So thank you, Samir. I would now invite Daniel Piotto, who will give us a speech about reference hubs, revisiting old native species, silvicultural trials in Brazil. And in the end of the Piotto's talk, we'll invite both to reply the questions, okay?
Well, hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Here I am again. So now I'm gonna talk about one component of this native species silviculture program that's related to what we call reference hubs. So these reference hubs are very old experiments that were established here in Brazil starting in the 50s and then till like the 80s. So we're trying to revisit all these experiments because most of the answers that farmers and investors, you know, the information that they want to make like investments in this kind of business are related to, you know, like growth rates of the species, timber quality, so what the quality of this timber that I'm gonna harvest in 10, 20, 30 years. So, you know, things related to, you know, like basic information about growth rates and timber quality. And then, you know, decision of investors can be like, you know, guided, you know, in terms of what they're gonna get in the future and what kind of product they're gonna have and what kind of market they can access with those products. So, and then this is like, as Samir said, this is a really big group of scientists of Brazil that all are trying to, you know, together, you know, like push this agenda on native species reforestation. Oh no, yeah, go back please. So, so basically, the reference hubs are areas with mature native species plantations. So here in the tropics, we know we have like lots of species and species with different growth rates. So we have like pioneer species that, you know, have like very like fast growth rates comparable to eucalyptus, for example. And we also have slow-growing species that are going to produce like denser timber and much more valuable products. And to study, you know, this, I mean, to have like the information about the timber quality and growth rates, if we want to get started again or start over again, that's going to take like quite a long time, right? So to grow the trees and start over the experiments. So then we're doing that, and Samir just presented that. We have started like a new generation of experiments, but we want to revisit the old ones so then we can like give answers like in short term. So, you know, like good growth models, good information about timber and so. So then the idea so is to evaluate the wood quality and productivity of these old plantings. And we're focusing on the priority species that Samir just presented. So Brazil has more like around like 7,000 tree species. And we're talking about native species, but we're not gonna work with all of them. So, you know, the first thing that we did, and Miguel is gonna explain that, you know, we had this big meeting with like most of the like Brazilian scientists that work on the subject to select like the 15 most promising species for the Amazon. at the 15 most promising species for the Atlantic forest. So then our idea is to focus within these 30 species. So then, you know, so we're trying to work in these old experiments that we can find the priority species. And then the idea is also working like in different biomes, so working like in the Amazon and in the Atlantic forest. And then we have like, you know, like we're all forests, so we know where the old experiments are. So basically what we did, we revisit all these areas. Most of them, I mean, there is no way, you know, they're being abandoned for like 30 years. So, I mean, you can't really like get like, you know, good information. There are no thinnings, no forest management, bunch of issues that kind of can impact their results. So we, looking around Brazil, we found like some areas that there's still like, there's, you know, like very good stands, areas that we can really like invest some money to do like research. So then we selected 2 sites, one in the Amazon, I'm gonna talk a little bit about that, and the other one here in Porto Seguro. That's just next to the Veracel Reserve, actually, the research hub. Unfortunately, we're not gonna have time to visit that, but anyways. So the activities that we're gonna do in these reference hubs is the revitalization of the experiments, try to recover all the old measurements, and like put together this historical data bank. We're also like, you know, like revitalizing, like remarking the plots, remeasuring, like doing like a forest inventory, so remeasuring all the trees, georeferencing all the little plots, you know, making the cartography. So trying to restore not just the site, but also all the information that we can save from these areas. And then, you know, we're like we're doing the inventories. So we just finished the inventory in the Amazon. We're just starting the inventory here in Porto Seguro. And the idea is that after we finish this, the census, actually, we're measuring all the trees that are in the experiment. We're gonna prescribe a thinning. And the idea is to you know, most of these plants, they need a thinning, you know, they're like quite abandoned for quite long. So we're gonna do like some thinnings, and we're gonna use the timber of the thinnings to do the wood quality studies. So, and then the very last thing that we wanna do in these reference hubs is the selection of superior trees for seed production and for genetic breeding. So there, you know, these plantings, they're no, in the records, they're not really like looking at like genetic breeding back in the day. They're like just testing the performance of the species. But as you visit the plots, they're clearly like trees, they're superior in terms of, you know, the like growth rates, for example. So then the idea is also like, use these trees for our genetic breeding program. So just said that we're revitalizing. So here's the a picture. Yeah. So the picture is not good, but you can see that doesn't look like a good plantation. See, like trees are like all like, you know, like really badly formed. A lot of branches, all packed, no thinning, super dark in the understory. So that's the situation that we found in the reference hubs. And next, please. And then, as I said in the beginning, you know, we have all these areas that there are a lot of public investment back in the day to put together these experiments. And that's the thing that happened in Brazil. Samir was talking a little bit about that, but Brazil, like until like the end of the 80s, most of forest research was like public research. So we have the IBDA, we had a Institute for Forest Research in Brazil until the end of the 80s. Oh, Silvio there. And then, so after that, most of the forest research, especially with the increase of the eucalyptus and pine plantations, were kind of more like private owned, so the eucalyptus and pines research were led by the consortium of companies, not more the government. The government pretty much stopped the research agenda on native species silviculture. So the idea now is recover all this information from these experiments and try to use them to promote the commercial use of these native species. And also, as we're mentioning, as deforestation increases, the forest frontier gets far away. There is a emerging. There's still a high demand of timber and timber from sustainable source. So there are many species, for example, pau Brazil, that's used to make bows for violin bows. And that's the only species. People have tried so many species, but people, the musicians want to use pau Brazil. So, and you cannot cut pau Brazil anymore in the natural forest because it's an endangered species. So the only source of bows for musicians for the future is sustainable production for Brazil. So we got to get started with that. I'm just giving an example of bow making, but there are many other products that rely on specific species. They are native. So that's and these markets, they're not going to disappear. So then we need to find other source. Please. So now I'm going to talk about the first hub that we established. That's called Belterra Hub. So, and this hub was, so that was the first, I guess, Silvio Brains had just arrived. I saw Silvio somewhere. But the first reforestation planting in the Amazon was made back in the 50s. FAO came to Brazil, and then they started, this forest management program in Pará, and also they did a lot of reforestation trails in Curuaúna, close to Santarém. And then close to Santarém, there is this town that's called Belterra. That was the town that Ford tried to plant rubber trees and failed. And then Embrapa has a big research station there. And being in the 70s, they started to test a bunch of Amazonian species for silviculture. So we're talking about around 80 native species of the Amazon that have been planted around 40, 45 years ago. And the plantations are there, but they haven't been measured in the past 25 years. But they're there. So, and then we have very important species for our program here. For example, Carapa guianensis at the Andiroba that provides not just good timber, but also oil. And we got Bertholletia excelsa, that's the Brazil nut, the Cumaru, Dipteryx, or odorata, and also species with light woods, such as Schefflera monototone, that's used to make matches. And because we work with mixed plantations most of the time, you're not, the idea is to use mixed plantings, and Samir just showed the Ipe with mahogany. So the idea is to use pioneer species to train the late successional species, so you get straight boughs and trees growing taller. So the idea is to use all these mixed stands. So, but then we're selecting not just high-value timber, but also fast-growing species that will serve as trainers for the slow-growing species. And the second hub is 10 minutes from here. It's just next to the Veracel Reserve, and that's a experimental station that was owned by the Cocoa Research Center of Bahia. So cocoa here is being cultivated with trees for quite long. So here we call cabruca. It's a traditional way of to cultivate cocoa. So people would cut down the understory of the natural forest, make it kind of very strong thinning, but leaving 40 to 100 trees per hectare, more or less, and then planting cocoa underneath. And then, this cocoa research center was, okay, so if you want to expand the cocoa plantation, we need to understand the civics of the native species, so then we can use the native species to produce timber and also to shade the cocoa for cocoa production. So they started back in the 70s, and they tested more than 100 native species. So we have 80 hectares of lots of plots. And it's very interesting that they also tested monocultures against mixed planting. So we have one of the oldest experiments of mixed and monocultures, plantations, comparison of that. And we, and in this area, we have very emblematic species for Brazil. So we're talking about Pau-Brasil equinata, that named our country, that's the Pau-Brasil. We're talking about Brazilian rosewood, the Albergia nigra. We're talking about Jequitibá rosa, that's one of the largest trees we have in our country, the emergent tree, super tall. You find trees with 4 or 5 meters diameter, in old-growth forests. And also other legume species, such as Platimenia, and so. Next. So what do we expect with the research in these reference hubs? So, and things that we've been doing. So I'm going to show some results. Well, we can develop growth models and also biometric models. We can improve silviculture management and species selection, because we have tested many species, so we can compare the performance of them. And also provide scientific base for large-scale silviculture and sustainable timber production. So let's go to some results. So that's our progress so far. So talking about, let's start with biometric models. So Samir and we wrote this book back in 2018, and one of the chapters we put together biometric models for the most important species of the Atlantic forest. So we're talking about high diameter models, volume models, biomass models for most of the species. So this is very important, right? For forest management. So that's the basis for silviculture. So we're trying to develop all these models, the biometric models that are going to be important, for example, to estimate how much carbon you're going to get from that plantation. And so another very important thing is the growth models, right? So how these trees are going to grow over time. So we just published this paper, it was 6 months ago, well, a little more, end of 2024. And then we published the growth models and performance of 100 tropical species growing here in the Atlantic forest. This data came from one of old reference hub that's in Linhares, in Espírito Santo. So it was published. So here, you can, there are 100 species. So, people can really look at their performance. And then, we have growth curves for fast-growing species, low-growing species. And that's gonna be very useful for people that want to build business plans, for example, for plantations, or even people from the carbon markets been using a lot our growth models, to model, how much carbon they're gonna get over time, is including restoration plantings. Silvics and wood quality. So we also have study, how you could manage these plantings, how many things they're gonna do, how long it's gonna take to harvest a tree with a 30-centimeter diameter. So we have worked out some guidelines for silviculture of these species. This is the case of this is Brazilian rosewood. Next. And the wood quality. So we cut down, all the species. So we cut down several trees. And then we did all the, the anatomical, the physical and chemical properties of the timber, the workability of this timber. So there is a lot of debate if the timber that comes from a plantation is going to have the same quality of the timber that comes from the natural forest. So they're going to have a smaller diameter, younger tree. It's going to replace that large diameter old tree that's coming from from the mature forest. So we've been doing like a lot of work trying to see, you know, the difference. There are any difference, and what are the difference, and how long we're gonna, so it's not just diameter, perhaps we need to wait a little bit more, you know, to harvest a tree, because perhaps the diameter is good, but the timber is not mature yet for some use. Anyways, we cut down a lot of trees, and then we studied all of them, and here, the proof that we did it, we cut it down. Someone said, oh, you gotta put the pictures that show that you guys are cutting trees, so we are cutting trees to study the wood properties. Next. Another thing that we want to do is, you know, because we're harvesting trees, we can do like dendrochronology, and then with dendrochronology, we can also build like growth models, right? Because we can like just like look the rings, and also we can study like climate change effects. I mean, we have very strong like, El Nino effects here in this region. So then, you know, that's one of the studies there where we're just starting, you know, so trying to, you know, correlate, you know, like increase and decrease of growth rates and correlate with the climatic changes over time, as we have, you know, like 40 years of growth here. So this is we haven't finished any manuscript so far, but it's in the pipeline. And then to wrap up the genetic breeding, right? So we're talking about silviculture, and if you want to improve like growth rates, or if you want to select okay, I'm gonna finish. So in the genetic breeding, there are many things that we can do. I was talking about selecting the superior trees, so then we can collect seeds and start like a breeding program. And then there are lots of, I know people say, oh, you're gonna need like to wait like, you know, we're studying like early selection because we have this long-term data. What we did, we selected, imagine that we stopped at the year 6, and then we say, I'm gonna select the best trees. And then we went back to the data set at the year 30, and compare if the ones that we select at year 6 are still the best ones at year 30. So now, I mean, we're very good. Like, so then we can do like early selection. So when, you know, if you know, the likelihood of finding the best tree at age 6 is very similar to age 30. So then we don't need to wait like 30 years to find out what's gonna be the best, or finding out that, okay, we can speed up like breeding programs. So, and we've been doing that. We've been doing like cloning of the pioneer species. So we have clones of the Cordia trichotoma. So back in the day, we would use like exotic species as trainers for the for the slow-growing species, and now we're trying to use our native species as trainers, so species that can grow really faster than eucalyptus and mahogany. Then can be used, so then the plantation will be only native species. And I'm gonna stop here because I run out of time, so thank you very much. And I'm gonna invite Samir here for...
So Samir, please, now we have the opportunity to make questions or for Samir or for Danielle. So anyone is interested to start? Yep.
Should I ask in English? Pergunta em inglês mesmo? I would like to ask you, thank you for both presentations. I would like to ask you for some perspectives for Cerrado species, because we know that it's very difficult to produce them, and I don't know if you have some perspectives to produce them and to implement some of those projects for Cerrado. Thank you.
Das nossas 30 espécies, 16 são do bioma cerrado também. Então, existe potencial também para essas espécies serem implantadas em projetos no bioma cerrado, desde que, obviamente, a questão da precipitação, das condições do solo permitam, né? Mas já meio sem querer a gente acabou selecionando 16 espécies do cerrado.
Yeah, so among the species, there's some species that we have selected that their occurrence is like their range is wider than the biome. So, so then, for example, cumaru, the dipteryx, that legume occurs in the Cerrado. People call that baru there. Cumaru is all dipteryx, and it occurs in the Amazon. And then there are other species that so we haven't like started with the Cerrado because like the most promising species. I mean, we're getting started. Like when you want to break a window, you gotta throw a big rock. So we're not gonna start. You're not gonna start in Cerrado because we know that tree's gonna grow like slower. Then it's gonna be way more difficult. But we wanna get there. We want to get there, but we decided to start in the Atlantic forest and the Amazon because we think that, it's going to be easier to, to move this agenda, and then we can get into the Cerrado. It's going to be much more challenging for sure.
One more question from here.
Hi, thanks for the talk, Daniel. I just had a question is, once you all are maybe like a decade from now done with these trials and we understand what species grow best and where, how do you guys see this species selection interacting with the current landscape where it's mostly eucalyptus being planted here? Do you see the integration of these species as replacing eucalyptus, or maybe being used to facilitate maybe where eucalyptus grows on more marginal land? How do you see that occurring into the future as you guys develop these native species plantations?
Well, that's a very good question. So for things that eucalyptus, let's say like most of the eucalyptus been planted for pulp and paper. So and we're not like dealing with pulp and paper here. So we're like just the idea is to work with timber, sound timber, and the second thing is that there's so much degraded land around here that I don't think we're gonna compete with that. So there is lots of degraded lands, not just here in the Atlantic forest, but all over Brazil. We're talking about more than 50 million hectares of available land, right? And then if you remember yesterday, the figures, Brazil want to restore just 12 million hectares. So there is still 38 million hectares left for eucalyptus, for native species, for agroforest. So I don't see, a kind of issue of land use competition in the landscape. Yeah.
Anyone? I would like to address one question too. How is the process to prepare to prepare the plants to each site? For example, you did a trial in Roraima and another one in Porto Seguro. But even if you are using species from the same biome, they have a lot of differences maybe in the acclimatation between the sites, right? So you are preparing all the seedlings in the same area and bringing to the other. How is this logistic for the implantation of a trial?
Yeah, that's a good question. So they're Samir presented, we have these new experiments, we have two kinds of experiment. One is for related to silviculture management. That's kind of much more simple than the other one that's for genetic breeding. The genetic breeding is a very complicated design. We need to have 30 families. Each family must have 5 replications. And it's really hard, and we're working with several species, so there's some species that never flower. The project spans 3 years and we never get a seed. So we're very challenging to get the seedlings ready for the genetic breeding program. But for the forest management, the silvicultural management experiment, what we do is that we produce, for example, the site here in Porto Seguro, the partnership with Symbiosis. So Symbiosis provided the seedlings. So we choose the species, we use the priority species, but we choose with the partner. So for example, in Roraima, the partner there is gonna say, I wanna test this species here within your list. And then then within this partnership, they with companies, for example, they provide the seedlings. When we're like doing the experiment with university, we provide the seedlings, but then we have partnerships with companies that are going to produce the seedlings for the experiment. Yeah.
Okay. We have, I think, 2 more questions. One for here.
This is really important and exciting work that you're doing. It's really cool, but you have these old plantations. So somebody was doing this 20, 30 years before, and then what happened? For 20, 30 years, nobody did this work? What happened? And maybe this is a discussion for later, but it seems like why didn't you start this earlier?
Well, I mean, Silvio Brains, he's going to be the keynote speaker tomorrow, so perhaps he can touch on that. He lived that part. He was like sitting in the Belterra hub back in the 70s, right, 80s or something like that. So he was there, like, and Silvio can talk about that. My take is that, you know, after Brazil extinguished the IBDF, there was the research. I mean, Brazil had this department to work with forestry, and then Brazil created this IBAMA that does everything. So forestry was kind of lost in the federal government. So nobody knows it's in the Ministry of Environment, it's in the Ministry of Agriculture, and go back and forth. And that was so forestry, silviculture in Brazil doesn't have an address yet. Even eucalyptus, it's a serious problem. You know, like is with the Ministry of Agriculture, but then the Ministry of Environment, had interact with the Ministry of Agriculture. So my take is that there was no public investment anymore, and the private sector at that time I have no interest in native species silviculture because of the eucalyptus boom. But Silvio, can talk about that because he lived, all this up and down in the Brazilian forest research. Luis as well. I'm like still like a young guy, but these guys have lived, what happened, and they might have like a different opinion. But my opinion is that there was no public investment, and without public investment, we're talking about long-term research, so we need public investment. It's very hard to find a company that's gonna invest like in this kind of endeavor.
Okay, so let's thank both for the presenters. Giving hands, please. And we have now one more presentation for this group. I would like to invite Danicelli Laranja to give us a presentation about sustainable teak management in Brazil, long-term modeling. Welcome.
Boa tarde a todos. Eu peço desculpa, mas eu vou continuar em português. Meu nome é Danicelli, eu sou coordenadora de planejamento na TRC. Então, vou falar um pouquinho sobre o manejo de teca no Brasil, né, um pouco do nosso modelo, nosso desafio de longo prazo. Então, a TRC é a maior empresa privada de teca do mundo. Então, a gente tem, hoje, em torno de 35 mil hectares de teca. Eles ficam no estado do Mato Grosso e no estado do Pará. Né? Do Brasil, a gente representa 63% da produção. Nossas áreas estão divididas em cerca de 31 propriedades, certificadas pelo FSC. Próximo. Falando um pouco da nossa cadeia, então, a gente atua desde o desenvolvimento do material genético. Então, a gente tem clones, produção de mudas, seleção de terras, plantio, manutenção, colheita, até a logística. Então, a gente cuida até entregar no consumidor. Aí, entrando no ciclo da teca, então, hoje no Brasil a gente fala num ciclo de em torno de 20 anos. Desculpa que está pequeno, mas a gente pretende, né? A gente foca num corte final em torno de 20 anos. Então, os primeiros anos são muito importantes, né? Então, é o plantio, é o preparo da muda, todo a silvicultura que vocês conhecem, né, adubação, e a gente tem desbastes, então, diferente do eucalipto, a gente tem desbastes, e isso varia de acordo com os espaçamentos, então a gente não tem um manejo fixo, são sempre 2 desbastes, são sempre 3 desbastes, a gente vai variando de acordo com as condições. Tá? Então, tem os desbastes iniciais, né, que a gente chama, que nos plantios, os primeiros plantios que a gente realizava, a gente começou no Mato Grosso, a nossa história, eles eram 3x2, 3x3, então a gente tinha, a teca é sensível à competição, então a gente precisava de desbastes cedo, que acabavam não gerando nada. Então, a gente era waste thinning, nós chamamos. Né? Então, era cortar para eliminar a competição. Então, seleciona as piores e seguimos com as melhores. E aí, depois, a gente tem os desbastes tardios, que aí, assim, a gente já gera ou madeira só para serraria, ou lenha, serraria, já alguma exportação, depende muito da condição do espaçamento. E o principal, né, no ciclo da teca, o investimento, o retorno principal é no corte final. Tá? Então, só mostrando um pouco do ciclo, então, desde a produção da muda até o plantio, aqui a gente chama de boiteca, então, uma integração entre teca com pecuária. Então, hoje, a TRC está investindo na integração, então, o estado do Mato Grosso é muito forte com o gado, então, hoje, a nossa proposta para os proprietários então, vamos desenvolver uma pecuária mais sustentável. Então, vamos colocar a teca junto com o boi. Tá? Então, a gente iniciou esse projeto ano passado, é uma parceria com a Embrapa agora, então, a gente está começando isso aí. Aí, só um pouquinho. Aí, aqui é a condução, né, nos primeiros anos. Os primeiros anos tem muita desrama. A desrama é importante, a gente faz uma desrama aí até cerca de 6 metros, né, para tentar 2 toras livre de nós, com uma qualidade melhor. Pode passar? Continua, só para vocês terem uma noção do visual, até chegar no corte final, com o nosso harvester. Né? Próximo. Aí, falando um pouco dos nossos desafios no planejamento. Então, a TRC ela administra ativos, então, ela tem investidores diferentes, com interesses diferentes. Então, a gente tem que lidar com um que quer um ciclo mais longo, um que vai replantar, um que vai devolver a terra, um que corre mais risco, o outro quer retorno financeiro esse ano. Então, a gente tem todos esses pratos para equilibrar. Eles dividem a mesma capacidade operacional, né? É uma empresa atendendo todos eles, e o mesmo mercado. Né? E, diferente do eucalipto, eu não tenho uma indústria, eu não tenho 1 milhão de madeira para fornecer. Eu tenho um mercado que flutua de acordo com a guerra, de acordo com a tarifa do Trump, de acordo com N condições. Próximo. Falando de mercado, então, em consumidores, então, a gente exporta, cerca de 80 a 90% da nossa madeira vai para a Índia, ela é a grande consumidora, e a China, Vietnã, eles consomem uma madeira melhor qualidade. Então, eles querem toras grossas, sem nó, às vezes com algumas características específicas. Então, algumas madeiras nossas têm o black stripes, então, umas listras negras mesmo, então, algum mercado. Como a China e o Vietnã é mais móveis, eles têm algumas características específicas. É um mercado mais exigente. Então, são destinos variados, com logísticas variadas. Então, a minha logística do Mato Grosso é completamente diferente da minha logística do Pará, para chegar na Índia, para chegar na China. São múltiplos produtos. Então, a gente trabalha com tora curta, longa, média, 3, 2,60, 2,50, 2,30, 5, 7, 9, o que eles quiserem. Pode passar? Então, para o nosso modelo, a gente acaba disponibilizando uma opção de 30 produtos. Lógico que, para o longo prazo, ele é uma simplificação, então, a gente roda só com tora curta, né, para não ter um infeasible aí, porque, senão, é impossível. A gente acaba rodando com 16 opções de tora curtas. Né? Para isso, a gente gera tudo automaticamente no SQL. Então, nossas yields são geradas no SQL. Isso depende do modelo de taper bem ajustado. Né? Aqui, só para vocês, não sei se dá para ver muito bem, mas a nossa operação, a gente derruba, a gente seleciona para exportação árvore a árvore, todas as toras são plaqueteadas, medidas uma a uma, para formar o lote. Então, em termos de intervenção, além do corte final, a gente tem os desbastes, né? Para facilitar, a gente agrupa eles por grupo de espaçamento. Então, meu grupo do espaçamento, né? Então, se eu tenho, meu talhão é 4x3, 4x4, algo parecido, a gente agrupa ele nessa mesma realidade. E, de acordo com o espaçamento, a gente determina os desbastes. Então, um 4x3 vai ter um 417, 250, 67. Esses números são o número de árvores remanescentes. Tá? Então, antes a gente falava primeiro desbaste, segundo desbaste, terceiro desbaste, todo mundo ficava, mas quantas árvores são? A gente falava, bota já o número das árvores que todo mundo entende. E aí, um 5x4, por exemplo, já é outra densidade, porque eu já estou partindo de outra quantidade inicial, né? E aí a gente tem as árvores de decisões. Então, para cada intervenção, eu tenho uma possibilidade de idades, né? E entre elas a gente fala que não pode ser, tem que ser no mínimo 2 anos, né? E assim a curva vai. Se eu fiz às 8, então a partir dos 11, 12, 13 eu posso fazer, fiz aos 13, e a nossa árvore de decisões cresce. E definir um desbaste afeta muita coisa, né? Então, se eu postergo o desbaste, beleza, eu tenho um crescimento maior, mas eu vou ter um volume maior de tara-grossa, mas eu vou perder pela doença. Então, tudo tem seu peso, né? Tudo tem seu... Encontrar qual é o equilíbrio aí. Posso? Para, então, tentar encaixar tudo isso, a gente, lógico, que trabalha com cenários. Muitos cenários são restrições de mercados. Né? Então, a gente tem uma serraria interna, a gente tem uma serraria nossa. Então, a serraria precisa de madeira fina, a China quer madeira grossa, a Índia quer de, sei lá, 90 a 100. E a gente fica aí, dada a floresta que a gente tem, a gente cria cenários. Então, o mercado hoje consome, eu vou conseguir exportar 200 mil metros cúbicos. Eu vou fazer um cenário que o mercado vai melhorar, eu vou fazer um cenário que o mercado vai ser pior. Né? Depende muito do que a gente espera da capacidade do mercado também. A gente tem cenários de preço. Então, existe uma tendência de que daqui em 2030 vai cair, né, o fornecimento de teca. Então, a gente vai ter um déficit, porque teve uma época que os plantios diminuíram, então a gente espera um aumento de preço, vai faltar madeira, não vai faltar madeira, mas vai reduzir e a demanda continua. Então, a gente tem cenários em que eu aumento, então eu falo, para esse investidor, você pode ir até 30 anos, e se cortar mais tarde, meu preço vai crescer, porque eu vou ocupar essa janela que vai faltar madeira. E é isso. E alguns têm, eu vou até 30 anos na minha curva. Bem, para fechar, então, para tentar juntar tudo isso, a gente junta os nossos ativos como um só, como se fosse um único dono. Então, eu não enxergo se é o investidor A, B ou C, eu coloco todos juntos, lógico, com algumas restrições específicas, mas isso me permite ganhar em alguns pontos, né? Então, eu tenho uma flexibilidade, eu tenho um volume maior que eu estou exportando, minha logística é mais barata, eu tenho, então, eles não estão competindo individualmente, né? A gente está enxergando todos eles juntos e tentando fazer o melhor para todos eles, para o mesmo mercado, para as mesmas restrições. Obrigada.
Thank you. We have time for questions for Danicelli.
Danicelli, uma pergunta que sempre me veio à cabeça: por que não temos mais empresas especializadas em teca no Brasil? Why we have only one large teak company in Brazil? Why you don't have almost competition in terms of having others also producing? And can you tell us a little bit about the price today of teak? Pode nos falar algo sobre os preços hoje?
Okay, so I don't know why. We have more companies in Mato Grosso, but they are very small, and usually they don't go straight to the end. They have some They have the guys that buy the wood and sell in India, for example. They don't do the whole chain, right? We do. I don't know. Today, the price of the land is too high, and it's 20 years to invest, so it's kind of this, I think. It's difficult to us nowadays to find some new investors. So this is why we are looking for new strategies. So let's do the cattle with the teak, something like that. And about the prices, this year, the first semester, the first quarter was not too good. India was, too many wood was arriving in India from Panama, I think, and the price went down. Yeah, but now they are getting okay. They start to asking more wood and increase the price for the second semester. And we had a problem with Vietnam because Trump, his tariffs, I don't know how to say, is impacted them. They don't want to buy. They are waiting to see what is going to happen. So Vietnam stopped to buy. There's a problem. The best price is China. China and Vietnam. Then thicker logs. How much? China? Vou falar. Mais ou menos. Dollars. Cubic meter, yeah. Yeah, we have some. We have some spot that price things that is, but it's deck to Europe that in the United States that are best prices, but it's not the logs or from our sawmill. Yeah, the final part.
Dani, você conhece a Floresteca?
É a mesma.
Ah, é a mesma? Ah, que legal. Não, porque eu tive contato, nós montamos, né, um plantio de teca com espécies nativas há um tempo atrás. Né? Tinha paricá com teca, algumas leguminosas. Sim, sim, lá em Redenção. E a teca e o taxi branco se deram muito bem. Você tem notícias?
Não tenho.
Não
eu
tem
sei
notícias.
que existe.
Está
eu
lá.
vejo o nosso banco, nosso cadastro
então,
florestal, mas eu não
que
tenho
ótimo, porque
notícias.
Vamos ver se a gente consegue. Eu falava com o José Maria.
Ah, José Maria.
Isso.
Agora é o João. Pará.
E nos abriu as portas e a gente fez esse trabalho. Nós montamos com a Floresteca, na época Vale Florestar, né? E que bom que se nós pudéssemos resgatar, porque a gente
vou
tem
verificar se está tudo
história.
certinho. A gente
Conversamos
pode
mais.
Conversa.
Que bom. Obrigado.
Nada.
So, thank you very much, Danicelli.
You're welcome.
Let's give hands for Dani. And I'm really sorry, but we need to go on, so we need to jump again the stretch break, okay? So, because of the time, we cannot compromise our dinner, right? Our special dinner. So, let's invite Jonathan Torricelli. Jonathan. Okay. Jonathan will talk to us about dry forest land use strategies, a multi-criteria approach to enhance socioeconomic benefits and ecosystem services under uncertainty. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jonathan Torres Celi. I'm working in my PhD research in the Institute of Forest Management at the Technical University of Munich. And my PhD research is regarding land use strategies for dry forest ecosystems, a multi-criteria approach for enhanced socioeconomic benefits and ecosystem services under uncertainty. And this project, this work, was done with the support of Thomas Nocket and Luz Maria Castro. So as a brief introduction, the dry forest ecosystems, like the other ecosystems, as very important not only for its ecological aspects, but also for their social or economic importance. So, but however, the inefficiency, the current inefficiency in the agro-production systems makes it imperative to work in a transition to sustainable agricultural production, not only to improve the incomes and the life quality and the livelihoods of the local community that depend on these ecosystems, but also to promote the conservation of this important ecosystem. No? So there are some strategies to achieve this transition to sustainable land agricultural production, but for our project, the planning of the land uses and the diversification as a strategy to reduce the risk or the uncertainty are the most important for our study. So based on this context, the robust multi-objective optimization model emerged as a tool to support this transition and to guide the decision making in the land use planning processes. So this optimization model has been applied in different ecosystems in different contexts, but this is the first time that we apply this model in a dry forest context. So the main advantage of this model is that it was designed to apply in scarce data or in areas with data limitations. So this is the case of the dry forest. So as I mentioned before, this PhD research was done in the dry forest ecosystems, taking an example in the southern Ecuador, in Loja province, in these influence zones near to this private reserve, named Laipuna. So our main goal was to have a robust multi-objective optimization model for land use allocation, in this case at farm level. And based on this objective, we find answers for these two research questions. So how can we improve land use allocation and overall land use performance? And what trade-offs become evident through Pareto frontier analysis when we work with conflictive socioeconomic and ecological indicator bundles. So our research approach was based on a systematic steps. In the step number 1, we determine the observed land use composition using GIS methods, and after that using field validations and conversation with the local farmers, we identify that shade coffee, shade cacao, silvopastures, and maize as monocultures are the most important land use options in our study area. In the second step, we identified and select some indicators according to our two objectives. For the socioeconomic objective, we work with the annual net present value, payback period, cost-benefit ratio, labor demand, food production, and for the ecological indicators bundle, we use biomass production, carbon, and water retention capacity. With that, we calculate the performance of each indicator and the performance of each land use option. So in step number 3, using different sources of variability, we integrate uncertainty in the performance calculated in step number 2, and after that, using methods like bootstrapping or Monte Carlo simulation, we compute the mean values and the standard deviation as the main input to apply our robust multi-objective optimization, and step number 4. As you can see, to apply this model, we use the Optim Land Use RStudio packages. And with this package, we can compute the optimal land use allocation. We can compute the guarantee performance of each portfolio under different uncertainty levels. And with this, we can compare what happened between the optimized portfolios and the current land use composition. And finally, in the step number 5, we analyze the trade-offs between these conflictive objectives. No? For this trade-off analysis, we use the guarantee performance computed here in step number 4. And as an innovative aspect, we combine our robust multi-objective optimization with robust Pareto frontier to make a deeper trade-off analysis. So, of course, behind our model, there is maths, there is equations, there are constraints, there is objective functions, but maybe this is a simple form to explain how the robust multi-objective optimization works. So here, as I mentioned before, the mean values and the standard deviation is the main input to apply this model, and this figure represents any indicator, any objective, and the different performance that can we get in this indicator. So with the mean values and the standard deviation, we calculate the uncertainty adjust values to generate different scenarios between the best and the worst case scenarios. And after that, we normalize these scenarios, these values, using the min-max method, and we calculate the guarantee performance per uncertainty scenario. In this case, our model integrates the uncertainty using this scale that represents zero. Zero represents a low uncertainty and represent the agricultures or local farmers with a neutral risk aversion. And here number 3 represent a high uncertainty level, but as well represent the farmers with a high risk aversion. After that, we analyze the guarantee performance or the performance in general to the portfolio, and of course the land use allocation to this performance across these different uncertainty levels. So here you can see this maximum distance between 0 and 100%. And here you can see our objective function, that is reduce as much as possible this worst underperformance. And this reduction of the worst underperformance is named Guarantee Performance Index. So this simple example, when we work with a multi-criteria approach, looks like that. So here you can see another example, of course, of a combination of different indicators, of different objectives, before the optimization. And with this performance, with these scenarios, in the current land composition, we have something like that. But after the optimization, we can obtain this land use composition, integrating the same land use option or the same current composition, or other land use options that you want to analyze in the land use planning process. So in these figures, you can see only to represent the performance after the integrated uncertainty for each indicator and for each land use option. And here is only to see that, for example, land options like maize has the better or a higher performance in the socioeconomic indicators, But when we see, for example, ecological indicators like biomass production, the performance of maize is lowest, no? And the performance of the shea cocoa and shea coffee is higher. It's only to see what happened with the performance after integrating the uncertainty for each indicator and for each land use option. And this is key because we need to understand that to better understand the results of the model. So, and here you can see one of the main results of the application of the robust multi-objective optimization. Here you can see the observed land use composition. And here you can see the multi-objective land use composition under different uncertainty levels. So, in the observed land use composition, you can see that silvopasture and maize dominate the land use composition, and here we can see as well that currently the local farmers are making decisions under intuitive diversification of the land use options. And here, after the optimization, our model suggests maintain this land use diversification, but with a reconfiguration of the allocation of the different land use option, especially in the agroforestry systems. So here we have a comparison between the three optimized portfolios. Here is the one more time the multi-objective portfolios. Here we have the optimized portfolio considering only the socioeconomic indicators, and here we have the different portfolios when we only consider the ecological indicators. So as you can see, the multi-objective model in general presents a better distribution and a balanced composition of the four land use that we analyze in our study area. But when we consider only socioeconomic and only ecological indicators, this composition differ from the multi-objective composition. So that another important aspect here that is socioeconomic portfolio is the more similar to the current composition, and that's mean local farmers currently are making decisions prioritizing mainly short-term incomes across, over ecological indicators or over long-term indicators. So, and here you can see the results of the guarantee performance index across different indicators levels and a comparison between the observed land use composition and the and the optimized land use composition. So here you can see that the observed land use portfolio achieved the lower guarantee performance than the optimized portfolios. And here you can see an evident trade-offs when we optimize considering only socioeconomic indicators, only ecological indicators, and the trade-offs when we integrate these both conflictive indicators. So, and for a more clearly trade-off analysis, as I mentioned before, we combine our model with the robust Pareto frontier. So in this case, you can see that the Pareto frontier analysis reveals more clear these trade-offs between socioeconomic guarantee performance and ecological guarantee performance. And here we have the results for 3 different uncertainty levels, no? Low uncertainty level, moderate uncertainty level, and high uncertainty level. So in general, here we have, for example, the Pareto frontier, and here we can see the multi-objective of the global solution Thank you. Of the global solution, and here you can see what happened in the current land use composition. And here you can see the different land use portfolios or land use composition considering these feasible solutions. And here we can see that when we prioritize, for example, socioeconomic indicators over ecological indicators, the portfolios in general are less diversified. So with these results, we derive some optimized land use strategies. This is the main input for the local stakeholders, especially for the local farmers. In this case, our findings suggest an increase of the shade coffee and the shade cacao is very important because these land options provide long-term ecological services and socioeconomic benefits, but it's important reconfiguration of these three agroforestry options. But according to our model, according to our results, there is very, very important to achieve this reconfiguration or to achieve this change in these land options, maintain a stable proportion of the maize, mainly to get annual returns and short-term incomes. This is key to support this reconfiguration, especially in the agroforestry systems. And finally, in the conclusions, of course, we can see that the model is a helpful tool to support this decision, this land use planning, and this transition to sustainable agricultural production, especially in dry forests, where there is a data limitation. We can see that the farmers currently are already diversified based in their experience, based in this experience, but our model suggests a better distribution and a better balance of these land use types. So in here, as I mentioned before, for this reconfiguration, for these transitions between our forestry systems to increase the shade coffee and shade cacao, it's very important to maintain a same proportion of monocultures like maize. And finally, of course, policy support like incentives or payments for ecosystem services or technical assistance are very important as well to support this reconfiguration and this transition to sustainable land use options. So that's all. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. We have time for one question, two questions, okay? So let's come.
Jonathan, thank you very much. It was a very interesting application of multi-criteria and especially on a complex landscape like that one that you have in Ecuador. I would go back to the origin of the problem. I mean, how large are the farms or the land, the properties in the area? How large are the properties and how are the landowners organized? So when you say helping on the landscape planning or planning the landscape, how will you involve the farmers, the people that make decisions in each small property? So are they organized in cooperatives? Are they organized in associations? How do you get there and say, look, we are here, this is the Pareto frontier, we should maybe move this direction and you would get that benefits or you lose this and that. So the stakeholders will be all in one meeting. How will it work when you get to the farmers?
So thank you so much for your question. It's a really good question. So in Ecuador, and especially in the dry forest ecosystems, there are different levels of organization. In our study area, normally there are not association. For example, it's individual farmers. It's more common in this case. For that reason, we work at farm level, at the first level of the land use planification. So we integrate the participation of the stakeholders, mainly the local farmers, in the analysis of the problem and the identifying the main land use options and the proportions. See, yeah, in step number 1. And also in step number 2, because we through conversations with the local farmers, we identify some data to calculate or to compute mainly the socioeconomic indicators based on flow cash, for example. Yeah. After that, of course, maybe this is important in a second stage, but these results does not validate with the local farmers. This is a second stage, I think. Thank you so much.
We have here another question.
Thank you, Jonathan. Very, very interesting presentation. A question that I have is related to what Luis just asked you, and also a compliment maybe. So the first one is, if you're saying that in a high uncertainty world, the landowners pretty much has to select the land use, almost the same share of each land use, right? But in small properties, in your case, is that possible in terms of the operation? And back to uncertainty, maybe I missed that, and I'm sorry about that, but what are the factors that have highest weight on your uncertainty, and how you see this changing in a more problematic world in the future in terms of market, in terms of climate, and etc.? Yeah.
So, thank you so much. It's a good question as well. So as the professor mentioned in your presentation in the morning, uncertainty is the main challenge when we work with the optimized models in general. So in this case, this model integrates uncertainty using this level between 0 and 3, and this represents the times of the standard deviation. For example, number 3 represents a high uncertainty level, and this represents as well 3 times of the standard deviation. So this is the form that our model integrates uncertainty. So in our discussion of the manuscript, we integrate also some advantage and disadvantage of this method to integrate uncertainty as part of the model. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
We would like to invite now Sergio Fernandes to give us a presentation about integrating stakeholder preferences into multi-criteria decision analysis for strategic forest management. Welcome, Sergio.
Thank you. So I'm a PhD student at ISA, at the University of Lisbon, under the supervision of Professor José Borges and also from José Ramón González from CTFC in Catalonia. And I'm focusing my studies in participatory approaches and decision support systems towards forest management and also fire management. Today I'm going to talk about integrating stakeholder preferences into this forest and fire management. So to give a little bit of context, we are in the Mediterranean region. We have a lot of areas, fire-prone areas, affected by extreme wildfires more and more nowadays. And of course, there is that inefficiency in the resources allocation. The resources are limited, and we don't have much influence on how many or how much resources we have, but we can, or we have a gap where we can have an influence on how they are managed and allocated. Regarding that, and towards the objective of this study, we know that fuel treatments can influence, through prevention, they can influence the suppression operations in the wildfires in somehow. So for that, we focus this study in a multi-criteria decision analysis to prioritize areas to be fuel treated, both in two different exercises. The first one is a local case, context specific in the northwestern part of Portugal, and the other one focusing in the Iberian Peninsula. So we will see the structure of the study overall. First of all, in the lab, we have to see which kind of data we have, spatial data, and data that can influence or have an importance in this decision-making process. Then we have to see for the stakeholders that both in the local case or in the regional case may have an influence or importance, or the knowledge may be relevant for the study. And in that way, we build the context-specific participatory process. Then we meet with them through interviews, questionnaires, focus group, and gather all the information needed from them to build the problem, to set the different parameters, indicators. And the next step is to go back to the office, process all that data, build the priority maps, and again, show the results to them and validate. If they agree with the result, then it's okay. If not, we have to go back to the meetings and redefine the problem, redefine the multi-criteria problem. So we have 4 main steps. The first step is setting the problem, criteria and sub-criteria, then defining the parameters for the utility functions, retrieve the weights of importance of those criteria and sub-criteria, and a final step that is not participatory, let's say, is that we will weight the contributions by these stakeholders, the contributions to the weights they have assigned. So these are the two contexts, the two exercises that we have and that I'm going to show today. So the first one is Vale do Sousa, forested region in the northwestern area of Portugal, covered by 20,000 hectares, and with a complex structure in terms of property. We have more than 360 forest owners, but the good point is that they are aggregated in an association and they want a common management for that area. They have been contributing for a long time with the academia and with different projects. The other case, we're looking at the Iberian Peninsula with harmonized data for the whole Europe that I will talk about later. So going back to the 4 main steps that I have talked about. Criteria and sub-criteria defined through focus groups or online interviews depending on the exercise. Then we have to retrieve the weights of importance. We have done that through pairwise comparisons, HP, where they compare each criterion with each other, and same for the sub-criteria. Then we have the step of setting up the scale parameters. That means the stakeholders need to define together with us which are the utility functions, which is the direction of the utility functions, and which are the thresholds. For instance, we have a case here of one indicator, which is slope. And what they have told us, this case is in the Vale do Sousa area, they told us, okay, let's give more priority to areas where the stakeholders, where the firefighters, can work in better conditions so that the work will be more safe and more efficient also. So they decided to assign highest priority to areas with less than 5% of slope. And that priority will decrease linearly until 40% of slope. They say that after 40% of slope, the firefighters won't work in efficient conditions and with safety. So let's not prioritize those areas for management where they can go and fight the fires. Let's not take into account those areas. That's just one example of how they set up the scale parameters, but they have done that for all the sub-criteria that we have selected. And then there is this complex and sometimes conflicting step of weighting the stakeholders' contribution. Not necessarily we have to do that in all the cases where we include the stakeholders, but we have decided to do this because the stakeholders we have selected are heterogeneous in terms of the organizations they belong. There are forest managers, there are firefighters, there are experts from NGOs or from the pulp and paper companies, but they are experts on the same issue. So we decided to weight their contribution based on 3 different measures. The first one is the consistency ratio. We retrieved that from the HP, and that measures the coherence of the responses. That means if one stakeholder prefers one sub-criterion way more than the other, why it doesn't prefer that sub-criterion then. And the other 2 measures are the Euclidean distance and the Spearman-Rank correlation. We have used these 3 measures for the local case. And we have used directly the Euclidean distance and the Spearman-Rank correlation because we had to find a way to make them understand how the weighting process works. And that means the Euclidean distance measures the distance in the opinion of one stakeholder with each of the others' opinion. And the Spearman-Rank correlation measures the opinion of one stakeholder with the average of the group. We gather these 3 and we obtain the different weights for their contribution. Then we have here the hierarchical model for that Valle de Sousa case. We had 4 criteria: fuels, vulnerability, suppression drivers, and potential for extreme fires. And we had 4 to 5 sub-criteria to characterize each of those criteria. For instance, for fuels, we had percentage of resprouters, above ground biomass, ground bulk density, SRAB biomass, and canopy cover percentage. I don't want you to read what is written in the hierarchical model, of course, but it's just to visualize that we have included the weights that we have given to their contribution in 2 different phases. We didn't want to penalize a stakeholder whose opinion didn't align much with the rest of the participants, or whose consistency was not that high in the phase of weighting the criteria, but maybe it was good in the phase of weighting a different criteria, a different sub-criteria. So we have included the participants' contribution in those 2 phases. And the tool that we have used to integrate this into GIS is the EMDS, Ecosystem Management Decision Support, that reads the hierarchical model. In GIS, it reads the data set with the special information for each management unit. So in the local context, we are working with management units directly. It retrieves for each management unit the information of the 17 sub-criteria in this case, analyze the weights given to each of them and to the criteria, and then comes up with the resulting priority maps. And this is a way how we validated the exercise back with the stakeholders. After obtaining the results, we went back to them, we sat and we showed, okay, this is the priority areas that we are getting, and do they make sense? Okay, we have prioritized areas where are accessible for firefighters' vehicles, or that are near to water points. So we are showing them, okay, this area is prioritized and it aligns with the objectives that we have set together. Other areas maybe are in the wildland-urban interface zones. So this helped in the validation of the agreement with them. And then going now into the Iberian Peninsula case study, we move now from local context-specific exercises to a regional one. Harmonized data set. We obtained this data set that is newly used and released from the Pan-European Fuel Map server developed within the FIRES project, and the wildfire behavior metrics that was developed by Tecnosilva, a company in Spain, using the FSIM model. We are moving now from shapefile management unit level information. We don't have management units anymore. Now we are considering rasters of 100 by 100 meters. As I said, we're moving from context-specific scenario to more focus on policy making. We are not going into detail to see which areas are prioritized specifically, is this property is prioritized or not. And to do that, we have now used a different tool, a plugin developed by the team, the F2A team in Chile, ISTI Institute, the team of the Professor Andres Weintraub, and it helps in coming up with these priority maps where the data sets are huge. So this was the multi-criteria hierarchy for this exercise. We have now 3 criteria similar to the previous one: fire behavior, fuels, and values at risk. We have in total 10 sub-criteria to characterize them. For instance, the values at risk is characterized by distance to roads, distance to urbanized areas, and protected areas. And again, here we are testing how to analyze and weight the contribution of the stakeholders. It's a different scenario. We don't have a reduced group anymore. We had 8 stakeholders weighting the process in the Valle do Sousa area. Now we have scientists, researchers from the project, and we are considering, again, the consistency ratios, but we want to integrate that consistency ratio into the consensus convergence algorithm, specifically in the equation of the respect weights. We want to modify that equation where the equation normally considers full respect in the beginning, divided by, it assumes that since we are not analyzing that respect with the stakeholders, we assume, or the equation assumes, that one stakeholder whose weight doesn't align much with another stakeholder, they won't give much respect to the opinion of that person. No? But apart from that, we want to include in the formula the consistency, so that we also take into account the coherence of the responses. And so that we come up with the consensus weights. In the main criteria, the values at risk have almost double of the weight of fire behavior and fuels. Inside that criterion, the distance to urbanized areas is almost the maximum, I mean, it has the maximum priority, 91%. And then for fuels, the above ground biomass was the one classified as with maximum priority. And for the fire behavior, the 3 of them are almost equal in priority: flame length, fire line intensity, and rate of spread. And we have here the priority maps. First one on the left-hand side for fuels, then fire behavior and values at risk, and the final map of priorities for the Iberian Peninsula that gives us an idea of which areas need to have more focus on those priorities for fuel management and for that resource allocation. And as a conclusion and outlook, why stakeholder weighting matters? Well, it helps us in achieving the consensus. It's an acceptable compromise when, of course, you have to be very careful how to do it and how you discuss with the stakeholders and how you agree with them that you will do this process. It helps, I mean, downweighting the outliers, it enhances the stability of the consensus, as I said before. And not always the fairness means the quality of the influence. Sometimes you have to consider also the quality of the contributions. Then the tools and data suitability. The tools to be used, as I mentioned, EMDS or the plugin developed in Chile. CDP and EMDS best works for vector-based and when we have management units. And this pan-European plugin works very good when we have large data and raster maps. And evaluating the scale from the local to regional level prioritization. Well, the large-scale prioritization supports the policy making and strategic resource allocation, whereas the local context, we have to go in very much detail, see with the stakeholders which are the prioritized areas, see which is the kind of property, if we are prioritizing private properties, if it's suitable to do RAP cleaning there or not. And not all the criteria that are useful for the regional context are useful for the local context, or in the rural areas and small case studies. So thank you so much. This is all.
Thank you, Sergio. We have time for questions.
Sergio, I think that one thing that makes us proud to be in this group is that in some cases, I think, and we feel like we are pioneers in certain areas. When I mention pioneering in this context, is that it's so difficult to find groups that are looking for tools that will help to find consensus, right? So in participatory processes, and Portugal and Europeans have, I think, researched and worked on these things for many, many years, and now we see this kind of evolution, and it's very interesting. I personally like it very much, so because it's a very difficult problem, and we have the tools. Now, of course we have the tools, but the reality and the world is very difficult and complex, and you are in a place like Portugal where it might be easier to put together 300, 400 owners, or not together exactly nowadays by virtual access, maybe with forms. But I see that there is an evolution. We are improving, and they are getting used to it. Other parts of the world, we don't see that. We don't see that often. It's very difficult. Especially in Brazil, for example, there are places we call audiences, or we call people in public places. We ask them to come. If you go to the northern part of Brazil or other places, it might be, you might find things like this, but we don't use quantitative tools, or we don't use any advanced tools like maps and GIS and optimization and multi-criteria and Pareto frontier and things like this. That would be completely. My question is, so talking with researchers that work on a place like Portugal, what will be the role of these new technologies on maybe accelerating, making it easier? Do you think that in the future we will have the next generations more ready to collaborate and participate and use this kind of tools in Europe, on other places? Will these tools facilitate the process, having access to, I don't know, Internet of Things, everything will come faster, you will know the answers. What tools would you like to have in the future to facilitate these processes and the search for consensus and to parameterize better the models? What kind of tools?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Let's see if I got it clearly, and if my answer will reply to your question. What I would like to have in the future mainly is the knowledge from those stakeholders that we are collaborating with. I mean, what is scaring me the most is the loss of knowledge, like Valentina was saying yesterday in her presentation. I mean, we can put our efforts to find methodologies to integrate the stakeholders' opinion and to weight them or not to weight them, their participation. But the main thing here is that we are going to them to retrieve their knowledge. That's what we are converting, their knowledge into studies, science. So my main concern is that I don't have doubts about the methodologies or new science that will arise, but I'm more concerned about losing those stakeholders that we can collaborate with.
Okay.
Thank you. Sergio, thank you very much for your presentation. And I have a question. I'm not sure if I understood properly, but you said that there is not only the contribution of the stakeholder, what you are looking for, but also you discriminate sometimes between the quality of this contribution. What are your criteria to say this contribution is not so good as this other one?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. We are not actually discriminating anyone's opinion, just we are giving or ranking, let's say, their contribution, or trying to do it. And the way to do it is, as I said, through two main different ways. The first one is the analysis of the coherence of the responses in the weighting process. That consistency ratio through the eigenvalue, it analyzes the coherence, how much consistent the responses of that stakeholder are. And the other one is a little bit the, how is it said, the theory of the knowledge of the crowd, no? Somehow we are believing that to reach the consensus, because we finally will have one weight of the group, the weights for one group, we downweight a little bit outliers, so that most of the group won't or will be more satisfied with the result if it's not that much influenced by outliers.
Okay, so thank you very much, Sergio. We invite now Siriana Pudel to give us a speech about multi-criteria decision analysis for evaluating forest management strategies in Vale do Sosa, Portugal. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I work as a research fellow in FIRES project in Portugal. Today I'm going to talk about multi-criteria decision analysis for evaluating forest management alternatives. The co-authors of this work is Professor Jose Borges and Susan. So as we all are aware that forest ecosystem management involves addressing a wide range of ecological, economical, and social objectives, and often involves multiple stakeholders, not only with multiple interests, but with also conflicting interests. And nowadays, forests are now managed for the multiple purpose than only just managing for the revenue generations. So we are managing forests. I don't know where to keep this. Here. We are managing fine. We are managing forests for the revenue generation, and at the same time to conservation of the biodiversity or recreational use. So this shift demands evaluation of impact of different management decisions. Decision in the forestry related attributes related to biodiversity conservation or soil erosion or carbon storage. So, however, to making decision in these competing objectives is one of the important challenge for the decision maker or forest owners, forest managers, sorry. So there has been research to address these kind of challenges, focusing on either identifying forest management models or recommending optimal combination of management alternatives, or either evaluation of environmental quality or ranking of forest use suitability alternatives, or prioritization of areas for forest operations. However, there is a limited exploration of prioritization of forest management alternatives using hybrid approaches, at the same time taking into account stakeholder preferences. So this study aims to fill this gap by implementing a hybrid method, combining linear programming output and multi-criteria decision analysis, along with stakeholder-derived weights through AHP. So this is the case study area, which is located at 50 kilometers east of Porto city, and it represents a northwestern forestry scenario, particularly in terms of species composition and ownership structure. So total area is 13,000 hectares, and it has 1,300 management units. So main species is Eucalyptus globulus and other native species such as Pinus pinaster, Castanea sativa, Quercus rovers, and Quercus suber. So there are more than 360 forest owners in the case study areas. So let's start the methods. So in the first step, we did growth and yield simulations using StanSim. So StanSim is a tool that is developed to encompass the main timber producing species in Portugal. So we use this tool to project a stand growth along with their rotation age based on the predefined set of management prescriptions. So for Eucalyptus globulus, for Pinus pinaster and Quercus suber, we use StanSim which is in the SimFlora platform for Portuguese forest species. For the Quercus rover, we don't have a simulator for Portugal, so we use the one that is designed for Galicia, considering the similar climatic condition and soil with our case study area. And for Castanea sativa, we use the corresponding L table as a reference. And yield and growth were simulated for the 50 years of planning horizon. Next step was to estimate ecosystem services. So we consider these 5 ecosystem services in our study: biodiversity, carbon stock, wildfire resistance, timber production, and soil erosion. So we selected this bundle of ecosystem services based on the previous studies that has been done in the case study area. So we estimated biodiversity based on biodiversity indicator, which considered tree species composition, stand age, and understory coverage. And for the timber production and carbon stock, we estimated it using the simulation tool that I mentioned in my previous slide. And wildfire resistance was estimated using adjusted wildfire resistance indicator, which integrates the fire occurrence and damage model that has been developed for the dominant species in Portugal. And reverse universal soil loss equations was used to estimate the annual soil loss. So then optimization model building. So 5 management alternatives is aiming to maximize biodiversity, timber production, wildfire resistance, carbon stock, and to minimize soil erosion was considered in this study. So to determine the contribution of each management alternatives to targeted ecosystem services, a linear optimization problem formulation model 1 was used, which has a continuous decision variables, which takes the value 1 if the prescription J for the stand management unit I is selected. Otherwise, the value would be 0. So who were the stakeholders in this study? So those actors who has interest in forest management and ecosystem services, who are related to forestry and forest management, and who influence directly or indirectly forest management. So how did we select those stakeholders? So in the case study area, there is a regional forest owner association. They recommended the list of stakeholders, and we selected the stakeholder from the list recommended by them. So we selected 57 stakeholders, and we got response from 25 stakeholders to the survey, and out of 25, 9 were civil society, 4 were forest owners, 7 were market agents, and 5 were public administration. So you already seen this before. So this is a decision hierarchy which was built in CDP, as Sergio was explaining. So in this study, we have considered 5 species: Castanea sativa, Pinus spinaster, Eucalyptus globulus, Quercus suber, and Quercus rover as a criteria. And each of these species has 5 sub-criteria, which are ecosystem services, like biodiversity, carbon stock, wildfire resistance, timber production, and soil erosion. And these 5 are the alternatives from which we will find the, we will rank the forest management alternatives. So here, we have 2 approaches. One is we have considered the stakeholder weights for the criteria and sub-criteria, and in another approach we have considered the equal weight for the criteria and sub-criteria, just to compare the result. And to rate the sub-criteria, to rate the alternatives against sub-criteria, we have used the linear programming solution. And again, we use ASP for the survey. So we use abbreviated pairwise comparison in CDP to simplify the process. And for the criteria, we ask stakeholder to assign the relative importance of each species in comparison to others. And for sub-criteria, we ask them to prioritize the ecosystem services that each species can provide. And this is one example of the survey. So we also did consensus convergence. So we did it because consensus convergence ensure that the group decision in ASP reflect a balanced and cohesive integration of all stakeholder perspectives. So first, consensus convergence within each group was calculated. Then the resulting values were normalized, and then aggregated using a weighted average based on the number of stakeholders in each group. Then finally, the weights were used as input in the CDP model, which I showed previously. Then key results. So in this graph, we can see that which interest group gave priority to which species or criteria. So civil society and public administration, they gave higher weight to Castanea sativa, whereas forest owner prioritized Eucalyptus globulus, and market agent prioritized Quercus rover. But if we aggregate the weight of all of these actors, we can see that Castanea sativa is the species which the stakeholder prioritize the most. And in case of sub-criteria, we can see that which ecosystem services is being prioritized for which species. So for chestnut, wildfire resistance was prioritized, but for eucalyptus and Pinus spinaster, timber production was the one they valued the most. And for Quercus rover and Quercus suber, biodiversity conservation was the one valued the most by the stakeholder. And here we can see that across all the interest group, to maximize timber production is consistently emerging as the top rank alternatives, and whereas to minimize soil erosion is the least preferred alternatives. And when we give the equal weight to criteria and sub-criteria, to maximize wildfire resistance emerges as a top rank alternatives. However, we can see that it is not so clear, or the model is not so robust, because the differences between the decision score in equal weights, they are so minimal. But but in the case where we use the stakeholder preferences, we can clearly see that timber production is the top preferred alternatives for the case study area. So we also did sensitivity analysis to check the robustness of the model. So we consider that the model is robust when the crossover value of the most sensitive criteria exceeds 10%. So here crossover value means it is the point where two alternatives will switch their position in the ranking if we change the weight in the criteria. So in case of, the model for civil society, and they were not robust because they could not exceed the threshold of 10%, whereas forest owners and market agents, the models were robust because they were more than 10%. So when we aggregate all the weight of the interest group, the model is robust because it is 11%. So the conclusion would be that aggregating stakeholder preferences enhance the technical robustness of the decision process and improves the legitimacy and acceptance of forest management plans. Conclusions, in this study applied an integrated approach combining linear programming with MCDA to prioritize forest management alternatives. Chestnut was the most preferred species, and wildfire resistance was most preferred for chestnut. Timber production was preferred for pine or pinaster and Eucalyptus globulus, and biodiversity for the quercus. So stakeholder preferences influence the prioritization of forest management alternatives, and this study helps to understand the preferences that are most relevant to the stakeholder and also contribute to the forest management planning that is more aligned with local priorities. However, there are some limitations. Stakeholder engagement was limited just to a single round, and this model did not consider economic factor and also did not incorporate climate change data. So future research can be built on this work by iterative stakeholder engagement with the inclusion of cost effectiveness analysis and also inclusion of broader ecosystem services such as cork from Quercus suber and chestnut fruit from Castanea sativa and water regulations to have the more robust model for the decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for question. One question, actually. Just a minute.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation, very insightful. It's just a curiosity maybe. So when you do these questionnaires and you kind of expect some sort of behavior from the landowners, right? Based on the literature or based on your own experience or your advisor's experience. Is there any questions that came out from these questionnaires that really was a surprise? Like, whoa, if I didn't do this questionnaire, I would not know that.
Maybe it is not a surprise anymore, but stakeholder, they share that all the species are equally important, but it's the management that is what we need to change. For example, how eucalyptus is considered, it has a reputation of fire-prone species. But their point of view was, this is not a bad species, but the management. It is what that matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Siriana. Hands for her, please. Okay. We will have now a quick coffee break, but I need to give two important informations before. The first one is about the Friday trips, field trips. The trip number 1 and trip number 2 are mandatory long pants and closed shoes. Okay, we will announce this again tomorrow to remind everybody. It's mandatory and is recommended long sleeves and hats. Okay? It's okay? So, calças e calçado fechado. É obrigatório. Okay? And we will have today, during the evening, a dinner, a conference dinner. The first bus will leave from the hotel at 7 p.m. Okay? And we will have 2 more trips with the bus, 15 minutes each one, apart from each one. So the first one, 7, 7:15, 7:30. Okay, so the first bus leave 7, the last bus will leave 7:30. Okay, and to return to the hotel the same, we will have 3 trips, 3 Johanna. Atención, Johanna. Okay, we will start now the flash talk, so feel free to grab some food and come back and come go forward and so on. So I would like to invite Professor Sun, who will introduce to us the Journal Forest Ecosystem and planning for a thematic virtual special issue. Thank you very much, Professor Sun.
Okay, thanks, Chairman. And first, I'd like to thank Luis for inviting me for this exciting workshop and conference. And it's first time for me to set my feet on this continent. So it's, although I have heard lots about Brazil. Okay, so without further ado, I start my talk. And you perhaps have noticed that really we have a logo. And Luis kindly put out a journal logo on the flyer. And also on the table, you probably notice, hopefully you have noticed this flyer for our journal. And so I'm co-editor-in-chief with John Kershaw from University of New Brunswick in Canada. And we both be editing the journal. And my regular job is professor of forest ecology and ecosystem science at the Beijing Forest University. Okay, so sorry. Okay, so if you have a chance, hopefully you can look at our journal website. We are open access journal, so any paper that published in a journal is freely downloadable. Okay, and so so basically, as the name suggests, forest ecosystem, we interested in how forests operate, what control, and I think the talks I listened for the over the couple of days, and I think it's really fit into the scope of a journal, and so we understand how the forests operated, and so how they will be coming or how they provide ecosystem to us, and how the climate change would have impact, how the forest could adapt to or mitigate climate change. So, and so it's all to do with forests. And we do have people submit papers down in the forest, but with microorganisms, but without broad implication on how forests work. So I think really that we got declined many of. And currently, we publish 3 volumes a year. So we're evolving, and with less than 120, we try to control the quality. And so it's currently less than 120 articles per year, and it's including the 3 volumes. And the journal is international journal, but financially it's sponsored by Beijing Forest University, and it's published by a joint venture. It's called the Ke-ai. It's a joint venture between Chinese Science Publishing and Media and Elsevier. So we partner with Elsevier, and so as you notice, we have a website with Science Direct. Okay, so okay, so this journal is basically, while John and I were doing some work, it's really supported by some of the leading figures, international well-known leading figures. Someone like we have Richard Condit, he's been working in this area in the Amazon, and for many, many years he's recently retired. We have Timo Pukla, who's forest silviculturist, and also with forest management, and Jerry Van Clyde from Canada. So basically we have a content. The paper, our journal was established in 2014, and so it's took over another journal, and it initially was set up by Professor Klaus Wingado, and also our former president, Wei Longying, who's also happened to be an academician of the Chinese Engineering Institute, and so other some of the leading figures in China, and we we were fortunate had a former editor-in-chief of Forest Ecology Management, and Peter Atwell from Canada, and served briefly to help us to get the journal get going. And apart from these people, we have, sorry. Okay. Yes, one back. Okay, so apart from those people, we have about more than 50 scientists basically cover the whole globe, but although some countries might not be. We have here, fortunately, have Luis representing the Brazil, and he's been the founding member of our editorial board since he's been with us, and so for the last 10 years. And so we have people from Africa, and from Australia, from the Mexico, USA, Canada, and so of course as China. And so, okay, to attract the good quality papers, and also our journal run workshop, annual spring workshop. So we invite some of the top scientists to come to our university who deliver some of the most recent findings, and also visit some Chinese sites. So far, because the funding issues, this workshop has only been happening in China. And hopefully in the future, we are able to to come to Brazil or go to other places, have workshop really around. But currently, the funding issue would restrict from us. That's some of our spring workshop. And you probably noticed some paper published in journal. Okay, so why I'm here, and so we've been invited by Luis here, and hopefully from this workshop we can publish a special issue, organize a special issue, and so that's the name I just thought about, but you can modify it. I hope this with Luis can, because he is already our associate editor, can lead to help to set up a guest editor team. And so we're thinking about invite after this workshop, and out of this workshop invite about up to 12 papers, okay? And that's invitation by the guest editor team, okay? But those 12 papers would be published without any charge. Currently, the journal, to help journal to run financially because open access, and we charge about $1,000 a year. That's less than half for most journals. But for this, because we, as part of sponsor of this workshop, we are willing to cover up to 12 invited papers free of charge. It's free from author. And think about, but any extra papers are welcome, but they will be charged. But you can submit voluntarily, and that subject to regular APC charge. And so, and hopefully for more detail, and I hope you can visit our website and for more information. And so with the papers submitted to our special issue, okay, so as open access, we actually publish paper once it's accepted. But we've set up a special link, virtual link, to put all the paper, sorry, can you go one back? Okay, so that's some of the special issues, and so they come out regularly. As soon as it's accepted, it'll be published. Okay, so no waiting for the whole collection to be completed. So that's some of our past, some still ongoing, and some are completed. So so that's the website with Science Direct. Have a look at, and also we have some online information you can have a look at it. Because of time, I'll stop my talk here. Thanks all.
Thank you very much. I would like to invite, let me just check here, Felipe Ulloa Fierro to talk with us about risk-averse optimization for tactical forest planning, chance constraint by simulation-based approximation approach. Welcome, Felipe.
Okay. Thank you very much for the introduction. Today, Mark McGill was talking about how difficult it is to incorporate the uncertainty and risk in the decision planning. So with this work, we are trying to bridge that gap. So I've been working on this with people from CTFC, Jordi and Jose Ramon, people from Finland, Blas Mola, and also people from Chile, of course, Andres Weintraub and Eduardo Alvarez. So to put in context, basically for forestry companies, tactical planning aims to define the scheduling of silviculture and harvesting decisions over a midterm. Doing that in order to reach a certain objective, right? Commonly the economic one. It's important to mention that after the price volatility and demand uncertainties, the one that is related to tree growth and potential losses are very significant. And in plantations, forests are becoming very fire prone. So for countries with a very strong forest sector, and also with a heavy wildfire seasons like Chile, this is a very, very important issue. So in this work, we have the objective to determine the optimal tactical management plan that maximizes the net present value of future incomes, considering the inherent risk of wildfire, also considering the growing of the forest through a planning horizon. So if we talk about the methodology, what we did first was basically project biomass. For a landscape, for every single stand in the landscape, we project the biomass amounts considering a set of different policy managements for every single time period of the planning horizon. And that was the main input for a baseline model that it's basically a extended formulation of the 1977 model. Basically, the model, it's a simple one. Tries to maximize the net present value subject to three main different constraints. The first one, only one management policy can be set for a stand. The second one, I call it a productivity constraint. That says that the amount of biomass that we want to collect in one period must be at least the same that the past period. And the third one, I call it a sustainability constraint, which talk about that we have to guarantee minimum amount of biomass standing at the end of the planning horizon. So if we solve that model, we will have a deterministic and risk-neutral forest management plan. But a very interesting thing that we can get from that as well is we can mapping the evolution of the forest along the planning horizon. So that information, if we disaggregate it, we can get a lot of very interesting insights, especially if we consider that these field covers, can we simulate fires over them. Yeah. So in that sense, we incorporate the risk if we run simulation and we get the fire risk of burn, of course the amount of biomass will change, and that will not guarantee targeting the constraints that are related to productivity and sustainability. So in that case, we propose the risk-averse approach, expressed through the chance constraints that you can see here with the level confidence parameter subjacent to it. So if we cannot solve these two constraints in closed form, we have to discretize the fire effect. So that's why we develop fire scenarios. So that's basically the model that we are solving here. If we talk about the study area, it's an artificial instance that we did with a forest and growth yield simulator that we developed, and we try the model in 3 different landscapes. The first one, an unmanaged one, and the other 2 landscape with strategic zones for fire prevention that manage the landscape in around 5.7% of the landscape. It's managed and considered. Results shows that, for example, the C, which is the partially remotion of zones from a stand, it's way better than it's better than the landscape which can be fully a fully productive landscape. So last one, another one. So basically, one of the best results that we can see here is the landscape partial fragmentation plans effectively mitigates the risk while balancing fire prevention with economic value, providing superior results than a unmanaged landscape. Thank you very much.
We will not have time for questions, so thank you very much. Let's move for now to invite Jordi Garcia for speech for us, Metodología para la definición de servicios ambientales en zonas verdes en el municipio de Alcalá de Henares, España. No?
So, yeah, my name is Jordi Garcia. I work in the Forest Science Center of Catalonia in Spain, and I'm going to present this the Decisiones project. So the experiences from an international staff exchange program. So as you see, the conference has the name of Decisiones. This is coming from the project that I lead, and that many people that are here, they are cooperating there. There are at least 50 different researchers from different countries that are participating. So this is a Marie Curie project, an exchange project funded by the European Union, and it's 2.4 million euros. It's not paying salaries, it's just all this amount of money is just to people for traveling from Europe to America, different countries, and from America to Europe, and to develop research and to cooperate in different fields. So here is the list of the institutions. I'm not gonna mention them all, but you have here in the north of several institutions in Europe, and then we have in Canada, in the States, in Costa Rica, Brazil, and Chile. So our general objective of this project is to develop tools to improve decision making. This is the main objective. So there are more things explained here, but the specific objectives of this project are to develop projection tools to predict how the forest or the different ecosystem services will evolve over time. Then we have methods to integrate this in management models and to optimize the different objectives or analyze trade-offs and so on. And then we develop this, we integrate this everything in decision support tools. So there are many, many different things that we are doing. We have published already more than 25 articles, but I just selected a couple of decision support tools that we have developed. So one is a dynamic model. It's a dynamic model to project what will happen in the forest in Spain if we do certain management alternatives. And then after simulating these scenarios, we can visualize them in 3D and in maps and tables and so on. And also we can use these simulators to produce the decision space for optimization problems. Another tool that is quite interesting, it's called CTC Utility. It's a new landscape tool to prioritize projects and actions in the landscape. So we have seen some presentations here using multi-criteria analysis to prioritize actions in the forest. So this is one tool that will be publicly available. It will be a web-based tool, and whenever it's published, we will publish the link, and everybody could use it. Then another tool that is already published and it's in GitHub, you have the link there. It's a multi-action management planning tool. This is incorporating a mixed integer programming model, and this is mainly developed to biodiversity conservation problems. And then finally, the Cell2Fire. It's a family of forest fire simulators. It started in Chile in cooperation with Canada, developing this Cell2Fire Prometheus. Then we worked together with the Chilean team developing this Cell2Fire for Catalonia, using Scott and Borman fuel models. After that, Cell2Fire Kitral for Chile, using the fuel models for Chile, and now it's being developed for Portugal. So there is also a tool, a QGIS tool that you can use, and you can simulate fires. And well, there are some characteristics here and a publication already published. And then just to say that last but not least, this project, it's not only about working, but it's also about networking and having fun.
Thank you, Kirby. We are still one flash talk. I would like to invite Matthias Vilches to talk first about mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions through landscape management. Welcome.
Hello. I'm gonna keep it brief. Hello to everyone. My name is Matthias Vilches. I am from Chile, and I'm going to present you an optimization model to help the mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions through landscape management. So these are images from NASA. This is the column of carbon monoxide emitted only from Canada wildfires. So as we all know, wildfires contribute enormously to the emission of greenhouse gases, and this also contributes to global warming, and global warming produces more intense and severe wildfires, so it's a positive feedback cycle. And what we want to do is wildfire prevention. We want to select a set of cells as that will act as fire breaks, and in that way we can interfere with the propagation of wildfires. So this is the area that we selected. It's a boreal forest in Canada. It's approximately 2 2 million hectares, and also we selected a sub-portion of this that we call sub-40, that is something like 1,600 hectares. So this is the method by which we calculated the greenhouse emissions. So in simple terms, we have the surface fuel consumption and the ground fuel consumption, and using equations from IPCC, we calculated greenhouse gas emissions by using carbon dioxide, equivalent carbon dioxide. So this is our process. We are using wildfire simulations using Cell2Fire. There is a wildfire simulator that we have been developing the last 8 years. And then we, using the wildfires from Cell2Fire, we calculate the wildfire emissions from every wildfire. And then we calculate a DPV metric, that is a downstream protection value. That is a metric that measures the ability of a stand to protect the whole forest using a value, risk value, and in this case we use the greenhouse emissions of every stand. So this is the mathematical model. It's very simple. We want to select cells to make treatment regimes, and we maximize the protection value using DPV. And also is you have the liberated emissions, because we are considering 100 carbon from the fuel that we are going to treat, that is the variable X. And also we have a basic capacity constraints that says the limit of percentage of the available fuel that we are gonna treat using the parameter alpha. So before the results, to add to the process, what we do is we select using the model the cells that we're gonna treat, and then we compute again simulations using Cell2Fire, and then we can compare the emissions from before the treatment and after the treatment. And what we obtain is the following. For sub-40, we have a decrease in almost 6,000 tons of carbon emissions when we have 7% of the fuel treatment of the total forest. And also for doggrip, that is the larger portion of the forest, the optimal percentage of treatment is 1%, and we obtain a decrease in around 25,000 tons of carbon emissions. Well, that's all. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank very much the 4 presenters that went through this excruciating process of, trying to say something in 5 minutes. It's a trial that we are going through. Yesterday we did it only with 2 presenters. We had 4 today. I thank you, appreciate very much the effort. But it's I don't know what you guys think. I think it's a good alternative to posters. At least we know the presenters, we know what they are talking about. It's a chance to talk to them better during the breaks. And it's a respect for the work that they bring. So I'm sorry if some of you didn't feel, what is Felipe? You were kind of out of breath when you finished, right? So, but what the 4 things have in common? We started with a scientific publication. I don't know if you got the invitation that Professor Sun gave us. We will be inviting up to 12 articles that will be free of charge in one of the best journals in the area. It's 4.4, I guess now, the impact factor, 4.4. It will be a special edition, and you can find more about it in our site. I will be in contact with all of you, inviting all of you. Everybody's invited. And we will, of course, it will be a submission to the Corp of Editors, and we will be selecting the papers. And the selection of the process of analysis is exactly the same as any other paper. It's a rigorous analysis of every single contribution. But it's an opportunity. It's a pretty nice opportunity. It's a very nice opportunity, which is a product from Decisiones. We want to see a lot of papers being published. So that's why Jordi was also introduced in this block. So Jordi talked about Decisiones, the European project, and you saw in a flash what Decisiones is about. Decisiones is about. It's a lot of, there are lots of researchers involved, more than 17 institutions in Europe and in the Americas. Then we saw two, we couldn't appreciate it with all the attention maybe, excellent contributions coming from Chile. Chile has been a partner with Decisiones for many, many years, right? Professor Andrés Veitraub, I think it's the main advisor of all of you. The two presentations, he's the main professor. So whomever knows, if most of you might have heard, but I don't know if you had the pleasure to meet Professor Veitraub. Is one of the nicest gentlemen and persons in the world. I love this guy. He has been a professor. He's what, 80 something now? 85-year-old, still active, wonderful person. So moving to the next session and trying to also excuse us for what happened today, because we started late. We will try tomorrow not to be that late. We started like 10 minutes late after lunch, and we started to accumulate a little bit. So please bear with me. If you have to go or you are tired, because I know we have to get ready for the lunch, for this dinner, we might push that thing a little bit. But sorry, that was our fault, not the presenters. So let's move on and try to get ready for the next phase. So what is the program? Back to Eric.
Thanks. So let's move for our last block of talks. I would like to invite Rodrigo Racamada, Professor Rodrigo, who will speak to us about criteria to select stands for coppice rotation in eucalyptus plantation in Brazil. Welcome, Rodrigo. Here.
Olá. Hi everyone, it's a pleasure being here. I'm gonna talk about copse management, eucalyptus copse management, and to talk about copse, someone must have planted something to be cut and to have a copse rotation. So I'm gonna talk a bit about some of the history of a sequence of research to get in what we are doing now. And this is the first time I participated in a UFRO meeting in 2008 here in Porto Seguro, almost 20 years after. And I worked for Veracel company in this time, and we were studying a bit about the ecophysiology and productivity of eucalyptus plantation. The idea of this sequence of projects came from Portugal. I don't know if Margarida is here, probably not, but her group started with eucalyptus plantation in Portugal, a sequence of trials with irrigation of eucalyptus. It was, according to our knowledge, the first time done for eucalyptus plantation. And Professor Stapi and others get this idea from Margarida and brought to Brazil and started a new project that's called BEP, the Brazil Eucalyptus Potential Productivity, where we irrigated trees, not to irrigate as a commercial operation, but to understand what was the potential of those trees with a high genetic improvement, and silviculture. Everything is set up in this special issue of forest ecology. And just to let you know, everybody asks, what's the highest MAI that this project achieved? Probably the highest ever measured, 110 cubic meters per hectare per year, which is like, is unbelievable. At year 5, I was there taking care of these trees, and I couldn't believe, and it's like 30 minutes from here. You will visit part of this history. I'm sorry, I'm not. And in this project, we studied the effect of uniformity between trees to check the competition in a stand. So this is just to show you part of the results. For example, something is not... É difícil mesmo? É, né? We understood in that time that the suppressed trees did not compensate the growth of... the dominant trees did not compensate the growth of suppressed trees. And we created an index that I'm going to use it in this presentation that check the level of uniformity in a stand. So we discovered that 1% of higher or a lower uniformity a higher uniformity between trees would increase 1 cubic meter per hectare per year. This is one of the highlights of this project. And that one, the next step of this research line was TEX project, which is this tolerance of eucalyptus clones to stresses. At BEP project, we irrigated trees, and in the TEX project, led by these 3 guys, that's not good. It was like 30-something, 34, 35 sites from Uruguay to the north of Brazil. This is, according to Dan Binkley, is the biggest project ever done in forest plantation. It's from Portugal to Ukraine, or from South Africa until Kenya, and crossing all the US, studying the 12 genotypes with and without water exclusion to check the effect of a possible reduction in rainfall, and with a side spacing trial. In this project, everything is blocked in this special issue, also of forest ecology, about 40 articles. Just to let you know the history of this COPSE management. And this is the highlight, one of the highlights of this project is the relationship between productivity here and some weather variables. For example, the relationship between precipitation and volume, relationship between temperature and volume. For eucalyptus plantation, this was the first time that we could capture in a large-scale research trial, right? And those are the numbers. I'm gonna leave this presentation for everyone, but here we like to use this information to say how well we understand productivity of eucalyptus in Brazil. Is to say each 1 Celsius degree out of the ideal temperature, monthly temperature, we lose about 5 cubic meters per hectare per year. So this is the kind of information that we get with this project. So these 30-something sites had to be cut, and then we started to think about the next step. That would be to understand how weather, how climate, and how silviculture genetics could influence COPSE management. That's why we arrive in this project about COPSE, and we called PCOPSE, Cooperative Program of Productivity and Ecophysiology of COPSE Eucalyptus clones. And this project is supported by many, the bigger companies in Brazil and a lot of universities here, and mainly in the US because of TEX project. And we are studying a lot of things as we did in the first rotation. We are now studying kind of exactly the same things for the second COPSE rotation. And I want to show here some of the results that it could be used for decision makers in their models. And we are doing that because the COPSE forests here in Brazil is very underestimated. How can I say undervalued? So here is a site that I took this picture showing the potential of side-by-side growth, COPSE and planted trees. And another thing that is, this is a part of our study with costs, and the COPSE rotation costs about 50% of the planted rotation, because two of the main group of operation does not exist. And actually, COPSE represents about 20% of all eucalyptus plantation in Brazil. Just to have a comparison, in Portugal, the number is by 80%. 80% is managed actually by COPSE system, not for planting system, right? So here in Brazil we have a long path, and we here do not study at all the COPSE rotation. I'm going to show some of the results of this network of research, and to help you modelers to input in the models. For example, how does sprouting capacity varies among genotypes? This is a site that has about 30 genotypes, and we capture the potential of genotypes to sprout. And some of the results, here is the sequence of the first year sprouting biomass, and in black we have the subtropical species, Dunii, Globulus, and Bentami, Saligna, species that is planted, for example, in Chile, in Argentina, or even in Portugal, and here in Brazil in the south, but the ability to sprout is lower than the tropical ones. And here we have a lot of information. I'm not going into the detail, but this is an interesting figure. For the silviculturists people, it's very nice information. The orange one is the most planted clone, eucalyptus clone in Brazil. It's interesting to see that in the majority of sites, it's the first one in terms of productivity, but in some, it's not the first one. And if you take the average of the productivity, you can vary by 2.5-fold from the least and the lowest and the highest productivity. It means that the choice of picking a genotype for COPSE is so strategic, and it's amazing. It's not studied, and people does not give the real value to study this kind of thing. The other question is, do stands or genotypes with higher productivity in the first planted rotation will also be the most productive in the second one? That's a nice question and has been studied a lot. In PCOP site, we proved, we are studying it, but yes, generally speaking, the sites with the higher productivity in the first rotation will have the highest productivity in the second rotation. So this is a very important decision variable, because in the field, in the real world, people does not know this that much. So this is an interesting and new result. Side by side, here I'm not comparing the first with the second COPSE rotation. I planted the same genotype here, and I'm comparing with the COPSE trees, right? It's not a comparison with the previous rotation. It's side by side. And here we have a surprise that the COPSE is 20% more productive than the planted trees, right? Because of these guys here, it brings the average for this 20%, but at least we can say, side by side, COPSE management does not lose anything of productivity when compared with the same genotype planted side by side. This is an amazing result, because in Brazil and other eucalyptus plantation countries, it's like a law that the COPSE trees lose productivity compared with planted trees, and this is not true. This is an interesting question when we think about research. Do trees maintain its social position between rotations? It means if a tree is dominant in the first rotation, it will be a dominant tree in the second one, and the answer is no. We put every three of all sides together just to show you, no, it's a massive dominant tree in the first rotation, which would be here, can be a suppressed tree in the second rotation. So it means that the position is silviculture dependent. It's not a thing of genetic or its previous position in the stand, right? You have to give me 2 more minutes. I'm not working well with this. This is much more a detail, but which factors influence the second rotation? Here we have a very new result. It's not published yet. Is the influence of the water deficit in the first rotation in the production of the second rotation. We are showing this graph that the higher the water deficit in the previous rotation would lead to a higher biomass production in the second one, which is very interesting because it's an issue of carbon balance. We know that a higher water deficit can lead to a higher carbon allocation below ground. So maybe what we are seeing here is the response of this lack of rainfall in the second rotation. We are studying it deeply. I'm not going to show you details. We are studying at the leaf level, below ground, excavating roots and everything. Yeah, and another thing that many people from the companies ask us, do copse trees tolerate more water deficit than planted trees? Exactly the same tree, the same genotype? And the answer is yes. Here, I'm not going into the detail, but this is the level of stress that a plant is feeling. And in the planted rotation, when you put more trees per hectare, the trees are feeling it, are having more water stress when you put a denser stand. In the copse rotation, the trees do not feel it. So it's not being sensitive to the lack of water. This is a very interesting result. It means that probably in this decision making, I can choose or recommend some genotypes for dry and wet areas. My time is already gone, but just another result of other experiments showing that from the maximal survival to before losing productivity is 20% in a large scale. Here we put together more than 100,000 plots of inventory, and here we are showing that the survival when you cut trees, when you harvest, they stand in the dry period is higher than when you cut trees in the wet period. So this is also a very interesting result in terms of micro and micro planning, because that's it. And this is not, okay, I put here an abstract of these ideas, these answers. I think is going to be useful for you to model something. And we are just starting. This project will end in like 5 years. So we'll have a lot of information to share with all of you. I'm gonna thank a big team. It's more than 50 persons connected with this project, and professors and undergrad and the people from the companies, and that's it. I ask you to connect with us at Instagram. We are using it. C-Carbon is using a lot of Instagram. I forgot to say that this project belongs to C-Carbon and to IPEF, where I am researcher, and you know more about C-Carbon tomorrow. That's it. Thanks.
Let's open for 1 or 2 questions. Okay, one here.
Congratulations for your presentation. I have one question. Are you studying the copes of the 18 clones and tags? And also, are you studying the difference between the clone groups as drought tolerant and also the productive clones? And you said you didn't see the difference in the productive, but if you look for the different groups, did you see any difference?
Yes, this is a general picture of the results. When you take for example, the subtropical genotypes, they are losing like 50% of productivity because of their lower ability to sprout. Yeah, but about the drought tolerant and drought sensitive genotypes, we see that it's interesting that we see that the drought tolerant clones are having a better second rotation productivity. Even if it was lower in the first rotation compared to the non-tolerant genotypes, they are performing better. But this is an initial result. We are just putting everything together as you understand well what is that. That's it.
Hi, Rodrigo. Thank you for the presentation. So have you investigated the difference in terms of quality of the wood, in terms of lignin and resistance to wind, and all these other aspects?
Hey, Bruno. Thanks for the question. You too, Fernando. We are planning to do that. It's
welcome, Manuel. Please.
Okay, well, that kind of loads. Hi, everyone. I'm Manny Flores. I'm a third-year PhD candidate at the Yale School of the Environment. And it's a great privilege to be here today, so thanks for staying this late to hear me talk through power outages. So to go ahead and get us started, my dissertation as a whole is really focused on this idea of human-modified tropical landscapes. And so what human-modified tropical landscapes are essentially heavily degraded forested landscapes that are degraded to the point where they basically consist of a bunch of different types of forest patches of different shape, complexity, and size, surrounded in this landscape matrix of different types of land uses. And so if you're familiar with Bahia at all in this part of Porto Seguro, you know that this is a landscape that's very clearly follows this definition. We have all these different types of forest fragments of different sizes, surrounded by varying types of different types of land uses. And over the last several decades or so, there's been a lot of amazing scientists trying to understand the best configuration and the best amount of forests that should be maintained on a landscape to promote the highest amount of biodiversity. My work takes a step back away from that and focuses less on the biodiversity and more on the persistence of these forest patches. How are these adjacent land uses throughout the landscape influencing the forest patches and their persistence into the future or their regrowth from the past? And so there's not really any better place to study this than in the Brazilian Atlantic forest. This will probably be like the fourth explanation of the Brazilian Atlantic forest that you all have heard. But as you all know, this is an amazing, highly biodiverse landscape with an incredibly high rate of plant endemicism, about 18 to 28%. But despite this amazing biodiversity, it's one of the most heavily fragmented landscapes in the world, tropical landscapes in the world, with less than 11% of its original extent left by some estimations. And over the last several decades, there's been this huge rise in the amount of eucalyptus tree plantations in this area, primarily by the Veracel Cellulose Company. And so this map here is just a map of this area, Bahia. We're somewhere right here. And the pink that you see here is basically all 200,000 hectares of forested, managed forest land that's owned by Veracel Cellulose. It's a mixture of eucalyptus plantations, the primary forest preserves, and regenerating secondary forests. And I say regenerating secondary forests because over the last 80 years or so, this area has become incredibly and heavily fragmented ever since the 1940s. So here we can see that from the 1940s to 1997, following the generation of major road networks throughout Bahia, this was followed by intensive amounts of deforestation replaced with intensive agriculture, primarily pasturelands.
And so this area truly is a mosaic of these different types of land uses, but also a mosaic of secondary forests regenerating in these landscapes. These forests have had about 80 years to begin regrowing, and so now we can try and understand what the effects of these different land uses are on that regrowth. And so, yeah, I showed you that conceptual diagram from earlier from the Aurelio Rodriguez paper, but this is basically what this landscape looks like. It's not a pretty square picture of a bunch of square forest fragments. It's a really, really complex and heterogeneous forested landscape. So if you turn your attention to the top left-hand corner here, we can see these amazingly diverse and complex fragmented riparian forests embedded amongst these plateaus of eucalyptus plantations. And as we shift over to the center and bottom right here, we can see that these riparian forests are then engulfed by various types of agriculture, primarily pasture land. And because of this heavy presence of both pasture land and eucalyptus plantations, I thought it'd be a really great exercise to understand at the landscape scale how these two differing land uses might be affecting secondary forest structure and health at the landscape scale. And so I chose these two, not only because of their high cover type in this area, but also because their stark structural differences to each other and that the resulting mechanisms in which they could affect secondary forest regrowth. To start us off, eucalyptus plantation is starkly different from pasture, but is more structurally resemblant to the secondary forest structure. And so I hypothesized that because eucalyptus more closely resemble native forest than pasture, then they should be able to reduce some of those edge effects that you might find at these secondary forest edges. If my clicker, there we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so, and I also expect that because eucalyptus plantations more closely resemble native forests, again, in terms of the structure, that they should also be a more permeable matrix for native seed dispersers such as birds and different types of mammals. And so because of these two mechanistic causes, I'm expecting that as you measure forest that is increasingly surrounded by eucalyptus plantation, excuse me, this is, as you measure forests, can you go back one? Yeah. As you measure forest that is increasingly surrounded by eucalyptus plantations, your forest health and structure should increase if these reduction in edge effects are occurring and if this species diversity bump from a more permeable land use matrix is occurring as well. And then vice versa, I expect that as forest fragments are more surrounded by pasture, we're expecting these metrics of forest health and structure to be reduced. A pretty simple hypothesis for a pretty simple study, but again, these are the resulting hypotheses and results of the previous mechanisms that I brought up in the previous slide. And so to test this, for my first chapter, I'm using remote sensing at the landscape scale across 11 municipalities of Brazil. And I collected response variables consisting that serve as my proxies for forest health and structure. So under the forest health guise, I collected data for each forest fragment on normalized difference vegetation index derived from the Sentinel-2 10-meter resolution satellite, which is basically a variable of canopy greenness and is a proxy for plant health. I also was able to calculate for each forest fragment average normalized difference infrared index, or NDII, which is a proxy for canopy water content. And then lastly, I was able to extract modeled canopy height derived from JEDI and Sentinel-2 imagery from Lang et al. 2023 to extract average canopy height for the year 2020 for each of these forest fragments. And then with these response variables, I then related them to the fraction of map biomass pixels, which is the land cover classification data set here, that consisted of either plantation or pasture within a 100-meter buffer around each forest fragment. And then for each forest fragment, I then calculated perimeter to area ratio in ArcGIS, which basically is a proxy of shape complexity of these forest fragments. So the lower that perimeter to area ratio, the more simple in shape a forest fragment is, the less edge it has, and the more interior forest it has. That's basically what that ratio describes. And the higher perimeter to area ratio is, the more complex of a shape that forest fragment is, the more edge forest it has, and the less interior forest is present within that forest fragment. And then in addition to these independent variables, I also included in my analysis various covariates. I was able to get decadal measurements of vapor pressure deficit from the WorldClim database. I calculated nearest road from fragment centroid. I was able to calculate the mean age of the secondary forest in each forest patch based off of map biomass data products. And yeah, essentially my workflow looked something like this. So this is just a simple diagram of how I got these response variables. So for each forest patch in this area, I was able to isolate it using map biomass, and then I was able to extract the average, in this case, canopy height for each of those forest pixels that you see in this forest patch. And then what I was able to do in map biomass and ArcGIS, I was able to buffer out from each of these forest fragments and calculate the amount of map biomass pixels that were either pasture or eucalyptus plantation. And then from this fraction of land use, I was able to, through linear regression, relate these response variables to my independent variables here. And this is just a simple diagram of the regression analysis that I did for each of these response variables individually. And so here we have on the independent variables are the ratio of plantation fraction and pasture fraction. And I had these included in the model as a ratio because usually throughout this landscape, as you have more plantation and less pasture, as you have more plantation surrounding a forest fragment, you usually have less pasture surrounding that forest fragment as well. And so there's a really high levels of multicollinearity between these two variables. So I included them as a ratio of each other to kind of minimize that and meet statistical robustness of the regression models. And so with that being said, I'll go ahead and jump into my first set of results. So for these graphs, on the y-axis here, we have average LiDAR canopy height extracted for each forest fragment. And on the x-axis here, we have the plantation and pasture ratio. So as you go from left to right, you're increasing in the amount of plantation surrounding a forest fragment and decreasing the amount of pasture surrounding a forest fragment. And then here on the top right, we have the p-value and test statistic for this model. And these results are from the entire full model that I showed you all previously. And so what we see here is that we see a highly significant yet marginally high effect size, or not high effect size, of the effect of adjacent land use on average LiDAR canopy height. So we see a really small p-value, but that's simply due to the fact that there's a ton of forest in this area and we have a really high sample size. However, when we try and look at the interaction between plantation pasture ratio and perimeter area ratio, we see a much more interesting story. And so here is just the same graph as before, except for each of these forest fragments, we're also including perimeter area ratio cut into equal thirds of the data. And so remember that perimeter area ratio is that measure of shape complexity that I told you about earlier. And so here we have equal thirds of the data of low perimeter area ratio, 1/3 of the data at intermediate perimeter area ratio, and then 1/3 of the data at high perimeter area ratio. And we can see here that this is also a really significant interaction effect. And these test statistics you see on the top left of each of these faceted graphs are just the Pearson's correlation coefficient for that faceted graph. It's just to illustrate that as you go from low perimeter to area ratio to high perimeter area ratio, you get an increasingly significant effect of adjacent land use, plantation pasture ratio, on that LiDAR canopy height. And so in the previous graph, with all these forests combined on the same graph layer, we saw a very small actual effect. But here we can see that the adjacent land use, how much of that land surrounding a forest fragment, being plantation or pasture, becomes more meaningful the more complex your forest fragment is, the higher perimeter area ratio it has. Remember, a higher perimeter area ratio simply indicates that there's more edge of that forest and less interior forest. So there's actually more forest here exposed to edge. And so now moving on to my results for NDVI. Oh, I'm sorry, not NDVI, canopy height. So before I get to NDVI, this is also just a small t-test where I then took all the forest patches that are surrounded by more than 50% of either pasture or plantation, and then simply just compared average LiDAR canopy height with a simple t-test. So where there was a mixture of different ratios of plantation and pasture in the previous analysis, this analysis only involves forest fragments that were surrounded by over 50% of either pasture or plantation. And so we can see here that for forests embedded primarily with plantation, they still have a significantly higher, but I would still say marginally higher LiDAR canopy height than pasture embedded forests. Okay. And so now moving to the results for NDVI, that measure of greenness, that proxy for plant health that I mentioned, we can see here that again there's really apparently a small effect of plantation and pasture ratio, a significant but small effect of plantation pasture ratio and NDVI. However, when we include the perimeter area ratio interaction effect, it's actually insignificant. So regardless of how much edge is present, there is this marginal yet significantly negative effect of increasing plantation around forest fragments and decreasing pasture. And this is really counterintuitive to what we thought, because if eucalyptus plantations are providing shelter to these forests, we would expect them to be reflecting back greener, especially in higher perimeter area edge ratio forests. And this is again confirmed through just a regular Wilcox sign rank test. And the data here, it's very squished together because the data is highly non-normal. So we use the non-parametric version of a t-test. But even under this test, pasture still had a marginally yet significantly higher NDVI values than plantation embedded forest. And so now moving to NDII, that measure of water canopy content, that proxy of water canopy content, we see here the inverse of the NDVI relationship, where as you increase plantation to pasture ratio, average water canopy height of that forest fragment goes up as well. And then this variable, again, also had a significant interaction with perimeter to area ratio as well. So we can see here that forest fragments that have higher amounts of edge and less interior forests are more positively affected by the adjacent land use of plantation to pasture ratio. So as you go from a lower to a higher ratio and are surrounded by more eucalyptus, the forests that are in more higher perimeter area ratio forests have overall wetter water canopies, wetter canopies than they're surrounded by eucalyptus than by pasture. And then this again was backed up when looking at a simple t-test for the forest fragments that were primarily embedded in either pasture or plantation. And so to quickly conclude, I basically found that using open data remote sensing sources and map biomass land cover classification, we found that surrounding land use does significantly alter forest structure in terms of the LiDAR-derived canopy height. We found that higher PA ratio forests growing embedded amongst plantations grow taller than forests embedded amongst pasture. We also found that NDII, that measure of water canopy, or canopy water, was found both higher in forests surrounded by eucalyptus and in higher perimeter area ratio forests. So there was that interaction effect, same as with LiDAR canopy heights. However, we unintuitively found that NDVI, that greenness reflectance, was negatively influenced by increasing plantation land uses. And so this might be for three main reasons. The first is forests growing next to eucalyptus plantation may just ultimately be more stressed out by it and may be reflecting greener and photosynthesizing less. We find that this probably is not the case because we would expect that with that lower NDVI, there should also be lower average canopy heights. So we're kind of seeing a relationship that doesn't really make sense. The second explanation, however, could be is that these plant communities between forest fragments that are embedded by either pasture or plantation may ultimately just differ in terms of their species diversity, resulting in shorter forests that might have a higher chlorophyll content that are comprised of different species. And so that's something that we're looking into and trying to kind of parse out now through remote sensing and also through further inventory analysis. And then the last explanation could be is that the forest growing in pasture and plantation embedded forests is of different ages. And so we can see here, using the map biomass secondary forest age data product, we can see that for forests embedded amongst plantation, there is a higher percent of young forest. And what young forest in this case means is just forest that was detected as forest after 1985, after the Landsat mission was launched. So there's a higher proportion of forests, of younger forests growing in plantation embedded forests than pasture embedded forests. And so this is also could be another confounding variable as to why NDVI values were negatively correlated with plantation, surrounding forests. But, can you go forward? But that's not the whole story yet, and we're still very much working on refining our remote sensing analysis to make sure what we're seeing is actually real. And so for future endeavors for this work, I'm conducting structured buffered analysis where I buffer at 25-meter intervals and then extract these metrics again to see how these edge effects permeate into forest fragments that are primarily embedded from either pasture or eucalyptus plantation. I'm also working on trying to get a proxy to analyze the effects of plantation age on forest structure to see if forest age is negatively correlated with plantation age and NDVIs as well. And that'll kind of help us parse out that NDVI relationship. And then ultimately, I'm also trying to figure out how to better assess the effects of the secondary forest age itself in my models to make sure I'm accounting for different successional statuses in these forest fragments to account for this landscape scale analysis. But with that being said, this is just the first chapter, and so what I'm doing this summer is doing my best to actually collect on-the-ground data now, and I'm conducting forest inventory and species diversity analysis, and also assessing how soil nutrients are being affected in forests that are surrounded by eucalyptus versus being surrounded by pasture. And with that, I just want to end on this slide again and talk about the importance of not just looking at these forests in terms of their value and providing biodiversity, but also the need to recognize that these surrounding land uses interact with the forest and ultimately affect their persistence just as much as climate change does in the future. So with that, I'd like to end by just acknowledging everyone who has helped me in this project so far. A big thank you to all my collaborators, and yeah, open to any questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions? No? So, thank you very much, Manuel. We have we will reorganize two of the last talks for tomorrow to don't have too long time at this ending of the section, but we will finish our second day with one more, Marcos Leite, who will talk to us about forest monitoring and its effects on Veracel forest productivity. Welcome, Marcos. While Marcos is preparing, Straviz will give some announcements.
I want to thank Miguel Calmon and José Guilherme Borges. We are moving them to tomorrow, but this is the good news, maybe for most of you who skip and finish early. The bad news is we will be starting at 8:30, not 9. Okay? Everybody's okay with that? So we will be starting at 8:30. The first presenter will be José Borges. The second presenter will be Miguel Calmon. And then probably we will be, again, in track with the normal program for tomorrow, which is crowded with presentations as well. So be prepared. Thank you.
Okay. Oi. Hello, everyone. I am Marcos. Are you tired? I promise I will be fast. I'm Marcos. I'm a forest engineer, and now I am inventory and geoprocessing coordinator at Veracel Cellulose. I will present for you about monitoring and productivity. Sorry, because I will present in Portuguese, but if you have questions, we can explain more after the presentation and the other opportunity too. Okay, let's go. Então, vou apresentar aqui para vocês um pouquinho sobre a Veracel. Eu sei que o Caio já passou aqui hoje pela manhã, então vou ser bem breve. Depois falar sobre os nossos monitoramentos florestais, um pouquinho de práticas silviculturais, o planejamento e as operações, um pouco das nossas práticas e como que tudo isso tem influenciado aí nos nossos resultados. A nossa produtividade, né, a gente sabe como a correlação dela está muito associada com o clima, um pouco dos nossos resultados de qualidade florestal e também de produtividade. Então, a Veracel é uma joint venture entre a Suzano e a Stora Enso. A gente está localizado aqui na região de Porto Seguro. A gente tem em torno de 280 mil hectares, sendo 115 mil de florestas plantadas. Desses 115 mil, 90 são de áreas próprias e 25 mil de parcerias florestais. E hoje eu vou focar aqui com vocês nessa parte de florestas plantadas de eucalipto, que é sobre o monitoramento e produtividade que a gente vai falar. Além disso, somos uma empresa aí com as principais certificações conhecidas, né, FSC, PEFSC, ISO e também pelo Great Place to Work, que fomos reconhecido nos últimos 2 anos aí como uma das melhores empresas para se trabalhar. Falando agora diretamente aqui do monitoramento, né, então a gente tem o monitoramento na Veracel em todo o ciclo da nossa plantação, né, desde o plantio até os 7 anos ali próximo da idade de colheita. Esses monitoramentos, eles são sinérgicos, né? A gente tem várias formas de fazer. Então, quando a gente pensa aqui em monitoramento de florestas jovens, a gente monitora elas de 2 formas, tanto via terrestre quanto via satélite. Então, em florestas de até 18 meses, a gente tem equipe rodando no campo para que a gente possa avaliar a condição de mato, competição. E também essa avaliação é feita a partir de imagens de satélite em florestas de até 1 ano de idade, que é quando a gente ainda consegue visualizar o solo e distinguir copa de mato. Essas equipes, então, são direcionadas, né, para esses talhões que precisam, então, de ser monitorados e terem a recomendação técnica. Além disso, né, essa parceria entre satélite e equipes terrestres, a gente monitora também a presença de pragas, doenças e mato-competição em florestas adultas, mas também o satélite eles nos auxilia a identificar anomalias na floresta. Então, a partir de avaliação de imagens semanais, a gente consegue identificar se o comportamento espectral dessa floresta ela está tendo alguma piora, e isso indica uma anomalia, e aí então uma equipe terrestre consegue ir a campo para verificar e fazer a recomendação técnica para que a gente controle. Então aqui eu trouxe um exemplo, né, de como essas 2 metodologias aliadas conseguem nos ajudar, uma vez que o satélite é uma excelente ferramenta para identificar possíveis anomalias. Esse é um exemplo de um talhão que foi atacado por lagarta, e por isso a gente então direciona as equipes para fazer o controle dessas áreas. O nosso monitoramento não para por aí, né? Então todas as nossas atividades elas são monitoradas, desde o plantio, então a gente já avalia em 30 dias pós-plantio a sobrevivência das mudas, a qualidade desse plantio, se tem presença de formiga e replantio, e esse monitoramento segue por toda a cadeia produtiva, que vai desde irrigações, fertilizações, as atividades ao longo do ciclo, até que a gente chega lá nas operações de colheita, logística florestal, que também são avaliadas. Assim como no monitoramento que eu mostrei anteriormente, essas atividades hoje a gente já encontra sinergia entre equipes terrestres e o uso de drone. Então eu trouxe 2 exemplos aqui, né? Aqui é uma avaliação de contagem de plantas, onde a gente consegue avaliar a sobrevivência a partir do uso de drones, e a avaliação de resíduos de colheita, né? Então a gente consegue identificar em uma área que teve sinistro, por exemplo, que a quantidade de resíduo ela acaba ficando maior, e isso a gente já consegue fazer com o uso de drone. Falando em produtividade, a gente não pode não pensar em monitorar o clima, né? Então a gente tem 13 estações meteorológicas distribuídas aqui em toda a nossa base florestal, e a gente tem resultados diários de precipitação. Então a gente conhecer como essa precipitação está se comportando nos ajuda a entender também o efeito em produtividade. Então esse monitoramento auxilia muito a gente a conseguir tanto planejar, né, porque a gente olha o realizado com o que tem previsto, para direcionar as nossas atividades. Monitoramos também a partir do inventário florestal. Então a gente tem 3 tipos de inventário. O inventário começa ali aos 6 meses de idade, quando a gente faz o inventário qualitativo, que é o IFQ. O principal objetivo aqui é avaliar a uniformidade, a sobrevivência e o crescimento dessa floresta. Então, o professor Hakamada comentou agora sobre o PVA 50, né? Então, esse é o grande objetivo aqui, que a gente avalia a qualidade do plantio e que a gente consiga tomar ações, né, para que áreas não conformes a gente recupere a produtividade. Aos 2 anos, a gente inicia, então, o inventário contínuo. Esse inventário, o grande objetivo é que a gente avalie a taxa de crescimento da floresta e a gente conheça os nossos estoques para saber se a gente tem madeira suficiente para abastecer a fábrica ou não. E lá no pré-corte, a gente faz, então, o inventário pré-colheita, que é quando a gente conhece o volume específico para cada talhão que a gente vai operar, que direciona também o nosso plano de abastecimento e de fábrica. Além disso, a gente também avalia a qualidade da madeira, porque é uma variável muito importante para a fábrica, né, para que a gente consiga ter um planejamento mais preciso. Desde o último ano, a gente percebeu que a integração entre o planejamento florestal e a silvicultura teria ganho se a gente trouxesse, então, a parte de toda ordem de serviços, controles, e controle de custos ficasse dentro do planejamento para todas as atividades ali que envolvem preparo de solo, controle de mato, plantio e irrigação, formiga e adubações, uma vez que a gente direcionaria então a silvicultura para ficar no campo focado necessariamente nas atividades dela, e essa sinergia, né, esse monitoramento e acompanhamento de toda a lista técnica, tendo dentro do planejamento florestal, nos ajudou a ter uma visão mais holística ali da floresta e tomar uma decisão mais precisa. Além disso, isso tudo, né, gera informações para que a gente tenha uma alocação clonal específica. Então, a gente tem um modelo otimizado que direciona o melhor clone para cada talhão com base em informações históricas de produtividade e ocorrências que tiveram naquela área, para que a gente maximize, então, a nossa produtividade. Além disso, né, ao longo do tempo, a gente tem tomado algumas ações que nos ajudam a elevar a nossa produtividade. Então, alguns estudos realizados mostraram que a gente tinha oportunidade na mudança de espaçamento. A gente já praticou espaçamento de 12 metros quadrados por planta no passado. A gente fez, então, essa revisão e mostrou que, na condição climática atual, o espaçamento de 9 metros quadrados por planta era mais condizente com a realidade da empresa. Então, a gente fez essa mudança. Junto disso, a gente aproveitou para realinhar os plantios, né, para otimizar o uso do solo. Então, com a utilização do Savaná e a mudança do espaçamento, a gente conseguiu fazer essas duas viradas de chave no último ciclo. E constante revisão de produtos e equipamentos disponíveis para que a gente pudesse atualizar a nossa lista técnica silvicultural, e o avanço com a mecanização, né, com adubações, controle de formiga, e até o uso de drone em áreas específicas para que a gente pudesse fazer, por exemplo, o controle de mato competição. E aí, já falando um pouco de resultados, né, então, o resultado principal que nos impacta aí quando a gente pensa em produtividade florestal é o clima. Então, aqui eu trago um histórico dos últimos 2 ciclos, basicamente, de precipitação. E quando a gente olha, né, esse último ciclo aqui, a gente tem tido anos com precipitação acima da nossa média histórica. Ou seja, isso é muito bom, é um fator aí que tem contribuído para que a gente pudesse também elevar a nossa produtividade. Quando a gente olha comparado com o ciclo anterior, né, a gente teve mais anos com menos precipitação e com menos frequência. Além disso, a distribuição da chuva ela também é um ponto bem importante. E aí, quando a gente olha em números, né, então, a uniformidade da floresta, quando a gente observa o histórico, que a gente acompanha desde 2015, a gente vem com essa curva crescente, e quando a gente compara os 2 últimos ciclos, a gente teve um ganho em uniformidade de 2%. E a gente sabe, né, floresta mais uniforme é floresta mais produtiva. Mesma coisa com sobrevivência, né? A gente tem uma taxa crescente e um acréscimo aí de 3% quando a gente compara os 2 últimos ciclos. E para a altura da floresta, né? Então, a altura da floresta, que aí é o quanto ela está crescendo, é direto, mostra aí o quanto a gente tem conseguido evoluir, né? E com esse clima favorável, o nosso ganho em altura chegou aí a 30% quando a gente olha entre os 2 últimos anos. A gente tem toda a nossa base florestal dividida em sites. O grande objetivo é que a gente consiga ter manejos específicos para cada um desses sítios. Então, a combinação desses sítios que a gente tem aqui na Veracel é a junção da faixa de precipitação, que a gente vê aqui no gráfico em horizontal, mas com a capacidade de armazenamento de água do solo. Então, a gente usa essas 2 variáveis e classifica todas as nossas áreas. Então, a gente tem 8 sítios ao todo. O A é a faixa de precipitação e o 1 e o 2 é a CAD do solo. Juntando essas variáveis, então, a gente tem as nossas áreas mais produtivas aqui próximo à costa, para as áreas menos produtivas quando a gente vai, então, para o interior do continente. E aí, quando a gente fala em número, então, produtividade, né? Aí, quando a gente compara a nossa produtividade em IMA, aí a gente observa uma crescente bem próxima ali do que a gente viu da altura, né? Então, no ano de 2017 para o ano de 2018 foi quando a gente teve um maior salto de produtividade, mas essa taxa ela continua crescente, respondendo aos outros inventários que a gente monitora nas menores idades, e ainda assim, entre um ano e outro, a gente pode colocar aí que a gente tem tido um aumento em 5% de produtividade quando a gente faz a atualização do inventário contínuo. Além disso, né, a gente acompanha trimestralmente como que estão essas mudanças do nosso comportamento dentro da base florestal. Então, isso é muito importante para a gente saber, dentro de entre uma medição e outra, como que essa floresta está se comportando com essas respostas, tanto ao manejo que a gente monitora, né? Então, todos esses monitoramentos fazem com que a gente tome ação rápido, e aí a gente consegue perceber isso aqui nas medições, né? Que são áreas que a gente acabou de remedir trimestralmente. Então, a gente compara ela com a nossa média de IMA. Então, elas têm entrado acima, então a gente vê fruto desse trabalho, né, de monitoramento e ações. Então, elas estão 5% acima da nossa média. As áreas que estão completando 2 anos e estão sendo medidas pela primeira vez estão 12% acima da nossa média, enquanto as áreas que a gente está colhendo, que é aquela floresta de ciclo anterior, ela está em 13% abaixo da nossa média. Então, essa conversão de base vai contribuindo aí para que a gente consiga evoluir com o nosso IMA. Além disso, tem a questão de material genético também, né? Então, a gente vai renovando ele anualmente, e isso vai fazendo com que os clones novos eles entrem com uma produtividade superior. E aí, a classificação dos nossos sítios, né, mostram aqui, dentro da nossa base, como que a gente tem a produtividade variando dentro de todos aqueles sítios. Então, os sítios A, eles têm uma produtividade acima da nossa média. À medida que a gente caminha para os sítios intermediários aqui, B e C, eles ficam próximos ou variando entre 5% e 10%. E com menor representatividade aqui na nossa base, os sítios D, que ficam em torno de 20% abaixo da nossa média, mas tem baixa representatividade em percentual de área quando a gente olha a base florestal como um todo. Como eu falei com vocês de clone, né? Então, hoje, os clones que estão plantados na base e que a gente ainda continua plantando, eles são 5% mais produtivos do que os clones, do que a nossa média de IMA. Então, isso é bom, né? O que a gente está plantando, ele tende a ser 5% mais produtivo, enquanto os que estão saindo, que a gente está colhendo e não está plantando mais, eles tendem a ser 16% menos produtivo quando a gente olha a nossa média da Veracel. Aí. E com isso, o que a gente pode concluir então, né? Que todos esses monitoramentos, essas ações, essa prática de manejo, a tomada de ação imediata com todas essas formas de controle que a gente tem, quando a gente compara a nossa produtividade lá de 2017 para 2025, a gente percebe, junto com o clima, que também é muito importante, tem nos ajudado, a gente tem um ganho aí em produtividade quando a gente pensa na base florestal como um todo de 37%. É isso. Se tiverem dúvidas, perguntas, tem meus contatos ali, a gente pode explorar mais se tiverem interesse. Obrigado, obrigado pela oportunidade.
Thank you, Marcos. Somebody want to do a question? Bruno?
Opa, muito obrigado pela palestra, Marcos. Eu queria saber se você pode descrever um pouco os desafios de contratação de mão de obra na região e também como a tecnologia acabou ajudando a suprir essa demanda.
Legal. Acho que esse não tem um evento que eu não participei nos últimos 3 anos que a gente não conversa sobre essa questão de mão de obra, né? Realmente, a gente já começa a perceber, principalmente em trabalhos de campo. Então, aqui na região, a gente já percebe que existe uma escassez ou uma dificuldade para esses trabalhos silviculturais, inventário florestal, mas não chega a faltar. A gente percebe uma menor oferta quando a gente compara com anteriormente. E quando a gente pensa na mão de obra administrativa, né, a gente ainda não sentiu, mas a gente tem feito estímulos para melhorar isso. Então, por exemplo, a gente tem programa de estágio, programa de jovem aprendiz, a gente tem estimulado para que as pessoas se interessem também pelo nosso processo. Então, a gente percebe que está piorando, está diminuindo, mas ainda numa situação que não tem nos afetado, impactado em produtividade, por exemplo. Mas é um alerta.
More questions? So, thank you very much, Marcos. Let's give a hand. Okay, so we are closing our second day, so thank you very much for being with us to now. Tomorrow we will start 30 minutes earlier, so 8:30. And 2 of the presentations that would have been done today will be moved for tomorrow. Okay, so thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the dinner.